Section number 11 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 4, April 1914, Part 2. Events in brief. Under this heading will appear each month numerous paragraphs of general interest relating to the prison field and the treatment of the delinquent. New cell house at Iowa Penitentiary. The new cell house, built by convict labor at the Fort Madison Penitentiary, will be completed in May. The structure has been 6 years under construction, and its value is said to be more than $200,000. It probably will be 60 days before the board will have everything completed so that the new prison house can be used. The structure is of stone and concrete, and the cells are considerably larger than the rooms in the old cell house. There will be room in each cell for a single iron bed, a rocking chair, hot and cold water and toilet conveniences. The rooms formerly provided for prisoners held but a cot. The Board of Control has not yet decided what it will do with the old cell house when the new one is occupied. It is probable that prison labor will be used in the remodeling of the walls so that one fair-sized cell may be made out of 2 cells. There are 590 prisoners now in the Fort Madison Penitentiary. The new cell house will provide for 400 of them. The remainder will have to remain in the old structure. The board has received samples of hollow building blocks manufactured at the State Clay Works at the Hospital for Inebriates at Knoxville. This is the first of the output of the new industry, and according to experts, the tile is as perfectly made as that of other institutions. It is the intention to have the hollow building blocks needed in the new building at Oakdale Sanitarium, made at Knoxville. The state institution at Knoxville is also ready to turn out tile and brick. Orders have been sent to all state institutions to order from Knoxville whatever material of this kind is needed. Training for prison warden. Warden Clancy of Sing Sing Prison recently resigned. Eugene Smith, president of the Prison Association of New York, has written an open letter to the New York City papers as follows. The resignation of Mr. Clancy is an event that has, for several reasons, unusual significance. Mr. Clancy has stated with great candor the reasons that induced him to resign. The principal reason, as alleged by him in an interview, was his lack of experience and consequent ignorance of the work to be done. He says, the warden should be selected from among the keepers or others who have had a large amount of experience. There is nothing more ridiculous than the selection of a man like myself who has no such experience. These statements, so frankly made, do honor to Mr. Clancy, and they convey a valuable message to the public. A warm heart and a large brain alone do not qualify a man to fill the wardenship of a prison. The administration of a prison must be governed in this modern age upon the principles established by the science of penology. The proper treatment of prisoners requires an acquaintance with those methods and agencies which have been proved by scientific experiments to be most effectual in reforming and rehabilitating the prisoners. No warden can administer a prison with success unless he has a scientific knowledge of what has been developed and accomplished through the studies and experience of the great leaders in prison reform, and such scientific knowledge can only be acquired and practically applied by personal experience in dealing with prisoners. There are today, in the prisons of this state, men who have had long experience as guards or in other subordinate posts, who possess both the scientific knowledge and executive ability qualifying them to fill with success the office of Warden of Sing Sing Prison. It is earnestly hoped that the candidates for the vacancy may be selected from some such competent source. But besides scientific knowledge, ability, and experience, there is another condition, or sine qua non, absolutely essential to success in administering Sing Sing or any other prison. As a warden should be selected without the slightest regard to his political affiliations, he should also have a free hand in discharging his duties unhampered by political influence. Politics constitute the greatest obstacle encountered by every movement for prison reform. So long as the appointment of prison officials and their retention in office are dependent on political favor or influence, it is hopeless to look for improvement in prison systems or any measures of reform. The infusion of politics into our prison can never be prevented except by the force of a united public opinion, a consensus strong enough to condemn and drive out of public service every person who participates in the appointment or removal of any prison officer for merely political ends in order to confer favors or promote expedience. Progress in New York City's Department of Correction. Commissioner of Correction Catherine Bement Davis and her deputy, Burdette G. Lewis, have already planned important improvements in administration. The upper floor of the Tombs is to be transformed into a hospital with nearly 90 beds. A visiting building with screens between visitors' seats and prisoners' seats will be built. Food brought in from the outside is to be prohibited, and improvement in the catering service in the Tombs is arranged for. Classification of prisoners in the various institutions is being developed. The punishment cells in the penitentiary are to be abandoned in favor of a separate punishment building with reflection cells. A detention house for women prisoners is to be built. The department has moved from an antique building on 20th Street into adequate quarters in the new municipal building. Stripes are to be abolished in the island institutions. Several crews of youngsters have been sent out to the tract of 600 acres in Orange County to be used for the new city reformatory for misdemeanants. The clothing of women prisoners at the workhouse and penitentiary is to be considerably bettered, and so forth. The fundamental plans for the reorganization of the department's institutions are being carefully worked out. The power of suggestion. Some of the complacent ones who maintain that you must leave to youngsters of either sex their own governing, and hold them pretty completely responsible for crime committed by them, might pause for a moment to read the following. Except that no such complacent ones read The Delinquent. This is from the monthly journal called The Training School, published at Vineland, New Jersey. Mamie S. was a middle-grade imbecile girl about 18 years old, testing about 6 by the Binet. She was strong and active, a cheerful and willing worker, subject to occasional fits of temper, but usually quite easily controlled. Her work in the laundry was helping Miss B to feed the big steam mangle. One day, the superintendent was escorting a party of visitors and explained to them the use of the shield over the reed rolls of the mangle, saying that if it were out of place, there would be great danger of the workers' fingers being caught between the rolls and a serious accident occurring before the machinery could be stopped. Mamie heard his remark, and the visitors had no sooner left the laundry than she turned to Miss B and said, "Say, Miss B, if I put my fingers in there, would it draw in my arm and crush it?" Miss B answered, "Of course it would, you silly girl." Mamie declared, "I'm going to try it," and at once lifted the shield and would have put her fingers between the rolls had not Miss B grappled with her. Mamie struggled desperately and would have overpowered Miss B, but she called for help, and it took 3 of the employees to drag Mamie away to safety. It is needless to say that Mamie's work in the laundry ceased with that incident. Farewell, and don't come back. The editors of prison newspapers sometimes get theirs in very pleasant fashion. Here is one of the most recent events of the kind, quoted from The Mirror, published at the Minnesota State Prison. Chip, the editor of our Viewpoint, the Walla Walla, Washington prison paper, has been paroled after serving several months conscientiously and well as the guiding spirit of that publication. Prior to his departure for the outside world, the inmates subscribed a dime apiece and presented him with a watch as a testimonial of their appreciation. The presentation speech was made by the warden in the presence of the inmates in the chapel, the Sunday prior to his departure. Hayward. Here is a story to make a man feel good. Harry S. Hayward, after 7 years' influential work with the newspaper called the Cumberland, Maryland News, disappeared recently because politicians and evil interests he had opposed learned that he had served in prison and threatened to reveal his past. Hayward had made very many friends. The proprietor of the newspaper received a letter from Hayward in which he reviewed the trials he had endured in trying to live down the past, and in which he declared that he was determined to lose himself in some distant part of the country and continue the struggle to live a decent life. The proprietor, W. W. Brown, immediately tried to reach Hayward, but in vain. He inserted then the following advertisement in papers all over the country. H. S. Hayward. Have known 2 years. We are with you to the end. Come back soon. W. W. Brown. Many prominent citizens joined in the effort to find Hayward. The governor of Maryland pardoned him and restored him to citizenship. And finally, Hayward came back in triumph. The latest thing in joyrides. Edward Smith, a lifer, and James McKee, sentenced for 17 years, escaped from the Joliet Penitentiary recently in Warden Allen's automobile. After riding around Chicago all night, they decided to return to the prison. Guards had been hunting the men in 3 states. Smith was the warden's chauffeur and drove in and out of the prison without attracting attention. "We could have got away without much chance of being captured," he said. "But we got to thinking that our escape might interfere with the good treatment given the other honor prisoners. Warden Allen treated us mighty well, and we thought it best not to violate the confidence he placed in us. We certainly had a fine time while we were away. We rode all over Chicago and saw all the sights." Advice in the shadow of the gallows. Several years ago, there was executed at Trenton State Prison, New Jersey, a very intelligent man who had committed a fearful murder. A day before his execution, he was asked to leave some word for the young men of this country. Here is what he wrote in a firm hand, without tremor. I can add but little to what others have said. I would suggest early religious training. It should begin with the lisping of the child and be continuous and never end until death. The child should be given to know the dangers of environment that is not religious. His associations should be only those that reverence God. The parental responsibility comes in here. The child looks for examples. As the examples set before it by its parents or associates are good or evil, so it will in most cases grow. If the boy be disciplined in religion with environments good, associations good, and with love as his teacher till he is come of age, to the age of reason, the point of the early training will be invariably a moral, religious life. Not all of these came into my early life, but of those that did, my one regret is that I did not use them to my advantage. For the wages of sin is death, and the gift of God is eternal life through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Progress at Belafonte. According to the Pennsylvania Prison Society, the 127th annual meeting of which was recently held, about 75 prisoners from the old Western Penitentiary at Pittsburgh are at Belafonte, busily engaged in taking care of the farm and in various preliminary operations. Pennsylvania is to build a farm industrial prison on 5,000 acres. They have been employed in the repairing of the old buildings on the estate, in quarrying stone for the roads, and for other construction. There have been erected a number of new buildings, among them a machine shop, blacksmith shop, powerhouse, large dining room, and a dormitory. The work done on all the buildings was almost entirely by the prisoners themselves, superintended by an experienced outside foreman. It would be difficult to get together on the outside an equal number of men who worked as zealously or faithfully. There have been but 3 attempted escapes since the men arrived in the summer of 1912. The prisoners are allowed to go to all parts of the large farm in gangs of from 3 to 20, under the care of one guard or trustee. The population is transitory, as almost weekly some are paroled, while new ones take their places. An honor colony hoped for. The New Jersey Reformatory is a congregate institution run by trustees and officers that believe in individualization and classification. So, in the current annual report, the Board of Managers urges the establishment of an honor colony. This should be at some distance from the institution and should be utilized for those inmates who are near parole and who have demonstrated that they are learning the lessons they have been sent to the institution to learn. It has been for some years the custom to permit inmates to return to their homes when a death occurs in the family, unaccompanied by anyone from the institution, relying solely upon the promise of an inmate to return at a given time. In no instance has an inmate broken the promise or failed to show an appreciation of the trust reposed in him. The limits of reformatory treatment. Superintendent Frank Moore of the New Jersey State Reformatory writes in his annual report, "The reformatory can take that which has worth, even though it may be bent, twisted, and corroded with sin, and making it plastic, it may form it over again, reform it. But that which is useless, which is only dross, it can do little with. The reformatory can reform, but it cannot recreate. We may as well be candid about it. The idea has been created in the public mind that every reformatory is a miracle-working machine. that no matter what is run into it, it will return all material, no matter how good or bad, back into the world, made over into first-class men. The word hope in big letters has been written over the doorway of our reformatory institutions, and so it ought to be. There is no charitable or correctional institution of which society expects so much, and there is no kind of institution that has a greater desire to meet that expectation, but honesty and fairness demand that it shall be stated that the quality of human material given to it is of such a character as to, of necessity, greatly limit its results. Other items from the reformatory. During the year, 456 inmates of the New Jersey State Reformatory worked outside of the enclosure. There have been only 2 escapes, one from those working inside the wall, who was returned by the police, and one from the details working outside, who was captured and returned to the institution by other inmates. The physical condition of the inmates now present in the institution is as follows. Those who have increased in weight, 67%. No change in weight, 19%. Loss of weight, 14%. The reduction in the number losing weight is explained as follows. A larger number of the inmates have been assigned to the outdoor work, gardening, and farming than ever before. The amount of food served in the dining room has been increased, and its quality much improved. Many low places in the grounds where mosquitoes breeded and from which malaria emanated have been filled. During the year, more inmates have been paroled, and with better results than ever before in the history of the reformatory. Number placed on parole, 413. Returned for crime, 8. Returned or not returned, being declared delinquent because of committing new crime or breaking other conditions of parole, 84. Percentage failing to keep parole, 20. Contracts in Iowa. The Fort Madison Farming Tool Company will make a fight to retain its business of manufacturing tools at the Fort Madison Penitentiary. It will ask that its contract to employ 150 prisoners be continued for at least a year from the expiration of the present contract on November 1st, 1914. The board has announced, however, that it will not renew the contract for any certain period of time if any extension is granted. It may be advisable, it is said, to continue the present arrangement to keep the men employed from November 1 until such time next year as the legislature can provide some industry at the prison which will take the place of the tool contract. The state of Iowa has registered a protest against the convict labor system. As fast as the contracts at the penitentiary expire, the state must make some new arrangement. At Fort Madison, one contract expires this year. The chair contract, employing a maximum of 179 men, does not run out until 1916. This, then, will free this prison of contracts, and the buildings now housing the machinery of private companies will be used by the state in the manufacture of some product which will most benefit the state. The Fort Madison Tool Company pays the state $50,000 for the use of 150 men, or $333.33 a year per man, based on the maximum permitted under the agreement. The Board of Control has stated that this sum is not sufficient, and that if the company is to get a temporary extension of contract, it must offer a higher rate. Education for prisoners. Education by correspondence for prisoners in the Kansas penitentiary would be possible if a plan outlined by the Chancellor of the University of Kansas should be adopted by the Board of Administration. He would have the privilege of the Extension Division of the university, including vocational training by correspondence offered to the inmates of the penitentiary at the expense of the state. In this connection, it is worthwhile noting that more than 90% of 269 men committed to the Wisconsin State Penitentiary for murder in recent years were sent to work before they were 15 years of age, says the Bethlehem, Pennsylvania Times. Of these 269 convicts, of whom a special study has been made, about 1/3 have never been to school. Half reached the 4th grade, and but 3.2% finished high school. Utilizing prison labor, the Cleveland, Ohio plain dealer says that Ohio expects to save more than $1 million in the construction of the new state prison in Madison County through the employment of convict labor. When Andrew L. Harris was governor, it was estimated that to build the kind of a penitentiary the state needed would cost at least $2,600,000. The Prison Commission now declares a much finer institution than was then planned will be built for not to exceed $1,300,000. Prison labor constitutes the difference. Men in custody of the state will be utilized to make brick from material on the site, to cut and dress timber now growing on the tract for use in the buildings, and for the actual labor of erection. At the Mansfield Reformatory, more prison labor will be utilized further to reduce the cost of the development in Madison County. Furniture and fixtures for the new prison offices and library will be manufactured there and shipped. Parole test case in Virginia. The recent session of the General Assembly of Virginia passed the Allen Bill, providing that the Penitentiary Board might, in its discretion, parole a prisoner after he had served 3 years of his sentence, but exempting from its provisions those convicted of murder in the first degree or of criminal assault. Governor Stewart described this bill as misleading in its title. It should have been, he said, an act to increase the powers of the Board of Directors of the penitentiary at the expense of the constitutional powers and prerogatives of the executive. The governor referred it to Attorney General Pollard, who held not only the bill was unconstitutional, but that the Parole Act of 1904, which it sought to amend, was likewise unconstitutional. On this advice, the governor vetoed it. In view of the opinion holding the parole law of 1904 unconstitutional, the question arose as to the future conduct of the prison directors. In a statement issued at the time, Governor Stewart expressed the view that it was certainly not contemplated in the Constitution that the prison board should sit as a sort of superior court to review and reverse in criminal cases not only the verdicts of trial juries and the judgments of circuit courts, but the deliberate opinions of the Supreme Court of Appeals as well. The Attorney General upheld the view that any action releasing a prisoner before he had served the specific term for which he was sentenced by due process of law was to upset and reverse the trial court. This power, it was held, was vested by the Constitution exclusively in the governor, who may grant absolute pardons or may grant pardons with conditions attached, which are in effect paroles. Prior to the Act of 1904, under the Statute of 1896 and subsequent acts, there was a parole system under which the prison board from time to time made recommendations to the governor of those convicts who were, in their judgment, suitable for conditional pardons or paroles, thus acting in an advisory capacity. The Act of 1904, which is the one now in question, eliminated this report to the governor and made it possible for the prison board, in its own discretion, at any time, to release any convict after he had served one half of the term for which he had been sentenced. Under this act, the prison board has been from time to time paroling convicts at its own discretion, acting entirely independent of and without connection with the actions of the governor in granting pardons or conditional pardons, which are in effect paroles. It has been agreed to make a test case to determine the status of the parole law of 1904, which Attorney General Pollard has held to be unconstitutional. In Kentucky, the Louisville Post says editorially that in no department of the state government has there been progress made in the last 2 years comparable to that shown in the administration of the Kentucky penitentiaries. And Governor McCreary deserves liberal commendation for the wisdom he manifested in selecting the members of the board. Messrs. O'Sullivan, Conley, and Lawrence, and the firmness he has shown in supporting his appointees. This is one bright spot in our state government, and the improvement made will be valuable in the future outside of the progress in prison administration by the standard it holds up for other departments of the state. Prison Commissioner O'Sullivan has thus summarized the recent developments. The most important act passed by the last General Assembly affecting the prisoners was the bill providing for state aid in the building of county roads. While it makes no reference to the penal institutions, the opportunity it presents is providential. On January 1st, 1915, the contracts on the labor of at least 900 prisoners will expire. In the face of the adverse legislation in Congress, it is probable that the prison contractors will not again bid for this labor, even if the prison commissioners were inclined to make new contracts. The law permitting the prison commission to lease farms adjacent to the prisons at Frankfort and Eddyville is of inestimable value. These farms can not only be made self-sustaining, but the tubercular prisoners can be transferred there and given the chance for life which is sometimes denied them in the narrow confines of a prison cell. The indeterminate sentence law does away with the automatic parole of prisoners and gives the jury the power to fix a minimum and maximum sentence proportionate to the crime committed. The passage of a law limiting the age of children sent to the House of Reform near Lexington and making the county pay part of the cost when the child is not guilty of a penal offense will prevent the scandalous practice prevalent all over the state of consigning innocent, dependent children to this institution. Some of the officials seem to be in a conspiracy with the parents to get rid of their unfortunate offspring and make the state support them. The prison commissioners have returned to their homes 125 children under 13 years of age who were sent to the House of Reform on flimsy charges. 2 boys, 6 years old, were among the number. They were charged with housebreaking. Dozens of cases just as flagrant could be cited. The board has underway plans that will broaden and better this institution, which is one of the most important in the state, as it deals with the child after he has made his first misstep. Before the recent parole of 450 prisoners under the Court of Appeals decision, there were 1,450 convicts at the Frankfort Reformatory and 780 at Eddyville. The number of children at the House of Reform will average 700. The contractors at Frankfurt and Eddyville paid into the state treasury last year $352,000. The cost of conducting these institutions, salaries, supplies, etc., was $340,454. The cost of maintaining the House of Reform was $123,386. In 18 months from August 1st, 1912 to January 1st, 1914, the prisoners have been paid in earnings the sum of $86,000. A great portion of this amount is sent home to their families. In the two prisons, there are 556 men confined for murder, 115 for manslaughter, and 153 for malicious shooting and wounding. Of this number, 340 are life prisoners. There are 1,250 Negroes to 900 whites. There are 1,300 single men and 950 married men. There are 419 men serving second terms, 104 serving third terms, 27 serving fourth terms, and one prisoner serving his seventh term. Since the adoption of the parole system, 2,200 men have been paroled, which number includes the 450 men liberated under the Court of Appeals decision. Less than 5% of these men have violated their paroles and been returned to prison. In the past 21 months, the present prison board has only paroled one life prisoner sentenced for murder. He had served 15 years for killing a man who invaded his home and insulted his daughter, and had he been a white man, he would never have been convicted. The night schools are very successful. Next to the abolition of the lash, they have had a most humanizing effect on the prisoners. End of section number 11. Section number 12 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 4, April 1914, Part 3, Events in Brief, continued. Cleveland's City Farm. Dr. Harris R. Cooley reported recently in Des Moines, Iowa, regarding recent results in Cleveland. We have 3 different departments on the farm, he said. We have 100 consumptives on one section, 700 people in the almshouse located in another section, and 700 prisoners working on the correction farm. These men are convicted of different petty crimes and sent to the farm to work out their sentence. According to Mr. Cooley, the farm's profits from products raised last year were $22,167.04. It takes a little nerve to start a farm of the kind, he said, as it is necessary for a time to keep up 2 places. While the farm is being started, it will be necessary to have some prisoners in jail and some on the farm until enough buildings are completed to accommodate all the prisoners. However, it is a great system when once in working order and would be a great thing for Des Moines. We also have a 450-acre farm for juvenile prisoners, he continued, and this too is proving a great success. It is located 23 miles from the city, and the large farm is 10 miles from Cleveland. All boys under 16 years are sent to the juvenile farm. Our large farm, said Mr. Cooley, cost us $330,000 10 years ago. We have recently been offered $1 million for it, but of course refused to consider the offer. We have hundreds of heads of fine cattle, hogs, and horses, and raise everything in the way of farm products. The profits possible on a farm of this kind are not to be realized by people who have had no experience with the system. We also do away with the problem of labor. We have the men on hand with nothing to do with them but let them work. We do not compete with labor either. The men enjoy the work, and 9 times out of 10 leave the farm better morally and physically than they came to it. Such is not the case with the man who spends a week or 6 weeks in the stagnant atmosphere of a city jail. 422 convicts to be turned loose. The New York World of April 5th. Prints a special dispatch from Louisville, Kentucky. Kentucky is facing the problem of caring for 422 convicts to be liberated at approximately the same time and for whom no provision has been made. The prospect is viewed with varying sensations in different parts of the state. In cities and towns there is alarm, but on the farms and plantations where help is scarce, no fears are felt, and in fact, the liberated criminals will be made welcome for the labor they can perform. This condition is brought about by the new indeterminate sentence law, which is now operative in Kentucky and which does away with the old law by which the jury trying a case fixed the term of years for which a person should be confined, in the same verdict declaring him guilty. As it is now, the jury merely passes upon a prisoner's guilt or innocence, and if he is found guilty, his prison term is automatically fixed by the law covering the offense with which he is charged. These sentences, of course, range from a specified minimum number of years to a maximum, and it has been the rule heretofore for the prison board, with whom the power of parole rests, to allow the prisoners their freedom largely upon the character of their crime and their conduct while in prison. But in the John DeMoss case, recently decided by the Court of Appeals, it is held that if a prisoner has completed his minimum sentence and shows a clear record in the prison, he must be issued a parole then. Another feature is that he must be able to show that he has some legitimate occupation waiting for him when he is set at liberty again. This parole, of course, does not free the prisoner absolutely. A string is held on him, and should he ever transgress again, he may be brought back and made to complete his original sentence. Naturally, the convicts are delighted. Of the 422 convicts to get their liberty, 232 will go from the penitentiary at Frankfort and 190 from the Eddyville prison. One of the requirements with which a prisoner must conform before he can be paroled, even under the new order, is that he must have a job awaiting him. This has caused the 422 prisoners who are to be released to cast about for a landing place. Among them are individuals of all classes, some very expert in certain lines, but the most of them are ordinary laborers, this being especially true of the Negroes, who are in the majority. Right here is where the release of the prisoners promises to be a good thing for the state at large. For several years, the question of farm labor has grown to be more and more a matter of serious nature. The Negroes prefer to live in the towns or to work on the public works, where they can be together in crowds. Often the farmers are sorely tried in their efforts to get labor at rush seasons and are forced to pay exorbitant prices. But the ordinary laborers among the convicts find the farms their best chance for getting the coveted job. The farmers are willing to take the risk, if risk it is, and they are offering to give employment to the prisoners. In one county, the 17 Negroes that are due to return have all been thus guaranteed work. Other counties are doing the same thing, and probably the majority of this class of the convicts will find a home and freedom on the farms. Much consolation is found in the fact that a radical change in the methods of handling and treating the convicts will result. They will be better citizens when their terms are out. One of the results of the new law will be the changing of the Frankfurt prison into a reformatory, where the female and younger prisoners will be confined, and the Eddyville prison into the penitentiary, where men only will be confined, and these only for major offenses. The prisoners are now allowed more liberties. They are permitted to enjoy the prison libraries, attend night school, organized in the various cell houses, attend religious services, to have the freedom of the grounds at stated times, and when the weather permits, to play ball and take other healthful outdoor exercises, to receive mail, and are given better and cleaner cells and better food. So, after all, the situation does not appear alarming, but on the other hand, it is believed by those in touch with conditions that the released prisoners will come out into the world again with a full appreciation of the joys and privileges of liberty, and few of them will again willfully disobey the laws and be returned to bondage once more. Modern detention prison for women in New York City. After years of effort on the part of civic organizations, borough officials, and individuals, the city is at last to have a home of detention and court for women. It is to be a 14-storied structure and is to occupy a 100 by 100 foot plot on the north side of West 30th Street between 6th and 7th Avenues. The working drawings are now being prepared by the architects Griffin and Weinkoop of No. 30 Church Street, and construction will begin in the near future. The need of such a building has from time to time been emphasized by the numerous abuses attendant upon the imprisonment of women. Heretofore, both men and women have been confined in the same building, and because the police stations and the city prison were of an obsolete design, there was no way of segregating the first offenders from the hardened criminals, a condition which sociologists have long deplored. The plans for the new building provide for this segregation. Provision is made for 3 general classes of prisoners, these to be again subdivided into other groups. No longer will first offenders be herded into dark, unsanitary cells along with the habitual offenders. The building is so arranged that each room will be flooded with sunlight at some time of the day. Moreover, each cell will have its own individual window and will be provided with running water, basin, and sanitary conveniences. The magistrates' court, with its entrances and subdivisions, is placed in the first 4 stories. The detention home and district prison, with their subdivisions, are placed in the 5th to 14th stories. It was found that by placing the small rooms of the home of detention and prison around the court, recessed from the street, most of the dangers of communication between prisoners and the outside could be obviated, and the possibility of introducing drugs and weapons into the building overcome. The prisoners are to be delivered through a driveway court into the room for arrested persons, taken to their individual temporary detention rooms on the 1st and 2nd floors, from which an officer conducts them to the complaint room, or in a continuous line of circulation through the prisoner's waiting room, the courtroom, the fingerprint room, and after sentence to the room for detained persons, from which they are taken by guards of the detention home and prison, and after examination, put among that group of prisoners which their degree of crime permits or requires. The public will enter the building through a public vestibule, pass up a large stairway, and enter the courtroom or complaint room through a public lobby on the 2nd floor. The courtroom is 25 feet high, of ample size, and has abundant light and cross ventilation from the street into an interior light court, which opens at its top into the recessed light court of the detention home above. The entrance to the probation and administrative portions of the magistrate's court is through a special vestibule controlled by the janitor of the building at the southwest corner. Women on probation of the court can report to their probation officer in the second floor without coming in contact with the crowd frequenting the courtrooms and public vestibule. Probation officers are to be located on the floor immediately below the courtroom and will have ready access to the courtroom when their attendance there is required. Reporters are to be given a special room and provided with tables and seats in the court. The judge, the clerk of the court, the assistant clerks, and the district attorney are allotted rooms on the fourth floor, which is accessible to all of the lower floors of the building by a special elevator and stairs. On the fifth floor of the building are placed the administrative offices of the home and prison, the apartments of the superintendent and assistant superintendent, and separate facilities for visitors coming to see the home and prison. The visitors cannot at any time pass to the prisoners either weapons or drugs. Double wire screens will at all times separate the prisoners from the visitors. From the 6th to the 14th floor, there will be 24 rooms on each floor, these being for housing the inmates of the home and prison. Each group of 12 rooms will have a dining and living room, a service pantry, a bathroom, and a storage closet for linen and clothing. An open-air exercise loggia will connect the two 12-room groups. The prison and homerooms will be slightly different in that the prison rooms will have steel-grilled fronts opening onto the corridor, whereas the rooms of the detention home will have regular fireproof doors fitted with a small grilled panel for the convenience of matrons in overseeing their charges. Each of the small rooms will be provided with a wash basin, a water closet, and a bed. Criminals in war. Criminals generally turn out to be cowards on the battlefield. According to observations in the cases of 225 men with jail or prison sentences, in their record made during the campaign of Italy in Tripoli by Dr. Consiglio, Chief of Staff Surgeons with the Italian Army. Dr. Consiglio says, "The abnormal man is unfit for methodically disciplined effort in times of peace. In war, where the demands of discipline and the strain of systematic preparations increases, he displays invariably sooner or later a reaction against his surroundings, which manifests itself chiefly in morbid lack of discipline, disobedience, insubordination, or even desertion. The moral strain and the violent manifestations of war induce in such men physical disturbances, excitative crises, hysteric and epileptic attacks, and acute insanity. They lack the possibility of methodic action, the iron will to respond to the multiple demands of the instant and to the continued physical and intellectual strain." Probation in New York State. The increasing use of the probation idea throughout the state is shown by reports of the State Probation Commission. More than 9,000 persons are now on probation in the state, including over 2,000 children. Approximately one-half of these are located in New York City. The remainder are scattered in nearly every city and in many of the rural communities of the state. The appointment of county probation officers to have charge of the probation work in all the courts of the counties is rapidly increasing in favor. 23 counties now have such officers.
The use of volunteers to assist the regularly appointed officers is still practiced in many courts. 49 new volunteer officers have been commissioned during the last 2 months. Probation officers were shown to have more than justified their work from a financial point of view alone. During the past year, more than $77,000 was collected by probation officers throughout the state from husbands charged with non-support, and the same turned over directly to their wives and children. $10,000 was also collected for fines on the installment plan. This amount went direct to the various cities and counties employing the officers. The commission meets every 2 months in various cities of the state. Parole and other matters in Rhode Island. Prisoners who have served part of their sentences at the Rhode Island penal institutions will be admitted to parole if the recommendation of the State Board of Control and Supply made in its annual report to the General Assembly is carried out. This recommendation, which the board seeks to have made into law, would allow a prisoner to remain at liberty as long as he lives up to the terms of his parole. It is pointed out that other states have such laws on their statute books, and that Rhode Island, if it is to live up to modern methods in handling prisoners, must fall into line. Another recommendation contained in the report is that one board should be given full control over the management of the various institutions, while the sociological work, such as welfare, admission, and probation of inmates, should come under another board. One of the most important items is that connected with the operation of the new shirt contract, the returns from which show a substantial increase over the revenue obtained by the state from the old agreement. According to the report, the change from the contract with the Sterling Manufacturing Company has been a most beneficial one. Under the agreement, the state received 30 cents per dozen for shirts, whereas under the new contract with the Crescent Garment Company, the state receives 50 cents per dozen for the same garments. The result of this during the past year has been an increase in the total revenue derived by the state from $24,185.04, the amount received under a year's contract with the old company, to $42,930.56, the total received during the year 1913 under the new contract. The additional revenue to the state from this contract alone, over the year 1912, it is figured, will be sufficient to pay all salaries of the members of the Board of Control and Supply, as well as the clerical staff of the office. Chicago to study criminals. Enthusiastic press notices come from Chicago about the proposed criminal laboratory. The judges of the municipal court have unanimously voted to establish a psychopathic laboratory for criminal study, thus, it is asserted, placing that court far in advance of any judicial body in this country. All prisoners who go before a judge of the municipal court and show indications of being weak mentally or who are believed to have physical defects will be sent to the new laboratory for expert examination in the hope that some way may be found to correct criminal tendencies and restore the victims to normal condition. If possible, arrangements will be made to send a certain class of prisoners into the country where they may breathe pure air and come in direct contact with the best there is in nature. Dr. William J. Hickson of Vineland, New Jersey, who has spent years in psychopathic work, including 6 months as an assistant in the Department of Neurology and Psychiatry at the Royal Charity Hospital, Berlin, has been selected by the judges to take charge of the Chicago laboratory at a salary of $5,000 annually. Miss Mary R. Campbell of Milwaukee was selected as an associate to Dr. Hickson after a committee of judges had made a year's search for the best experts to be had in this country. There is an appropriation of $8,500 by the City Council available for the work. In arguing for a psychopathic laboratory, Chief Justice Harry Olson and other jurists interested in scientific treatment of criminals have said that under present conditions there was no alternative for the judges except to sentence those found guilty of transgressing the law. Time and again, it is asserted, they have been compelled to deal with prisoners who were not considered actually insane, though having mental defects. There was no expert advice available, and in a way, they dealt blindly with the cases. Now it is declared it will be possible to give every such suspect, murder, pickpocket, or otherwise, a scientific examination. It is not a theory and it is not an experiment, said Chief Justice Olson. It is a practical department. The work is very successful in Germany. Every day almost, subnormal boys and feeble-minded tramps appear in the municipal court. All that the boys need is a chance to breathe some real air and get out among the pigs, horses, and cows, where they can do chores. Many of those boys can be transformed into material for respectable citizens. They need assistance, and we start wrong by sending them to jail and cutting off most of the chances they ever had. The new laboratory will save persons who have something actually the matter with them. They will not be packed off to Joliet when there is a belief that their criminal tendency is caused by epilepsy or other defect. Coroner Hoffman several months ago established a psychopathic laboratory in connection with his office. Its mission is to ascertain causes of mysterious deaths. The juvenile court also has a psychopathic laboratory. 5 escaping convicts killed. On April 4th, a carefully planned prison delivery was frustrated at the state penitentiary in Folsom, when 5 convicts were shot down. 4 were killed instantly, and 1 mortally wounded by prison guards who had been stationed at vantage points where they could rake the entire corridor of the incorrigible ward with rifle fire at the least sign of a disturbance. Only 12 prisoners were connected with the plot out of the 1,000 or more convicts in the prison. Previous warning received by the prison officials that a break was to be attempted prevented what might have been a general prison delivery. The most desperate convicts in the state are confined in the Folsom prison. Folsom, or Repressa, as it is known officially, is a prison without surrounding walls, the convicts being employed largely in the stone quarry and prison farm during the day, returning to the prison buildings at night, but always under guard. The fact that the prison is without walls has impressed the convicts that it would be comparatively easy to escape at night, and several fatal attempts have been made. Flogging convicts, according to the Chronicle of Charlotte, North Carolina. The North Carolina Supreme Court has handed down a decision written by Chief Justice Walter Clark saying that corporal punishment by flogging is not reasonable and cannot be sustained. It is true that this decision refers to whipping convicts by guards, but it is only a little stretch to make the application cover all cases except where used by parents as a corrective method for children, and it is not too big an undertaking to even reach that form. The court now takes judicial notice when the parent becomes too severe with the child. Some months ago, a Wake County convict was whipped by a guard, and the matter was carried into the courts. The defendant was adjudged guilty in Superior Court, and a fine of $10 was imposed. In this case, the defendant raised the point that flogging was necessary for the maintenance of discipline among the convicts. It was shown further that it has been the custom in all camps to use whipping to subdue the unruly. The case was carried to the Supreme Court by the defendant, but that body affirmed the decision of the lower court. Continuing, Judge Clark gives it as the opinion of the court that while the Constitution of the state does not directly prohibit corporal punishment in prison discipline, its spirit is against the longer use of floggings for that purpose. The opinion cites the powers of the world which have abolished prison whipping and says even Mexico, by legislative enactment more than a decade ago, did away with such punishment for prisoners. In conclusion, Judge Clark says, "We have, however, been discussing the legal rights of the prisoners, and we find no authority for its longer continuance. It is true that there is a general opinion among many, especially those who have to deal with convicts, that flogging is the only effective way to secure and maintain discipline, and they contend that unless proper methods are used with a certain class of prisoners, a condition will soon arise in the camps which will cause a great deal of trouble. With a squad of vicious and unruly prisoners who have a resourceful leader, knowing that the courts will protect them from that only dread of convict flogging. The ingenuity of the officers will be taxed to secure proper results. On the other hand, the decision will prevent the undue use of the whip by guards, a few of whom are only too anxious for an opportunity to administer corporal punishment to those who are helpless. While cases of the abuse of this power by the guards are very rare, heretofore the opportunity has always been present for the man who was vicious enough to use it. What will be the result of the decision upon the convict discipline of the future? Time alone can tell." Brick plant at Elmira. Bricks for use in constructing highways in New York State will be made at the Elmira State Reformatory as soon as buildings and apparatus are erected, Governor Glynn having signed the Murdaugh Bill appropriating $75,000 for this purpose. The plan is the first step in the governor's recommendation to the legislature that convicts be employed in manufacturing road material. Governor Glynn pointed out the greatest item in the construction of brick roads is the cost of vitrified brick. "If the state can secure this brick cheaply," the governor said, "the road problem would be solved. In a brick road costing $25,000 a mile, the brick itself costs $12,000. Those who are qualified to speak inform me that by securing the vitrified brick for New York's roads in this manner, brick roads can be constructed at a cost of $15,000 a mile. On this basis, the total cost of a mile of brick road for 20 years would be $16,000, including $15,000 for building and 20 years of maintenance at $50 a year. The total cost of Macadam Road for the same period is $36,000. An idea of the importance of the economy I propose. may be gained from the fact that the total saving in the 7,300 miles of road yet to be constructed would amount to $146 million in the 20 years after their completion, or more than the total cost of constructing our entire systems of highways. And I am gratified that the first decisive step toward this end has been taken in the enactment of the Murdoch Law. Apropos of brickmakers, more than 150,000 concrete bricks were made by workhouse prisoners at Minneapolis during the month the new plant has been in operation. Superintendent Frank McDonald says his theory of winter labor and the utilization of the short-term prisoner for skilled labor has been justified. The plant is employing 60 men and will continue to operate until May 1st, when the clay brick industry will open. Whether it will be operated during the summer is not certain. Parole in Wisconsin. Societies benefit as the result of the adoption of the parole system for prisoners of the state penitentiary at Waupun is demonstrated in a report that has just been compiled by the State Board of Control, which shows that less than 10% of prisoners paroled violated it. The percentage of violation among the lifers is even smaller. The Wisconsin parole law has been in operation over 6 years. It became effective in August 1907. Up to February 28 this year, 938 applications have been considered for parole at the state prison at Waupun. Of this number, 480 were granted, 445 were denied, 8 were continued, and 5 were withdrawn. Of the 480 granted, 345 have received their final discharge. 27 were not discharged on account of not having proper employment. 46 defaulted. 10 applications did not meet with executive approval. 5 died while on parole. 2 were pardoned while on parole. And 45 are now making monthly reports. Of the 45 who defaulted, 37 have been returned to prison. 7 are at large, and 2 are in prison in other states and will be returned to Wisconsin Penitentiary to serve out their terms as soon as they have completed their other sentences. Under the Wisconsin law, lifers are eligible for parole after they have served a certain number of years and have been on good behavior. In the time the law has been in effect, the applications of 34 lifers have been considered. 14 have been granted and 20 refused. Of the 14 granted, 10 are now making monthly reports. 2 have died, and 1 returned to the prison voluntarily, claiming that he was not fitted for the world, and that prison is a more desirable place for me. 1 violated a rule of the Board of Control, was returned to prison, but when it was discovered that others were probably more to blame for the technical violation than the prisoner, he was paroled. He is now making regular reports. For the past calendar year, 227 applications for parole from the prison were considered, of which 114 were granted, 108 denied, 2 withdrawn, and 2 were continued. Of the 114 granted during the past year, 66 have received their final discharge. 33 are now making monthly reports, 13 have defaulted, and 2 were not discharged on account of not having proper employment. Of the 13 who defaulted, 11 were returned to prison and 2 are at large. In the 6 years out of the 480 paroles granted, there were only 46 who defaulted. This is less than 10%. The men who are on parole draw from $20 to $35 a month, and some of them more, said President Smith. Honor Camp in Georgia. On motion of Commissioner Wynne, the first honor convict camp to be established in Georgia was recently authorized by the Fulton County Board of Commissioners. A force of Negro convicts who have long been trustees will be put to work grading. Some of these trustees will take the place of drivers, who are now employed by the county at a cost of $4,000 per year. 2 other resolutions tending toward convict reform were adopted. One provides that the convicts shall not be worked more than 10 hours a day at any time during the year, and fixes longer dinner hours than have heretofore been allowed. Another provides that the convicts shall not be forced to walk a longer distance than 3/4 of a mile to their work. Up to Father. We copy the following story from the annual report of the Pennsylvania Prison Society. James A. Leonard, president of the American Prison Association, relates the following story. A man came into my office one day greatly excited, said Mr. Leonard. He appeared to be a hard-headed businessman, a live wire. I asked him what I could do for him. I don't know whether you can do anything, he replied. My boy is in the hands of the sheriff over there. My boy has been sentenced to the reformatory, but I guess you can't do anything for him because he's a born criminal. If he's a born criminal, he'll be the first one I ever saw, I replied. Then this man went on and told me what he had done for his boy. He had bought him a pony and cart when he was little, and later he had bought him a gun and a boat, and so on and so on, and before he got through I marveled that the boy had not been sentenced to the reformatory much sooner. You have bought all these things for your boy, I said, but have you ever been a father to him? The man looked surprised. I mean, have you ever been a companion to him? Have you ever interested yourself into the things he was interested in? He had not done so because he was a busy businessman. 1 year later, when that boy was paroled, he shook hands with me and said, Mr. Leonard, there is one thing above all others that I want to thank you for, and that is for getting me acquainted with my dad. I wasn't worried much about that boy after that because he had reached the stage where he called his father my dad. Prison earnings in New York. The convict population of the state of New York at present is 4,604, an increase of 88 over a year ago. The highest number confined at any one time during the year was 4,838. The total cost of maintenance during the year was $814,583. Sing Sing earned $73,371.50, a decrease of $3,513 over the previous year. Auburn earned $29,167.45, decrease of $39,954. Clinton earned $36,963.72, decrease of $7,811. The Views of Boston's District Attorney. To the Editor of the Boston Post. Sir, The Morning Post states that in a speech last night, I said that in 10 years there would be no prisons. This is far from what I said, and I would ask you to make due correction. With the fullest hope and confidence in human nature, I must confess that I have not as yet reached the point where I could express the belief that utopia would be realized within the next decade. What I did say was that within that time, courts would no longer pronounce definite sentence upon those found guilty of crime, but that the sentence, or length of time during which a guilty man should be deprived of his liberty for the safety of the community, would be determined by some competent board of men appointed for that purpose, with all the power and dignity of a court, who, after the fullest investigation, would determine where the person should be sent and for what length of time, subject to modification thereafter. I said that the distinction between felony and misdemeanor would be abolished, and the state prison and house of correction would be abolished under those names, and that all institutions would be known as houses of reformation only, the added sting and stigma of felony and state prison being removed. I do feel that the prison of the future will differ from the prison of today as much as ours does from the dungeons of yesterday, even as the thought of punishment of a guilty man is disappearing from the theory of advanced thinkers in criminology, and in its place reformation and development of the convicted man is becoming the principal consideration. Yours truly, J. C. Pelletier, District Attorney, Boston, December 18th, 1913. Not stripes, but uniforms. The 4th State Legislature of Oklahoma provides modestly colored jeans, gray jeans for the regulars, brown jeans for trustees in the state penitentiary. The ring-tailed stripes are still found in the storerooms of the penitentiary, but they are used only as a means of punishment, to be worn only by prisoners who have escaped and been returned after capture. Suits of novelty goods, various colors, but neat though cheap, business cuts, are provided when prisoners have served their terms. Dope in magazines. A prisoner recently released from Stillwater Prison, Minnesota, has been arrested by post office inspectors in New York. According to the inspectors, Chessman has been sending sulfate of morphine to prisoners in the Stillwater Prison for several weeks, enclosed in magazines. Single copies of a current periodical often contained as much as 30 grains of the dope, it is alleged, and the inmates professed an amazing fondness for reading. The warden became suspicious when magazines not ordinarily read by criminals began to pour in by every mail, and directed that some of the packages be opened. It was found that the pages were literally covered with dope, which had been carefully distributed between the leaves. One of the magazines was forwarded to the government chemist for analysis, and it was discovered that 28 grains of sulfate of morphine had been secreted in the package. Prisoners' wages in Iowa. Under date of February 6th, the Des Moines Register states that the method of paying prisoners for their work within the state prison walls has been tried long enough to prove the venture successful. The core of salary-earning convicts are those employed on the new cell house, including electricians, wirers, plumbers, plasterers, steam fitters, mechanics, and iron workers. Just now, the working force is somewhat reduced, though the weekly payroll amounts to $69. An effort is on foot to secure a wage allowance for the men employed upon the construction of a new reservoir, to be followed by compensation to prisoners for all work on strictly prison industries. As an ultimate possibility in this direction is the plan to put all prisoners upon a salary, charging them for their care and living, with opportunity given for earnings. At the same time, throughout the city of Fort Madison, is being circulated a petition to Governor Clark to halt the employment of prisoners to do laboring work about the city. Such work as papering, plastering, painting, and carpet cleaning is specifically mentioned. The petition has nearly 1,000 signers. At Duluth, Minnesota. Although the joint city and county work farm had been in operation little over a month by February 9th, prisoners sent there have already cleared the underbrush from nearly 20 acres. It is expected by spring over 200 acres will be cleared. During the summer, the men will prepare the land already cleared so that it may be plowed in the spring of 1915. According to Superintendent Fred Ward of the farm, all men now at the institution are apparently satisfied with conditions and appear willing to work. A few have been encountered, he says, who at first refused to do their share. In all, 52 men have been sent to the farm from municipal and district courts. 4 men have been discharged, leaving 48, the limit, now in the toils. End of section number 12. Section number 13 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 4, April 1914, Part 4. Events in brief, continued. Ending an old abuse. The Boston Transcript thus characterizes the effort of the War Department of our country to modernize its treatment of military prisoners. The bill for the revision of the Articles of War, which was passed by the Senate recently without dissent and almost without debate, is intended to be the legislative expression of Secretary Garrison's advanced ideas on military penology. It will be remembered that in September last, Secretary Garrison issued an order applying the principle of endeavoring to make the military prisoner better instead of worse for his imprisonment. This is a familiar purpose in civil penology, but an innovation in the military code. Secretary Garrison could proceed but tentatively in putting his reform, for reform it is, into operation, but now, if the House concurs, he will have the authority of unquestionable law with him in substituting detention barracks for military prisons. The scope of Secretary Garrison's new departure becomes apparent when it is said that heretofore criminal and military offenses have been regarded almost from the same point of view, and the offenders have been treated along the same lines of punishment. Men were sent to the army prisons, where they were worked hard and were made to feel their disgrace whenever possible, only to be finally dishonorably discharged, which included the forfeiting of all the rights of citizenship. Naturally, this kind of treatment was not exactly fair to all the prisoners, for many of the offenders had made serious mistakes through an ignorance of military matters, or through the yielding to some outside influence, such as deserting to visit a sick relative. Such men as these were not really bad, but nevertheless they were made to serve time with the ultimate disgrace of dishonorable dismissal hanging over them, along with men who were convicted of acts of moral turpitude. The military prisoners now are practically divided into two classes, a classification that the proposed law will maintain. 1. Soldiers convicted of offenses against the discipline of the army, that is, purely military offenders. And 2. Those convicted of statutory and common law offenses. This new order of September 17th deals mainly with the first class. All soldiers of the first class are separated from those of the second class and are given a chance to make good and to ultimately return to their regiments and fulfill their term of enlistment. The time they have spent in confinement is not taken out of their period of enlistment. Most of these men are sent to the new detention barracks at Fort Leavenworth, Kansas, while the remaining few go to the barracks at the Presidio just outside of San Francisco. No men go to these barracks unless they have a term of 3 months or more to serve, as men with short sentences are placed in the post guardhouse. Upon a soldier's arrival at one of these detention barracks, he is eligible for one of the companies or battalions, which are organized, equipped, and drilled as infantry under the command of officers and non-commissioned officers, specially selected and detailed from the active list. A serious attempt is made to do away with all the atmosphere of a prison. The men are not known by numbers, but by their own names. And the heretofore prison garb is replaced by a uniform, differing slightly from that of the service. There is also school for the more illiterate men, and courses in shorthand and typewriting are open to all wishing to take up these subjects. Thus, these men will learn things which will be to their advantage later in civil life. No menial work whatever will be performed by the prisoners, except their own police duty. Under this system, the men will not feel all the while that they are prisoners as they formerly did, but as soldiers doing soldiers' work and receiving soldiers' training. And when these men return to the colors, they will not return as men who have worn stripes and numbers, but as men who have been subjected to a special and rigid regime of military instruction and training, for the purpose of bestowing upon them new ideals of conduct and to make them capable of performing efficient service upon rejoining the army. And as for the men of Class 2, those convicted of acts of moral turpitude, they are sent to federal penitentiaries, where they will serve the sentence given them by a military court-martial. When their time is up, they will be dishonorably discharged, thus forfeiting their right of citizenship. Also, this new system will have much to do in the saving of material, money, and character. It will save many from becoming social outcasts who only spread germs of antagonism against the army and all organized government. The shorter terms of confinement, during which the men receive schooling of more than one kind, cannot but help in making soldiers and not in destroying them. Alphonse Bertillon dead. Alphonse Bertillon, who died recently at Paris, was the creator of the famous Bertillon system for the identification of criminals. He was director of the anthropometric department of the Paris police. The system was introduced into France in 1883 and was eventually adopted by police departments in all parts of the world, including the United States. However, in later years, it is being gradually supplanted by the fingerprint system. Mr. Bertillon's system was based on his discoveries that certain physical features and dimensions of certain bones or bony structures in the body practically remain the same during adult life. He took the measures of the head length, head breadth, the length of the middle finger, the left foot, and the length of the forearm from the elbow to the end of the little finger. These various measurements were subdivided into 3 classes: small, medium, and large. As the system developed, Mr. Bertillon added the height of a person, the color of the eyes, and length of the little finger. All this information was entered on classified cards. By means of the system, police departments have been able to keep records of crooks who have been arrested and convicted. This information has been of great value in the prosecution of criminals, identified as previous offenders by means of the records, notwithstanding their professions of innocence. Identification bureaus in the largest cities exchange Bertillon measurements one with another, and thus increase the efficiency of the system and add to the embarrassment of the criminally inclined. Parole in Michigan. During the fiscal year ending December 31st, 1913, the State Pardon Board paroled 647 prisoners, having investigated a total of 1,424 cases. The average length of parole was 10.8 months. The average number on parole during the year was 619, and the number of prisoners violating their paroles was 199, the percentage of violation being 15.9%. 43 meetings were held by the board, 4 being at Marquette, 12 at Jackson, 12 at Detroit, and 3 at Lansing. The paroled prisoners earned a total of $287,796.65, while the total expenses of the board were $4,370.30. There is some opposition to the present system of a pardon board, the members of which receive $7 per day and expenses when acting. No member is paid for more than 200 days of any 1 year, however. The Jacksonville Correctional Farm. Police Justice Stein of Detroit has recently brought this description of Jacksonville, Florida City Prison Farm. The farm consists of 640 acres, a mile square, and lies about 7 miles outside the city of Jacksonville, he said. The property was purchased by the city 2 years ago. Several hundred acres were then covered with timber. Much of it was high and dry and clear of timber, while the remainder of the land was submerged. The land was purchased at a low price. Since the city bought it, the water has been drained off into the St. Johns River, and this portion of the farm is now as fertile as any land in Florida. An ordinary wire fence about 5 feet high is the only enclosure about the farm. There are 4 buildings on the land, all of wood. One is for the women who are sent to the farm, and one for the attendants, consisting of a warden, a cook, a physician, and several guards and helpers. The other 2 are used by the prisoners. The buildings for the prisoners are equipped with shower baths. The prisoners are taught to work on the farm. They raise all the vegetables used on the farm, and the sole cost to the city of operating the farm is for meat and clothes, which averages about 7 cents a day for each prisoner. The prisoners do not wear striped clothes, but overalls and ordinary jumpers. Neither is a ball and chain fastened to them when they go to work. During the last 2 years, but one prisoner has escaped or tried to escape, and he came back of his own volition 2 days later. The average number of men on the farm runs from 75 to 100, while the number of women averages about 3 to 5. Both whites and Negroes are sent to the farm. Besides the farm work carried on, the men work on roads, ditches, at cutting timber, and in planting new trees. The men are divided into squads. No prisoner is sentenced to the farm for more than 90 days. By a peculiar architectural arrangement, one man can guard all the buildings. Each building has but one door. These doors all face a common center, about 25 yards away. The walks from the doors to the center are bordered by a high wire fence. At the center is the gate, which admits the prisoners to the farm. Here, the guard sits with his rifle, and he can cover the buildings easily. The increased value of the land since it was purchased by the city, due to the draining of the swamp, its high degree of fertility, and the good roads on it, have more than offset the purchase price, and the money expended by the city to keep the prisoners in meat and clothes. I think the day is not far distant when Detroit will consider the advisability of establishing a prison farm. Most of the prisoners at the Jacksonville farm are drunks and petty offenders, and the steady work in the open air, away from other workmen and congestion of one kind and another, has a salutary effect on their mental processes, which is highly beneficial. The average number of prisoners who come back to the farm for further offenses is relatively small, according to Justice Anderson. I think it is a step in the right direction. In Jacksonville, persons who carry concealed weapons are sentenced by the police judge and not by the judges of the recorder's court, as is the case in Detroit. A police justice also has the power of pardoning any person he sentences to the prison farm. Justice Anderson told me he would not be police justice if he did not have the pardoning power. Politics and prison. Until politicians keep their hands off state prisons, there is no hope for reforming notorious abuses in the system, says Henry Solomon, president of the New York State Commission of Prisons. Mr. Solomon recently finished an exhaustive examination of Sing Sing Prison. "We see no use in mincing words on this subject," said Mr. Solomon. "We know it is not an easy thing to find the right man to run a prison, but we believe he can be found somewhere in this country if it is really desired to find him. The present warden at Sing Sing has, so far as we know, no particular experience in prison matters. He has, however, made many improvements in the short time he has been there. We are perfectly willing to suspend judgment until he has had a further chance to prove what he can do. We must add, however, that there is much room for improvement, and particularly in the industries." Mr. Solomon said that the suggestions of Thomas Mott Osborne, arising from his personal experience in Auburn Prison, have afforded valuable hints. Some reasons for Massachusetts pardons. The governor and council in Massachusetts granted 69 pardons in 1913. One man, sentenced to 18 months for polygamy, had had papers served on him back in 1902 for divorce, had been introduced to a man represented to be his divorced wife's second husband, and, supposing himself to be a single man, had married a Lawrence woman in 1911. Another, an 18-year-old sailor boy, sentenced for assault and battery, had had no counsel at his trial. Another, sentenced for second-degree murder, was at most, according to this statement, guilty only of manslaughter for striking a fatal blow at a huge Negro in fear of repetition of revolting treatment. He had pleaded guilty to the greater charge on advice of counsel. Among a long list of cases, somewhat similar in the showing made, is a curious one of a man released on condition that he go to the Long Island hospital and submit to an operation for the transfusion of blood to his mother, who it was believed could be cured in this way and would otherwise die. Such a report lends strength to the plan Prison Commissioner Randall is urging before the legislature for an indeterminate sentence system, says the Worcester Post. It is a question on which much can be said pro and con, though the most advanced penologists are pretty well agreed as to its advantages when wisely administered. Indiana and Minnesota have found that it works with even unexpected success. Mr. Randall, in the recent hearing on his bill, urged that it would relieve the courts from fixing the maximum and minimum of those committed to state prison, which was right, for the court's duty is simply to find whether a man is guilty, and it does not study his personality to any extent. The question of when a prisoner shall be released should be left to the parole board rather than to the court. As a practical consideration also, it would relieve the governor and council from work which now absorbs much of their time and energy. A competent parole board would specialize in the study of convicts and their needs, and thus add to knowledge that is needed in our modern life, and the duty to make it better by every means within our reach. The Virginia Penitentiary. According to the annual report of the State Penitentiary Board to the governor, the big prison not only made expenses last year, but earned a net profit of $20,412.31. Its operating expenses were $115,098.88, and its receipts $135,511.10. Of the total earnings, $130,573 came from the hiring of the men on the contract system in the penitentiary shops. Defending itself from the charge of overworking the prisoners for the benefit of the contract holders, the board calls attention to the fact that the 800 prisoners released during the year ending September 31st were paid the sum of $10,575.85, which represents their earnings during imprisonment. The board emphasizes the fact that the prisoners do not work more than an average of 9 hours a day. The amount of the prisoners' fund on hand on October 1st was $16,022.44, notwithstanding that $10,575.85 had been paid to discharged prisoners and $14,902.79 spent by the prisoners during the year on delicacies. There were in the penitentiary on October 1st, 1913, 728 prisoners, 300 at the State Farm, and 1,057 in the 29 road camps, making a total of 2,118. On the same day of 1912, there were in the penitentiary 1,158 prisoners confined, 286 at the State Farm, and 691 in 19 road camps, a total of 2,131. The daily average of prisoners confined in the penitentiary for the fiscal year ending September 31st, 1913, was 1,012, as against 1,213 for the preceding year. A total of 785 new prisoners were received during the year. By expiration of term, 487 prisoners were discharged. 2 were granted absolute pardons. 56 were granted conditional pardons. 169 were paroled. 31 died. 54 escaped from the road camps, and 9 were sent to insane asylums. Of the 728 prisoners not fitted for work in the road camps, 139 are white men, 499 colored men, 5 white women, and 85 colored women. Of the 785 prisoners received during the year, 362 could read and write, and 423 were illiterate. 373 were abstainers, 278 moderate drinkers, and 134 intemperate. 277 were married, 489 single, and 2 divorced. Roanoke News. A holiday at Auburn. An unusual event took place in Auburn prison when 1,400 convicts, observing Lincoln's birthday, marched from cells to chapel and mess hall in charge of convict captains, elected by the inmates several weeks before as their representatives in the Mutual Welfare League. The convict officers relieved the regular officers of their usual duties and maintained splendid discipline. The holiday entertainment was furnished entirely by convict talent and included an oration on Lincoln by an inmate. The development of road work. 13 states have passed laws during the present year allowing the use of convicts in the construction and repair of highways, according to a compilation by Dr. E. Stagg Witten, assistant in social legislation in Columbia University and chairman of the executive committee of the National Committee on Prison Labor. They are Arkansas, Delaware, Florida, Illinois, Indiana, Kansas, Maine, New Jersey, North Dakota, Pennsylvania, Vermont, West Virginia, and Wisconsin. As many other states had previously passed similar legislation, but few of the 48 states have not adopted the policy of using prisoners to build and maintain public roads. West Virginia and Iowa are the 2 states whose laws regarding the working of convicts on highways stand out most prominently. So anxious was the governor of the former state to secure an effective law that he went to New York and, with the assistance of representatives of the National Committee on Prison Labor, of the Road Department of Columbia University, and of the Legislative Drafting Bureau, worked out bills making compulsory the employment of convicts on the roads. The West Virginia law authorizes the county courts to make appropriations out of road funds for convict work. It states that the court shall sentence any male person over 16 to road work instead of to the county jail. Persons charged with misdemeanors unable to furnish bail shall work on the roads, and if acquitted when tried, shall be paid 50 cents a day for each day's work they perform. Justices of the peace shall sentence to work on the roads persons convicted of crime whom otherwise they would send to the county jail. Another feature of the West Virginia law is the establishment of a state road bureau to supervise any plans proposed by a county for using prison labor in road building. The plan approved The county shall apply to the Board of Control for the number of prisoners required and shall state the length of time they shall be needed. The board shall, as far as possible, give equal service to each of the counties and shall determine which prisoners may be assigned to such work. The warden is to provide suitable and movable quarters, which shall be built, where possible, by convict labor. The convicts shall remain under direct control of the warden, their work, however, being under the supervision of the Road Bureau. In Iowa, the Board of Control of the state institutions, with the advice of the warden of any penal institution, may permit able-bodied male prisoners to work on the roads. The law specifically states such labor shall not be leased to contractors. A prisoner opposed to such work, or whose character and disposition make it probable that he would attempt escape or be unruly, is not to be worked on the highways. Although the prisoners are under the jurisdiction of the warden while building or repairing roads, their work is supervised by the State Highway Commissioner. Prisoners employed on the highways of Iowa receive such part of their earnings above the cost of their keep as the board deems equitable, the earnings either being funded or given to their dependent families. Before Iowa passed her present prison labor laws, George W. Cosson, Attorney General of the state, made a thorough investigation of the prisons of his own and other states and strongly denounced the contract system under which the prisoners were employed up to that time. Mr. Cosson drew up the road bill and is of the opinion it will do much to drive the contract system out of the state. The cost of a chair. The state of Tennessee's new electric chair at the state prison is now in readiness. A total of 2,300 volts are to be used in operating the death chair. The equipment is said to be the most up-to-date in the United States. It cost the state of Tennessee $1,750. Land reclamation plans in Massachusetts. Under the provisions of the so-called Wetlands Reclamation Act passed by the legislature of last year, the state boards of agriculture and health are contemplating the purchase of about 300 acres of swampland in Walpole to begin work which is eventually expected to reclaim between 100,000 and 200,000 acres of land within 30 miles of Boston, and including the towns of North Billerica, Lincoln, Concord, Bedford, and Carlisle. Most of the land will be available for agricultural purposes. Other portions will furnish manufacturing sites. Chairman Randall of the Prison Commission is considering the advisability of using prison labor on the work, and an effort will shortly be made to obtain from the legislature provision whereby a portion of the wages earned by the prison laborers can be given to their families. Convict farm in Arkansas condemned. Here are some of the conditions alleged by Officer W.M. Rankin of the Arkansas Humane Society to exist at the Monroe County Convict Farm. Mr. Rankin made the following charges: that when the prisoners were brought in from their work at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, they were chained to a long chain which extended the length of their room, and that they were thus kept chained all night. They were kept chained thus from 6 o'clock Saturday night until they went to work Monday morning, being released only to take baths. Mr. Rankin states, however, that he was told by the prisoners and by one of the guards that the chaining was discontinued about a week before he visited the place. That he found 8 white men confined in a room about 12 feet square. that he found 10 Negro prisoners in a room 12 by 14 feet, that the bed for the white prisoners consisted of some straw mattresses placed on planks that had been nailed to the wall, 4 comforts and no pillows, that the bedding for the 10 Negro prisoners consisted of 2 straw mattresses and a few comforts, all of which were covered with vermin. That all clothing given the prisoners was charged to them, and that they were forced to work out the amounts charged except for rubber boots furnished them. That the food furnished the prisoners was insufficient. That they were furnished with neither knives nor forks nor a table, and were compelled to stand or sit on their bunks while eating. That prisoners were whipped on their naked flesh with a heavy piece of leather about 4 3 inches in width. That sanitary conditions were awful. Mr. Rankin further charges that he found men working on the farm who had been convicted in the court of the mayor of Brinkley, and also that he found that many of the Negro convicts had been detained for a considerable period after their terms had expired, according to the records of the mayor's court. 3 white men are mentioned as being illegally detained. One was Claude McKinnon, and Mr. Rankin said that he has in his possession a certified copy of the docket of the court of Mayor Cameron of Brinkley, which shows that McKinnon was tried January 13th on a charge of loitering and discharged, despite which fact he was found confined at the county farm. Another white man, says the report, was W. Van Beek, who was sentenced from the mayor's court January 6th. The report says that Van Beek was still on the farm February 1st, and that if the mayor's docket was correct, he had then worked 7 days overtime. He also says that Frank Lynch fined $10 and $4.30 costs in the mayor's court, December 29th, was released from the farm February 1st, and that if the mayor's docket is correct, he has worked 14 days overtime. Transportation again? The Buffalo New York Express states that the question of exiling habitual or professional criminals is being agitated in England. In a recent report of the British Prison Commissioners, it is noted that the number of persons having previous convictions has, in late years, risen from 78 to 87%. The latest available figures show that in England, only 118 of 916 sentenced to penal servitude had not been previously convicted, and that the greater number of old offenders had from 6 to 20 convictions against them. It is estimated that at the present time there are in London alone 20,000 habitual criminals. The only way of dealing with these habitual criminals, says an English authority, is to expel them from the community against which they wage incessant war. A third conviction should cause the prisoner to be deported to some island and reduced to a state of industrial serfdom, in which he could earn his living. To adopt this suggestion means a return to the old system of convict colonies. An obstacle to the segregation plan under present conditions is the scarcity of lands available for such purposes. Suitable island territory is at a premium. Continental land, except in isolated cases, is not desirable for the location of convict colonies because of the opportunities for escape. The alternative is the establishment of prison farms, a system experimented with more or less during recent years. Here, too, the opportunities for escape are many. The prison farm is most suitable to first-termers, but that still leaves the question of disposition of the professional criminal unsettled. Idleness reduced at Ohio Penitentiary. The Columbia Journal says that a remarkable change in penitentiary conditions has occurred since Warden Thomas was put in charge of the institution last summer by Governor Cox. At that time, there were 750 idle men in the institution. Today, only 200 men are in the idle house. Within the next 2 weeks, the idle house will be more than conspicuous by the absence of occupants. The new school and the woolen mills nearing completion will result in the depletion of the ranks of the idle house. This is the final solution of one of the biggest problems at the penitentiary, which Governor Cox insisted should be met when he placed Warden Thomas in charge. The prisoners in the school will attend 6-hour sessions. The White City, said to be the finest example of cell block construction in the country, is the name given by prisoners at Ohio Penitentiary to the new cell block which replaced one built in 1874. The White City houses 580 men. It is known officially as Cell Blocks C and D. It has 280 cells built in 5 ranges or stories, with 28 cells to arrange. 2 prisoners sleep in each cell on steel bunks, which can be raised up against the wall like the upper berths of a sleeping car. The entire cell block and all equipment in it are built entirely of steel. It is fireproof throughout, the only inflammable things in it being the hair mattresses used by the prisoners. The White City is modern and sanitary, with running water, electric lights, and toilet facilities in each cell. The prisoners in the White City are men of excellent behavior, and 100% men. This cell block is about the only part of the present penitentiary that will be used in the new prison farm. It was constructed in such a way that it can be moved to the prison farm in sections. Another item from Colorado. We have built between 1,200 and 1,500 miles of state highways under this system at a cost of about $389 per mile for labor, says Warden Tynan. These roads are built of disintegrated granite and are fine boulevards, not ordinary roads. We are now driving a road through solid granite, 16 feet wide and well-surfaced, which costs us about $1,000 per mile for labor, and that is the hardest kind of construction. The roads are maintained in good condition by the use of drags. They cost about $4 each and are effective in keeping the road well surfaced, if used after each heavy rain. The state does this work for the counties by furnishing $1 in labor for each dollar that the county provides for road work. The money the state puts up is used to maintain the camps, an expense of 32 cents per day per man. Cleaning out a prison. Governor Cole L. Blease expects to clear the South Carolina Penitentiary of about 400 prisoners by next August, according to his statement during an inquiry into the conditions at the State Hospital for the Insane by a special legislative committee. The governor urged that the prison be converted into a tuberculosis hospital for Negroes. D.J. Griffith, superintendent, said there were not enough convicts left to do even such work as waiting on the table. There were more than 1,300 prisoners in the penitentiary when Governor Blease assumed office 3 years ago, but he has extended executive clemency in more than 1,000 cases. In January, 64 convicts had been the recipients of clemency, and if the governor continues at his usual rate, it will not be long until the penitentiary will be cleaned out. So speaks the New York Evening Sun of February 5th. An ex-convict running for governor, Al J. Jennings, ex-train robber and federal prisoner, who won the Democratic nomination for county attorney of Oklahoma County, Oklahoma, in 1912, has announced his candidacy for the governorship of the state of Oklahoma. My object is to clean up the party in Oklahoma. I intend to fight double-dealing political thieves with whom no self-respecting outlaw of former years can associate. All I want is to see absolutely honest men at the head of the government. And after I have announced my candidacy, if some man whose integrity and uprightness are unquestioned becomes a candidate, I shall withdraw and support him with all of my ability. Some people do not seem to be able to understand how an outlaw, an ex-train robber, and federal prisoner can become sincerely law-abiding and a reformer in politics, but the explanation is simple. I made a mistake and defied the law. I was caught and punished, kept 5 years in prison, and then saw how I had been wrong to become an enemy of society. I decided to reclaim my place in society and set about doing it. As soon as I became a free man, living in a free community, I began to appreciate the differences in lawbreaking and the consequences thereof, and that made me a political reformer. I had been a train robber, a crude, open defier of society, and I had been caught and punished. I saw all about me men who wore the best clothes and stood high in society, robbing the people right and left and not getting caught or being punished. They were not as primitive as I had been in the method they chose. They did things in the dark and only appeared in the open when they had on their Sunday clothes, so to speak. I favor the adoption of a reformatory parole system, he said, by which first offenders can be given a chance to redeem themselves. I think that a young man who is convicted for the first time should be allowed to stay at home and work under the watchful eye of the state instead of being locked up in a prison where, in all probability, he will be made a confirmed criminal. There will be no wholesale release of prisoners if I become governor, but I will exercise the power of pardon and parole with the view of reclaiming for society every man I can. As long as there is a chance of making a good citizen of a man, we should try to do so. Jennings was a train robber in Oklahoma and the Southwest for several years before his final capture in 1897 and subsequent conviction in a federal court. He served a few years in the prison at Columbus, Ohio, before being pardoned by President McKinley. His citizenship was later restored by President Roosevelt, and he began the practice of law in Oklahoma City. In 1912, he ran for the Democratic nomination as county attorney of Oklahoma County against 6 other candidates. Before the primaries, 5 of the candidates withdrew to concentrate the vote against him. But in spite of this, he obtained the nomination. At the general election, he was defeated by a narrow margin by a Republican who was supported by both the Republicans and Democratic organizations. More road work. In June 1912, the state of Massachusetts decided to start a camp and employ the inmates in road construction and reforestation work, and accordingly, 40 model prisoners were selected from the Worcester House of Correction and sent to the state reservation at Mount Wachusett. These men erected 5 buildings and cleared the land for a garden patch on which, by the way, enormous quantities of vegetables were raised this year, enough in fact to supply the camp and to some extent the Worcester institution for the past winter. There were many who at first were strongly against the establishment of a camp on the side of the mountain, being of the opinion that the reservation would be spoiled for the state, and particularly for the town of Westminster, but this objection soon wore away. The measure of success is both in work accomplished and benefit to the prisoners, physically and mentally. What first impresses the visitor to the camp is the total absence of anything suggestive of confinement and of a corrective institution. The inmates are free to wander within certain limits from the cluster of buildings, and while they are garbed in the customary gray suits worn by other county prisoners, there is little to suggest the prisoner to the passerby in their actions and general demeanor. So far, 22 miles of road have been constructed through the forest, at a small expense to the county, by the prisoners. A stone crusher and a compression drill are parts of the equipment of the road-building gang, which is under the charge of the master of the camp. Flanked on 3 sides by mountain slopes and by a large meadow on the other, the camp is situated in an ideal spot. Thankful are the prisoners for the change from indoor confinement, and in token of appreciation, they work as hard, if not harder, than men on the outside who enjoy their full liberty. Supplies are brought from the Worcester jail twice a week by auto truck, which generally takes back a load of potatoes or turnips and an occasional term-expired prisoner. Only men who are sentenced for short terms are sent to Westminster, and therefore the camp's population is constantly changing. Mr. Coombs, in charge of the camp, said that only 3 prisoners had ever made their escape, which was an extremely simple matter, and that this trio all returned and pleaded to be taken back into the fold. There are no locks or bars on the dormitory shed, and it is an easy matter for a man to take French leave if he so desires. Next year it is thought the state will add to the camp property by purchasing the Bolton farm across the road, and in this way 50 more prisoners will be accommodated. Boston Herald. Probation results in Massachusetts. The Worcester Telegram states that the Massachusetts Probation Commission is approaching the millionaire class. In 1909, it handled less than $50,000, and in 1913, almost $218,000. That is money collected from people under court jurisdiction and paid to others for various reasons. For restitution of property taken unlawfully, $24,250.63. For non-support, which is turned into support of families of the delinquent, $140,773.96. For court expenses, $3,335.34. For fines, in the case of suspended sentences, $49,304.09. The increase of such business throughout the state has been so large in the 5 years, from $500,000 to nearly $250,000, that the chances are good it will reach the million list in the next 5 years. The probation officials claim they have saved a great many, almost the entire list falling into their hands, from the kind of shiftless, if not criminal lives they had been leading, and there is no doubt they have reported correctly. But there is that tremendous increase in the work and cash results of the Probation Commission and its officers, and at the same time the jails and prisons remain full and get still fuller. Then crime must be on the increase in Massachusetts, not only in occasional lapses of the people, but as a regular condition which grows with the years. The probation service of the state costs over $20,000 a year, but the receipts the last year were, for the benefit of the state, $80,000 more than that. The following from the Commission's report is worth reading by all the people. While the large sum of money collected by the probation officers of the state is not covered permanently into a public treasury, it is not less an actual financial benefit. consisting very largely of enforced payments from otherwise non-supporting husbands and fathers, it goes to the same extent and without diminution to the natural dependents. It relieves the state and the municipalities of the cost of caring for these neglected persons, and observation shows that this saving is substantially equal to the amount collected. Meanwhile, the probationer who is made to contribute it is usefully employed, as he must be to provide for the payments, and the public is relieved of the expense of maintaining him in jail. That shows a tremendous saving of money, as well as preventing the waste of the same money in idling away time and getting into closer touch with crime. What that means can be still more plainly seen from the report that in 1909, non-supporting husbands to the number of 617 contributed $25,218.13, but in 1913, non-supporting husbands to the number of 1,240 gave up $140,773.96. That shows a gain of 100% in the number of cases, but nearly 450% in the amount collected. That leads the Commission on Probation to ask for more money than it is allowed under the law. And a bill goes before the House at Boston to give the Commission more than the $5,000 it has now. The commissioners do not draw salaries, but they have an office with a salaried deputy and stenographer. They want a chance to enlarge their powers and work because many courts are calling for probation officers, and what business they do must come under the care of the commission. But the serious question is as to what the state is coming to while it enlarges on the plans to make the delinquents pay their way as they do in the cases cited, and still have an increase of crime and dependence on the public charity for support. The courts do no less, the jails and prisons no more, and still there is the claim that the people are being taught to do better. Scrapping metal and scrapping men. Governor Foss of Massachusetts recently said, "Let me add in all seriousness that the managers of my own shops and factories make a more efficient and intelligent sorting and reclamation of scrap metal than the laws have generally made of the living men and women that have been thrown upon the scrap heap of our jails and prisons." Miss Margaret Elliott of Cleveland, Ohio, formerly connected with the training school for girls at Geneva, Illinois, has been appointed superintendent of the Indiana prison. She will succeed Miss Emily E. Rhodes, who resigned last December. End of section number 13. Section number 14 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 5, May 1914, Part 1. Safeguarding Our Youths from Prison, by a prison graduate, written for The Delinquent by a long-termer. One dull gray morning, during the closing days of September 1912, I sat poring over the records of the state prison at a desk in the administrative offices where I was employed, when the shrill voice of a woman rang out on the street directly outside my barred window, attracting the startled attention of the prison clerk, the doorkeeper, and myself. They rushed into the room past me and raised the sash. And what a sight met our eyes! There, beneath the stone ledge, stood a poor, wild-eyed Slav woman tying a stout rope from behind both wrists of her son, a lad of about 12 years, punctuating each knot with cuffs on his ears and wild gesticulations and admonitions in her native tongue and in broken English. "Now you go to school, huh?" the woman cried when she had tied the last knot behind the lad's back. But the little fellow seemed as unmoved and dogged as she was excited and persistent. With another cuff behind his ear, she sent him sprawling along the sidewalk, but never a whimper from the lad. The doorkeeper, accustomed as he is to the hardest of characters that pass in and out the grey prison doors, and to pathetic scenes on visiting days, melted at the sight. "What are you doing to that boy?" he shouted at the woman from the prison window. She turned quickly and with eyes ablaze, retorted, "That's not your business," and then gave her attention to the boy, cuffing and pushing him on ahead of her. "You'll get arrested if you don't stop treating your boy that way," the doorkeeper warned her. But the woman kept on cuffing and pushing the little fellow while shouting back over her shoulder as she moved away, "That's not your business." The doorkeeper and clerk shook their heads, looked at each other, and left the office in silence. We were stunned by what we had seen and marveled that such a thing could happen in the capital city of one of our foremost states in this civilized century which boasts its wonderful advancement in every branch of life. "Is that mother right?" I asked myself. "Will her boy bend and become a dutiful son and worthy citizen? Or will he mistake his mother's good intentions, administered so cruelly, run away from home, and finally land here in prison?" From whatever side I viewed it, the situation was pathetic. The poor mother, no doubt, had great hopes for her boy through giving him an education which perhaps she and her laboring husband were denied. But what boy, with his misdirected faculties, a hunger for adventure and mischief, can see things with the mature eyes of an ambitious parent? Would that the Slav woman might have known how much of the rod, in this case the rope, to administer, and how much to spare in her boy's case. But what parent knows? I kept thinking of that Slav mother dragging her child along the street on the end of a rope, thinking of the stubbornness of a boy, so tender in years, yet so indifferent to such barbarous treatment. I thought also of how much good so self-willed a lad was capable if properly guided, how much harm if nourished by evil influences. My mind traveled into the interior of the prison, whither so many men and women have drifted and are still drifting, from just such a start as that truant boy's. Not that their parents had tried to put their good intentions into execution so barbarously, but the fatal misunderstanding between parent and child was there just the same. I have seen men come in, serve their time, go out, and then come back again and again for similar offenses. And yet they were once good innocent boys, born of good, industrious, and well-meaning parents who had great hopes for their future careers. In the end, society suffered from the repeated damage they had done. Their parents grieved in disappointment and sorrow, and the erring boys finally become social outcasts and parasites, of no use to themselves nor to anyone else. Surely, thought I, there must be something radically wrong or stupid with a world that permits so much damage and misery to go unchecked. I thought of the terrible destruction caused by floods in times past, and of the wonderful good that came from those same bodies of water when harnessed to machinery, or when floating our great ships, laden with all the necessaries of life, to all quarters of the globe. The same is true with respect to the possibilities, good and bad, of all mankind. The population of our prisons is simply the misguided flood of society's stream, destroying everything that obstructs it, and polluting itself as it courses along its aimless path. The officials of penal institutions are doing their best to guide the wayward and polluted stream into cleaner channels of usefulness. But penal institutions are, at best, but weak dams, unable to cope with the situation unless something be done to check the cause or source of the flood. That crime is increasing, criminals becoming bolder, the prison population becoming larger each year, and new and larger prisons are being built, is ample proof of this contention. Pondering these matters vital to society, to fond and ambitious parents, and to growing children, my thoughts finally crystallized themselves into a plan that should at least prevent many future youths from swelling society's destructive and polluted stream of crime. Experience has shown how the reputations of many good men and women have been blasted in moments of temporary weakness when temptation beset them. They may have gone through life up to that time with little or no temptation, knowledge of the wickednesses of the world being withheld from them by watchful parents. Many have gone on offending for a long time before they are exposed, while others, tempted on all sides from youth upwards to commit crime, resist the temptations repeatedly by sheer force of character and willpower. The tendency of youths in general, however, is in the direction of mischief when curiosity and temptation beckon, and from the knowledge that our faculties grow strong in proportion to our exercise of them, we may conclude that it is far wiser that children be taught to cultivate the power of resistance to evil, than that knowledge of evil be withheld from them. We know not how or when temptation may overcome us or those dear to us, but we do know that in the lives of even the worst of those that have fallen from grace, there was a first fall, and the crucial time, therefore, to begin crime prevention is before that first fall, during the time of youth. From what has been said, it might be urged that crime prevention should begin in and be confined to the home. No one will deny that the home is the most potent factor in preserving the peace and purity of any community. We know if our youths will but follow the teachings of the religions of their parents, they will not fall into the error and follow lives of crime. But religion is not practiced in every home, and all parents do not know how to influence or control the minds of their children any more than did the poor Slav woman when in desperation she dragged her boy to school on a rope. Again, many youths turn out badly in spite of religious parents and good homes because of vicious associations abroad. For these reasons, then, I believe that the problem of crime prevention must be solved in our schools and colleges, leaving to parents the matter of selecting neighborhood companions of their children and of selecting respectable neighborhoods in which to bring them up. Because the children of our public schools represent so many religious denominations, it has been deemed politic to exclude religious teachings therefrom, and the child, in consequence, is seriously handicapped. There is a common ground, however, upon which all schools and colleges, private, parochial, and public, may unite to make up considerably for this handicap to the habit-forming youth. And that is by establishing a system wherein teacher and pupil may cooperate in mutual discussion of the various temptations that befall men and women from time to time, what one should do under given circumstances, the penalties of indulgence in evil, and the benefits of following resistance. The teachers should not confine themselves to lectures on the abstract qualities of truth, honesty, purity, justice, etc., as these are usually wasted when delivered to children. Let them take concrete examples from the columns of our newspapers and impress upon the pupils the moral lesson in each selected article, and thereby cause the press to become a moral agency instead of a contaminator of weak youthful minds. Let them discuss such matters as quarreling, slander, intoxication, fighting, as distinguished from manly defense, gambling, smuggling, bribery, thefts from parents' purses, from pantries, from the family storekeepers, picking pockets on the streets, all sorts of abuses and impurities, and the terrible consequences these lead up to. There are innumerable examples to choose from in our daily life. The teacher might formulate a series of real or imaginary situations and catechize the pupils as to how they would act when confronted by them in real life. These situations should be made dramatic enough to engage the full attention of the children's eyes, ears, minds, and wills, so as to leave lasting impressions upon them. Parties of children could be formed to visit local jails and prisons, where the teachers could hold up mirrors to them of young men, husbands, and fathers being torn from their loved ones and thrown into prison, of the long hours of bitter anguish spent in solitary cells year after year. Make this penal sacrifice of suffering mortals count for something more than mere restraint and punishment of crime. Make it the price paid in advance for the saving of youths in the future. The pupils should be made to write essays on the subject of temptations met and resisted, to discuss the traits of one another frankly, to commend the good and discourage the vicious among their number, thus imbuing the whole class with a feeling in common of protective fellowship. It is the right of every child to be safeguarded in a way that it may not, through ignorance or lack of proper guidance and warning, be doomed to spend its life behind prison bars. It will surely be an agreeable and noble task for our teachers to so safeguard the child. In this way, it may fall to the lot of one of them to prevent that poor Slav boy from ending his days with another rope about his neck. Who knows? The Maryland Penitentiary. The annual report of the Maryland Penitentiary for the year 1913, which has recently been issued, must be of particular interest to all those that have followed the fortunes of that penitentiary during the past years. The report is full of meat, but most interesting, perhaps, is the list of reforms instituted during the year, as given on page 14. Night schools have been established for both male and female illiterates. The lockstep has been abolished. The uniforms of the male prisoners have been changed from stripes to dark gray, and those of the female prisoners from blue check to dark gray. China dishes and aluminum spoons are used instead of tinware. The male inmates make a detour of the grounds in going to dining room and shops, and are permitted to exercise in the open air for 3/4 of an hour on Sundays. They march two abreast, and each inmate is allowed to converse with his companion. The female prisoners are allowed to exercise in the yard 3 times a day on weekdays, and on Sundays for about 2 hours. The convalescent sick are allowed to walk around the grounds the greater part of the day when the weather is favorable. The prisoner's hair is never clipped, except occasionally for sanitary reasons when received. Inmates now receive 2 shaves a week and 1 haircut a month gratis. They are allowed to smoke in their rooms. They are permitted to converse in a low tone in the dining room. Instead of 1 letter a month, they now have the privilege of writing every 10 days. Entertainments are given on July 4th, Thanksgiving, and Christmas. The dark cell, whipping, and cuffing up have been abolished. Instead of the dark cell, a well-ventilated room is now used, in which a bed and a blanket are placed at night. The punishments now in vogue consist of bread and water diet and the taking away of all privileges, the forfeiture of commutation, and in extreme cases, compelling the prisoner who is locked in cell to stand at the door without tension during work hours. A list is sent to the Prisoners' Aid Association on the 15th of each month, so that, if necessary, provision can be made for their care until they find employment. An intern has been appointed, thus giving the institution the services of a physician instantly in emergency cases. This work was formerly done by a prisoner. A steam chest has been installed so that all clothes from the hospital can be disinfected and washed within the hospital grounds. Surely, where so many and such reforms have been instituted during a year, there must have been room for reform. And congratulations, for the reforms are due. Humanizing a Court by James A. Collins, former city judge of Indianapolis. A paper read before the National Conference of Charities and Correction, Memphis, Tennessee, May 12, 1914. It is not my purpose to present a theory for dealing with the poor and unfortunate who make up the daily toll of police duty, but the actual working of a definite plan. Probation has been defined as a judicial system under which an offender against penal law, instead of being imprisoned, is given an opportunity to reform himself under supervision and subject to conditions imposed by the court, to the end that if he makes good, no penalty will be imposed. The enactment of a law by the legislature of Indiana in 1907, under which courts may exercise the right to suspend sentence or withhold judgment in the case of adults, made possible the application of the probation system in the administration of justice in circuit and criminal courts, and courts having concurrent jurisdiction. The probation method of dealing with minor offenders in our state was an attempt to follow the spirit of the constitutional provision that the penal code shall be founded on the principles of reformation and not of vindictive justice. The aim of the City Court of Indianapolis during my term of 4 years was to administer justice tempered with humanity. The welfare of unfortunates and the saving of women and children from hunger and want was to the court a matter of greater moment than the piling up of a vast amount of fines and costs. If the efficiency of the court was to be determined by the number of dollars and cents wrested from offenders, then the constitutional provision above referred to should be rewritten and the law of 1907 repealed. Such a step, however, would be to turn back the dial of human progress 100 years. So long as the Constitution and the laws of the state permit, the people will demand that justice shall be administered upon human lines. In order that the best possible results might be obtained, both for society and the individual, the probation system as established in the City Court of Indianapolis contemplated the following. 1. The suspended sentence. The power to suspend sentence where the circumstances seemed to justify has saved many novices in crime from undergoing the harsh punishment that would otherwise be meted out to them, and that seems to be contrary to the constitutional provision that all penalties shall be proportioned according to the nature of the offense. As has been well said, the system under which a father and husband pleading guilty to a charge of larceny, based upon the taking of a bundle of oats or a loaf of bread, was sent up, was often sure to work brutal injustice. That it continued as long as it did is a remarkable fact. During my term, I suspended judgment in 700 cases, and withheld judgment in 7,559. Of this latter class, less than 3% were returned for a second or subsequent offense. While there is no provision under the law for the employment of paid probation officers, adequate supervision in 575 cases was made possible by good citizens, volunteering to serve in that capacity. These probationers were required to furnish the court a monthly report signed by the probation officer. Time will not permit the details of these reports. Each tells its own story of heroic efforts towards right living. 2. Paying fines on installments. The payment of money fines on installments was a new department in the administration of justice. The old method of collecting money fines, which compelled the defendant to pay or replevy the same the moment he was fined, was always a source of great hardship on the poor. It was unreasonable to expect a common laborer, arrested late at night and convicted in the morning, to be prepared to settle with the state. If he was unable to pay or make arrangements to have his fine stayed for the statutory period, he was sent to prison, not because the court had given him a term of imprisonment, but because he was poor, which is in effect imprisonment for debt. The pitiable scenes of wives and mothers and sobbing children crowding the corridors of the court, pleading for the release of a husband or father against whom a money fine had been assessed and who was utterly without money to stay or pay the same, was a powerful argument in favor of a plan that would relieve such a deplorable situation. The power to parole a misdemeanant carried with it the power to direct him to pay into the probation department $1 a week toward the satisfaction of a fine and costs to be assessed against him when the final payment was made. Such a plan as this requires no legislative action and could be introduced into any court where the judge has such powers as are granted the courts of Indiana. In city courts, defendants may be divided into 3 classes. Those who can pay the fines assessed against them, those who would pay if they had a chance, and those who wouldn't pay if they could and couldn't if they would. The middle class represents very largely mechanics, clerks, and laborers in no sense criminals, but who for some breach of the peace are brought into court, and who are generally of a deserving character. It is to this class that the work has been directed. A money fine is their punishment, but instead of imprisoning them, they were paroled with instructions to pay into the probation department each week $1 or as much as could be spared from the family treasury, until the amount indicated by the court is paid in full. During the 4 years that this plan was in operation, these probationers paid into the court $34,014. Out of 3,832 persons placed on probation to pay fines, 3,220 paid their fines and costs in full, while 102 were given credit for partial payments and committed to serve out the balance. However, 205 were unable to pay anything and were committed to the jail or workhouse. In 152 cases, the circumstances of the families were such that the court felt justified in withholding judgment rather than committing the defendants. Out of the entire number placed on probation, 143 did not live up to their agreement with the court, and rearrests were ordered in each of those cases. The plan operated to the benefit of the individual in several ways. It saved him his employment. It saved his family from humiliation and disgrace. Better than all, it saved his self-respect. 3. Drunkenness and the pledge system. No unfortunates appeal more strongly to the court than the victims of the liquor habit. In all cases of first offenders charged with being drunk and where the defendant had others dependent upon him for support, the court made it a condition on withholding judgment or suspending the sentence that the defendant take the pledge for a period varying from 6 months to 1 year. 382 pledges were taken, all of which were kept faithfully but 27. When the family or relatives could afford it, persons were sent to institutions for treatment, and the records show but one failure. Where the financial condition of the defendant was such that he could not pay for the treatment, arrangements were made for the payment of the money into the probation department in weekly installments, thus assuring the defendant the benefit of the treatment and the institution the satisfaction of its debt. With the assistance of W.H. Roll, a volunteer probation officer, supervision was successfully provided for 136 men charged with drunkenness who had reached the down-and-out stage. Without friends or relatives, and in many instances unemployed, these men were drifting into a condition where they would soon become public charges. The reports furnished the court show that this timely help and assistance was the means of saving these men to useful citizenship. In the severe cases, where the defendant was bordering on delirium tremens, he was committed to the workhouse and the superintendent informed of his condition. While there were no special arrangements for the treatment of inebriates at the workhouse, the superintendent successfully provided a separate department in the wing formerly used as the women's prison. These cases were thoroughly examined by the physician in charge, and such medical and special attention was given to them as the circumstances seemed to justify. While these facilities were inadequate, yet a splendid work was done among this class of unfortunate and harmless offenders. 4. Medical and surgical treatment. It was not an infrequent experience for the court to find persons charged with offenses of a character that disclosed physical or mental defects. Arrangements were always made for medical care and treatment. In meeting the problem presented by such conditions, the court had the cooperation and assistance of the superintendent of the city hospital, as well as some of the best-known physicians and surgeons of Indianapolis. 5. Imprisonment of minors. One of the most difficult problems that confronted the courts was the disposition of minors when the offense was so serious that the best interests of society would be subserved by incarceration. Through an arrangement with the superintendent of the workhouse, an unused wing of the building was set apart for such offenders, and in this way they were kept separate and apart from the old and hardened offender. 6. Restitution. The Criminal Code of Indiana is absolutely silent upon the question of recovery for loss or damage to property and injuries to the person growing out of criminal acts, except that in cases of malicious trespass, the court may fine a defendant a sum equal to twice the amount of the property damaged. To fine a person double the value of the property damaged, and, because of his failure to pay the same, place the additional burden on the citizen of supporting him in the workhouse or jail, seems in itself an absurdity. As a part of the probation plan, the court required every person charged with any offense involving the loss or damage to property and injuries to the person to make full and complete restitution to the injured party before the final disposition of the case. Upon a proper showing that restitution has been made, the court was then in a position to take such action as the other facts in the case justified. Under this plan, $7,166.83 in restitution money was recovered and paid over to the proper parties. 7. Separate session for the trial of women. To Amos W. Butler and DeMarcus C. Brown of the Board of State Charities was due the credit for the suggestion of a separate session for the trial of women and girls. Acting upon this suggestion, the court set apart Wednesday afternoon for the trial of such cases. To the local council of women was due the credit of putting the suggestion into effect by guaranteeing the expense of a woman probation officer to the court. To make the separate trials of women and girls something more than a perfunctory task, an adequate system of investigating and supervision was absolutely essential. Like all innovations connected with matters pertaining to the work of the police, it was at first looked upon as a fad, and predictions were freely made that the life of the plan would be short because of the nature of the work and the rapidity with which it must be discharged. But notwithstanding the criticisms, it proved to be a sane and wholesome method of dealing with the delinquent women of the city. The legislature of 1911 enacted a law providing for the appointment of a court matron in cities of the first and second class, and this act prescribed her duties as follows. She shall, under the direction of the judge of the city court, investigate and report to such judge upon the past histories, conditions of living, character, morals, and habits of all women and girls awaiting trial in such city court, and shall have supervision of such women and girls while not in actual custody until final disposition of the charges against them. As a result of this legislation, a definite work is now being done throughout the state in aiding and assisting a class of women heretofore most shamefully neglected. The following report by Mrs. E.P. Hopkins, court matron, who has charge of the investigation and supervision of women during my term, tells its own story. Total number of cases investigated, 586. Judgment withheld, 317. Fined, 28. Committed to women's prison and jail, 61. Dismissed, 90. Discharged, 26. Continued indefinitely, 38. Judgment suspended, 19. Sent to grand jury, 6. Committed to House of Good Shepherd, 1. Of this number, 69 were placed on probation under the supervision of volunteer probation officers, and 72 were returned to their homes. 61 girls sent to the Faith Home were detained there until employment was secured for them. The most important work, however, of this department was the aid given to girls living in houses of prostitution. Through the special work in this connection, 23 girls gave up their lives of shame, and the reports show that they were all working and leading better lives. 8. Domestic Relations Session. No more important problem was presented to the court than those cases involving domestic relations. The need for a change in the method of dealing stood when one realizes the many things involved in the imprisonment of the head of the family, especially when there are many mouths to feed. In order to deal intelligently with these people and to arrive at a just conclusion, Thursday afternoon was set apart for their consideration. A thorough investigation was made by the court matron of the conditions surrounding the man, his home, his employment, and his associates, and was presented to the court at this special session, to the end that in the final disposition of the case the same might be disposed of to the best interests of the family as well as the individual. Since the establishment of this session, and up to the close of my term, 440 cases were investigated, and were disposed of as follows. Total number of cases investigated, 440. Judgment withheld, 155. Fines and costs, 106. Workhouse and jail, 34. Juvenile court, 11. Dismissed, 39. Discharged, 27. Continued indefinitely, 44. Grand jury, 6. Sentence suspended, 18. 9. Employment. Through the probation department, the court attempted to meet every angle of the social problem as represented by the delinquents brought before the court. To the need of employment could be traced many cases of delinquency. To meet this condition, special efforts were made to obtain employment for men. From a crude beginning, it developed into a permanent plan, resulting in all of the larger employers of labor looking to the probation department for their help. More than 600 persons secured employment in this way. In the presentation of a subject like this, one realizes that the material side must always be at the forefront, but To one whose daily life was spent in the very midst of these problems, and who viewed them from every angle, there are many arguments that cannot be expressed in facts and figures. The problems presented by 49,916 persons brought into the court during my term were large and varied. To meet them was a gigantic task, but the results have more than justified the effort. Any innovation in the administration of justice is the subject for more or less criticism, just and unjust. Did this work place additional burden on the taxpayer? Emphatically, no. It reduced the number of commitments to the jail and workhouse by more than 50%. During the first year of its operation, there was a saving in the cost of feeding prisoners in the county jail of $1,293, and in the maintenance of the workhouse of $4,631. However, the results of a system of justice are not to be measured by dollars and cents. Such a work aims at the physical, mental, and moral uplift of the individual rather than at the cold satisfaction of the law. It aspires to restore the erring to society as useful citizens and transforms our penal system into a mighty influence for the uplifting of society. The reports to the court showed that home conditions had improved, that men had abstained from the use of intoxicating liquors, that employers had been enlisted in taking a more friendly interest in employees, that men had joined churches and, in other ways, added to a higher standard of living. This touch of humanity in the administration of justice in a criminal court was not only a profitable investment so far as the public was concerned, but better than all, it made possible the social regeneration of thousands of men and women. End of section number 14. Section number 15 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 5, May 1914, Part 2. The Industrial Farm. If results are ever obtained in the handling of unfortunates, it will be through right treatment. There must be a thorough investigation before the stain of prison life sentence is passed. In a great percentage of the cases for minor offenses, rather than a workhouse sentence, these unfortunates require nothing more than a dismissal with a friendly word of encouragement from the court. Or, if in the judgment of the courts they need supervision, they should be turned over to a practical probation officer who will see to it that it is not necessary to commit them to imprisonment. A prisoner should never be committed to jail to serve time. The average jails of this country are a disgrace to civilization and are cesspools for the breeding of diseases and crime. Many of the cases that come to the police and criminal courts for minor offenses only require supervision, change of surroundings, and a new home. Institutional treatment should be the last remedy. What we must do is to abolish the fixed sentence and de-institutionalize our institutions. And finally, these people must be made to feel whether in an institution or out of one, they are working for homemaking. Modern penology must not be sentimental. It should be practical, that we must have prevention, which is formation, not reformation. For 95% of our subjects in the penal institutions and reformatories of the country have never been correctly formed in their mental and physical makeup. Modern penology, in order to aid social progress, must sentence its unkempt, immoral, and diseased citizens to an indefinite term of sunshine, fresh air, and honest work, with such systems as will make of them an asset rather than a liability when returned to society. Modern penology must be able to say that if this cannot be done, then sterilization or definite isolation on the farm must be provided. Modern penology, in addition to all this, must impress upon society the importance of ideal administration for its wayward subjects, that of humane, educated, and trained employees in all departments of our penal institutions. We are attempting at the District of Columbia Farm to lay the foundation and inaugurate a system that will be practical, a system where the inmates will not suffer by having too much done for them, a system where the inmates must be made to feel, whether in an institution or out of it, that there is work for them to do individually. We believe that beneficial results cannot be successfully maintained in the old-time prisons with high walls, locks, and bars. We believe that walls must come down and the locks and bars go to the scrap pile. We believe that for every bar of restriction removed, more rays of sunlight and hope will reach the heart of the convicted man. With these preliminary thoughts, I will now briefly describe the District of Columbia Farm, which less than 4 years ago was a wilderness in the hills of Virginia, 20 miles south of Washington, D.C. The farm consists of 1,150 acres of land, costing the general government $18 per acre. On this land, we have constructed some 30 buildings, consisting of dormitories, dining rooms, lounging halls, hospital, horse and dairy barns. These are all one-story buildings and are built of wood, with a view of giving ample light and ventilation. The plan for the prisoners is that of the congregate or dormitory system, having no cells, locks, or bars about the institution. 200 prisoners are taken care of during the night in each dormitory, and as we have 600 male prisoners, this requires 3 buildings. Cots are arranged side by side in these dormitories on raised platforms. Sufficient bedding, consisting of mattress, sheets, and pillows, blankets, and comforts, are given to each prisoner. All the buildings are steam heated and electric lighted and have ample water, both hot and cold, in each of the buildings, with a modern and up-to-date sewerage system. During the evening and after the day's work is done, and on Sundays, the men are taken to a large building known as the rest hall and library, where they are permitted to talk, play checkers, read the daily newspapers, which are bought for them by the management. And they have access to a library of over 4,000 volumes. On summer evenings and on Sundays, the inmates are permitted to take the benches out into the yard, where it is possible to enjoy more freedom and have an abundance of fresh air. In one of the buildings referred to, there is a shower bath and arrangements where the inmates make their toilets. In this building, 125 men can be taken care of at one time. We have no wash basins, but have a faucet for each man, which makes it more sanitary, and the men are also furnished with individual towels and soap. The fact that prisoners are sent to us for short sentences, the time now being from 15 days to 3 years, our average sentence being 35 days, makes it very necessary and important that the sanitary conditions should be closely looked after, as from 10% to 15% of the prisoners sent us, when received, have vermin on their persons. This, however, is looked after so closely that though we handle from 5,000 to 6,000 people a year, we are absolutely free from vermin in all of the 30 buildings. In working prisoners, we give them from 15 to 20 men to an officer. His part is to direct this number in a humane and intelligent manner, and to have them understand it is our purpose to be helpful. With such methods, we have very little trouble so far as discipline is concerned. Work on this 1,150 acres of land consists of building roads, constructing buildings, farming, making brick, crushing stone, building and repairing wagons, painting and whitewashing the buildings, poultry raising, dairy, etc. At the present time, we are working 70 head of horses. These are all cared for by the inmates without an officer with them, and neither the farm or the buildings are enclosed by as much as a fence. We lose very few prisoners by escaping, less on an average than 2 per month. Our results show we get a fair day's work from each of our able-bodied inmates. In handling prisoners for the past 16 years, starting with the old-time methods of having a 30-foot wall, cells, locks, and bars, with stripes for clothing, and a prisoner, when reported by an officer for failure to comply with some order, was taken into a room, his clothing removed, and lashed with a cat-o'-nine tails by the officer who reported him, convinces me that the open-air method, with as few restrictions as possible so far as the inmates are concerned, will give us better results from the standpoint of discipline and reformation. We handle the women prisoners from the city of Washington with the same system of buildings as are provided for the men. The female department is managed by women, and the 2 institutions are some distance apart. The average population of the female department is about 100. The women do the laundry work and make the clothes for the population of the 2 institutions. In addition, a number of them work on the lawn and in the garden, and do the painting and other sanitary work about the buildings. The female department, like the male department, has neither cell, lock, or bar. The buildings are 1-story with neither wall or fence around them. We have handled 3,000 women in the past 3.5 years and have only lost 3 by escaping. We have very little sickness, and this we attribute to our method of work, sanitation, and to the construction of the buildings which give open-air treatment at all times with plenty of sunshine. 95% of our inmates, both male and female, show decided improvement on their discharge, both in their mental and physical condition. The time is coming when the District of Columbia Workhouse will be self-supporting, if not more. When it is, I believe, an appropriation should be provided whereby the dependent families of the inmates, whether they be sent to us because of non-support or for other violation of the statutes, should be paid a sum of money sufficient to provide in a comfortable manner for their support during the confinement of the offenders. If such a system were inaugurated, the financial benefit received by the family would only be a secondary consideration. The greatest benefit would be the lasting impression made on the individual while at the institution, developing in him industrial habits and self-confidence, which would help him to become a self-supporting citizen, capable of caring for his family after he is released. This certainly would be true in 60% of the cases we have, if there could be brought about a change in the penal code of the District of Columbia through having the inmates committed on an indeterminate sentence rather than on a fixed sentence such as now being given. Read by W. H. Whitaker, Superintendent of the Occoquan District of Columbia Workhouse at National Conference of Charities and Correction, Memphis, May 1914. A Prison of the 20th Century by O. F. Lewis, General Secretary of the Prison Association of New York. Reprinted from the Independent of May 18, 1914. The 3-car train came out of the Canadian woods from the south and stopped by the stationless road. 25 young fellows jumped down, formed in twos, and, led by an older man and followed by 2 older men, walked up the road over the concrete bridge to the prison buildings. They were prisoners, convicted of crimes and serving time. That morning they had left the Central Prison of Toronto, left the forbidding old building with its bolts, its gloom, its cells and corridors, and now, but a few hours later, they were hastening without shackles, without armed guards, without prison garb, toward the latest Canadian prison, the Central Prison Farm of Guelph. This means a new era, this method of treating prisoners, an overturning of the old traditions of prison government, a serious break with the past, an almost scornful disregard of the cherished traditions of bars and cells, tortures, and punishments. It means an amazing change in the attitude of society toward the prisoner, and a startling change in the feeling of the prisoner toward society. You have read in recent months about the mutinies at Sing Sing in New York State, how the prisoners have been for almost a century forced into atrociously small cells with insufficient light and air. You have read how prisoners have been doubled up, 2 in a cell, because of the congestion of population. You have learned that prisoners have had to stay in their cells some 14 hours out of the 24, that these cells are carriers of tuberculosis and venereal disease, and many other terrible things you have read. In the light of that story, hear this tale of a prison farm. When I alighted from an earlier train, I looked for Warden Gilmore in vain. In the road stood a man in civilian's clothes. "I'm Sergeant Grant," said he, "and the warden was to come on this train. He'll come later, though, with the draft." We walked toward the prison. On the way we crossed an attractive concrete bridge. "All built by prisoners," said the sergeant, "and we had hard work to find the bottom for some of the piers. We made this macadam road, also graded up the approaches to the bridge, designed the balustrades, and even hydrated the lime that went into the concrete after having quarried it from the limestone quarries up there." Approaching the prison, I looked for the wall and found none. Not a thing, apparently, to prevent the men from running away. I asked the sergeant how many escapes they had. "About 1.5% of the population. We've lost from 3 to 5 this year. Fact is, there's nothing in the way of guns to prevent the men from breaking away any time. There isn't a guard here that carries a revolver. The warden says, 'We haven't taken away the guns from the guards, because we haven't ever given them guns.' As a matter of fact, I carry a revolver. said the sergeant, "but I've never used it in 18 years. But I feel more comfortable with it." Which made me smile, because it was an example of an age-long tradition dying hard. The dinner whistle blew at 11:45. Here, I saw what in the old line prison would be the unbelievable. From all parts of the farm came the men in to dinner. It was the reverse of the usual factory procession. Here, the crowd poured into the door of a factory building temporarily used as a dining room and kitchen. There was absolute order. The garb was not unlike that of the average farmer's helper. Even the customary visored cap of many prisons was absent, and the old straw hat had taken its place. On the tables for dinner were meat and vegetables, tapioca, soup, and milk, a liberal amount. Meanwhile, Warden Gilmore had arrived with his detail of prisoners. He has been in prison work for 17 years. Before that, he was a physician. He is regarded as one of the best prison administrators in the country. He loves the land, not for what it produces alone, but in humanity also. The frequency, moreover, with which bits of biblical quotations drop from his lips leads one to believe that the injunctions of Holy Writ form a considerable part of his sanction for life, and for that of the men in his charge. There is nothing mawkish or apologetic in his adherence to Holy Writ as a guide. There is a certain severity of viewpoint in his daily work. Nothing is happy-go-lucky about the Guelph prison farm. It has all been thought out, and the warden is the dominant personality. "Remember," he said, "this is not run on honor, this prison. I don't believe in the so-called honor prison as the word is generally understood. This is a prison that is successful because the supervision is successful. Supervision will do what formerly guns and wall accomplished. We talk about the originality of a prison like this. Why, originality consists in doing what other people are afraid to do. I have not been afraid to build this prison without walls, but we are everlastingly watchful. 30 miles east of Toronto at Whitby, I have 100 prisoners building an asylum for the insane on the cottage plan. The plaster, the lime, the sashes, and the window frames are shipped from here. Here at Guelph, we can perform with prison labor more than 75% of the building operations. Punishments? We don't have them here. That is, if a prisoner gets bad here, disturbs the order of the place, and we cannot make him see that he must conform to the rules, we send him back to the central prison at Toronto. But most of the men prefer the life out here 1,000 times. We take men that generally have still some months to serve. We have been taking men whose sentences run up to 2 years, but more recently we have received men with longer sentences. Let me tell you about one man who was here. I asked this boy, some time ago, who had been in the Toronto prison, what he found the greatest difference between the prison in the city and the farm out here. He said, "Warden, the getting away from the cell. To sit there," the boy added, "on Sunday, every evening and on holidays, and have that cell gate staring you in the face is hell." We walked toward the new building, all of them being built by the prisoners. Under construction, in a kind of hollow square formation, were kitchen and dining hall, several dormitories and cell buildings, an administration building and officers' quarters. One of the largest and best dairy and hay barns that I have ever seen is already up. Also a little creamery building. Most of the work is of poured concrete. As we went through one building, where some score of prisoners were silently working at plastering, painting, carpentering, and stone cutting, Warden Gilmore said, "You see, I have my cells only on one side of the central corridor. I mean that all the cells shall have southern exposure. Each of the cells contains 800 cubic feet. I thought of the 1,200 cells at Sing Sing, still used, which contain less than 200 cubic feet of airspace and have no windows opening to the outer air as at Guelph. Then we have dormitories, continued the warden. Not the big dormitories of olden times, but comfortably small rooms that will accommodate from 25 to 30 men. We are trying the experiment. I don't know yet how it will work out. We are expecting to have here ultimately about 700 men." I asked him about the expense of all this. "Are you saving money or saving men?" was his sharp retort. "Nevertheless, we are demonstrating every day the economy of using prison labor, as well as the economy of giving these men reasonable accommodations. I can't give you as yet the figures you want. We are teaching these men how to work and the usefulness of work. The bulk of them, when they leave here, are not going upon farms, but back to the cities from which they came. So we are teaching some city trades, but without neglecting farm industries. We are raising about all we need to eat, as well as the stock we raise for food. But a prison farm without important and diversified industries is a mistake." I looked around the 800 acres. There was a sweep of horizon, a tingling acid in the air, a quietude, a blessed monotony in comparison with the feverish city, a spaciousness of possibilities as compared with the walled-in prisons like Sing Sing. In short, an approximation to the sanest kind of normal life. "Work?" The warden smiled. "Why, we're working here 10 hours a day, 7 to 12, 1 to 6. Each man that works here gets a gratuity of $2 a month, but he loses a part of that gratuity if he offends against the rules of the place. They get the money when they go out. Our payments to prisoners amount to between $150 and $200 a month. We discharge each month about 30 to 40 men. They get, in addition, a ticket back to the place from which they were sent." I asked the warden if he was ultimately going to build a wall around the place. "Not if I can help it. I don't think bars on cell windows are necessary, but supervision is. However, we may as well proceed with reasonable speed in our modern ideas. Ultimately, we may need the protected windows." For the completed prison, Warden Gilmore is planning a number of industries, all directly related to the life of the institution. There will be tailoring, carpentry, shoemaking, a woolen mill, a machine shop, a tile factory, and other industries. And as for recreation, plans are not failing. There is already a ball team that has beaten, with one exception, all the teams that have come from the surrounding towns. There is fishing and swimming in case of good behavior. And when the warden gets the prison all built, he is going to turn much of the land, which is not used for farming, into a kind of natural park. Up there, across the line, some 30 miles north of Lake Ontario, where the summer heat gets into the 90s, and the winter cold sends the bulb down to 30 and more below, there is going to be a radical overturning of old prison regime. Inevitably, the influence of Guelph and of a dozen other prisons in the States will send the walls of the older prisons crumbling. For Guelph means nothing else than a reversal of the theories of prison administration. The old prison believed in dungeons and bars. The new prison substitutes, therefore, single rooms and gods outdoors. The old prison feared an escape like the plague. The new prison forces an escape into its proper perspective as a serious episode in the training of the prisoner for honest life. The old prison shut out life and hope by monstrous walls. In the new prison, walls for all prisoners are regarded as monstrous things. The old prison drove men like brutes to work and often to mutiny. The new prison blows the whistle at noon, and the men come in from all over the farm to dinner, and go to their rooms or to the dormitories afterward for a short rest, and then back to normal work. The old prison, and there are many of them still, believed in squeezing the lifeblood out of the prisoners for the benefit of the state and of private contractors. The new prison believes in the working of the men for state profit, if for profit at all. And the modern chiefs of new prisons are giving sober attention to a fairer division of the profits of prisoners' labor between the prisoner and his compulsory employer, the government. The old prison believed in wretchedly small cells, in a minimum of fresh air, in messes of poorly prepared food, in the lockstep, the stripes, and the shaven head, in punitive methods. The new prison believes in an ample cell and an outdoor life so far as possible, in decent food, the abolition of the lockstep, a decent head of hair and a decent uniform, in reformation if possible. As to the future, who can tell? The new prison is an experiment. So far, it has worked in general remarkably well. Its sanction lies in the fact that it makes on the average mind the impression of being a common-sense proposition. Book Reviews. Young Delinquents. Mary G. Barnett, London, 1913, Methuen and Company Limited, 222 pages. Miss Barnett's book is a very clear exposition of the British system of industrial and reformatory schools for taking care of children fallen or in the danger of falling into criminal ways. As such an exposition it very properly gives, after a few introductory statements as to the chief causes of juvenile delinquency, the legal basis of the system at present in vogue, which is found in the Children's Act of 1908, by which the existing schools and their accessories take their proper places in the scheme provided or sanctioned. Thus far, the book is merely the description of the fundamental determinants, in a legal way, for a particular place, Great Britain. With the description of the schools themselves, their physical conditions, financing, management, difficulties of personnel, discipline, methods of elementary, industrial, and religious education, of social training, of employment, inadequate facilities of proper aftercare, the methods of administration of single institutions and of the whole system of institutions, their inspection, and a horde of other things, we get into territory that is as pertinent to our own problems in this field as it is across the sea. The book shows that the author has had an extended and intimate acquaintance with her subject, and has made good use of her gift of observation. As one would expect, there are numerous weaknesses in the system for which remedies should be found. Such suggested remedies are included in the last chapter of the book, in a resume of the findings and conclusions of the departmental committee appointed in 1911 to look into the matter of these schools. To give a complete list of all the recommendations of that committee would be out of place here, but its most important features should be, if only briefly, mentioned. First appears the need for a special central authority, expert and responsible, to set a standard and maintain it. There should be women members on the boards of managers. Employees should be properly pensioned. The chief cause of unsatisfactory conditions is found to be inadequate finances. In reference to the children themselves, the principal demands are for more intensive classification, particularly by age, more education, especially physical training, less drudgery, less punishment, more individual attention, definite methods for rendering reports, for extending aftercare, for utilizing voluntary aid are suggested, and the uselessness is shown of some of the petty yet harmful restrictions, as for example, silence at meals. Miss Barnett discusses conditions in a different land, but the greater part of her discussion can be applied directly to our own conditions. The book should be in the hands of every member of the board of managers of a reform school. PK. Prostitution in Europe. Abraham Flexner, New York, The Century Company, 1914. Publication of the Bureau of Social Hygiene, 455 pages. A splendid contribution to the subject, especially useful to American penologists and criminologists who have been obliged to put up with sporadic and often inaccurate reports of this very important and social evil in continental countries. Mr. Flexner promises a study shortly of prostitution in the United States. Let us hope that it will meet the high standard of the work under discussion. It is almost trite to say that no library of a social worker should be without this book. Mr. Flexner's treatment is dispassionate, careful, thorough, and broad. He has persistently gone after the facts. The book is commendably free from propaganda. He defines prostitution, discusses the demand and supply, and after showing the relation of prostitution to law and law enforcement, gives several chapters to the discussion of regulation, after which he treats with equal detail the method of treatment commonly called abolition. The last chapter, summing up the outcome of European experience, is for Americans cognizant of the many surveys of the social evil in American cities, of especial interest and importance. Prostitution is a modifiable phenomenon, arising out of the complicated interaction of personal factors and social conditions. The attempt to stamp it out completely by summary, even though persistent action, cannot be hopefully regarded. Repression requires an abundance of institutional facilities such as nowhere exists. Although important good is achieved at the moment by repression, and still more in the long run, prostitution as a formidable problem will still remain. Repression is what the physicians call symptomatic treatment. Nevertheless, Mr. Flexner, having shown that regulation does not regulate, and that repression does not wholly repress, says in conclusion that a direct frontal attack in the repressive spirit would accomplish much. It is well worth doing. It is, humanly speaking, a possible undertaking. Let us not, however, deceive ourselves into thinking that such a frontal attack absolves us from effort in other and different directions. Further achievements depend upon alterations in the constitution of society and its component parts. And after outlining the important social factors that make for prostitution, such as ignorance, mental or moral defect, natural impulses, alcohol, illegitimacy, broken homes, bad homes, low wages, wretched industrial conditions, and their potential offsets through education, religion, science, sanitation, enlightened and far-reaching statesmanship, he continues, civilization has stripped for a life-and-death wrestle with tuberculosis, alcohol, and other plagues. It is on the verge of a similar struggle with the crassest forms of commercial vice. Sooner or later, it must fling down the gauntlet to the whole horrible thing. This will be the real contest, a contest that will tax the courage, the self-denial, the faith, the resources of humanity to their uttermost. O.F.L. Why Crime Does Not Pay. Sophie Lyons, J.S. Ogilvy, New York, 268 pages. A series of not uninteresting sketches of alleged actual adventures in crime by one who claims to have been called the Queen of the Bank Burglars. The publishers call her the most remarkable and greatest criminal of modern times, a thief from the cradle. The burden of the stories is that crime does not pay. She was associated with a number of noted bank burglars, among them Ned Lyons, her husband, and George Bliss, alias George White, who some half-dozen years ago published a strikingly well-written narrative of his own criminal career, entitled From Boniface to Bank Burglar. Mrs. Lyons' stories are circumstantial and give detailed accounts of daring and often successful burglaries. O.F.L. A History of Penal Methods, George Ives, Stanley Paul and Company, London, 1914, 409 pages. A distinct contribution and a distinct disappointment. The amount of research into the most diverse authorities is remarkable. For chapter after chapter, practically every sentence is annotated by reference to the authority from which the fact is culled. The earlier chapters are relatively full and even laboriously worked out. The early methods of compensation, of torture, of banishment, transportation, etc., are fully treated, but almost entirely from the standpoint of English experience. Rarely does one find so pretentious a book so insular in its actual scope. The student desirous of knowing how penal methods developed in France or Germany or the United States would be at sea, save for the most occasional reference. And when we come to the developments of the English penal system itself since the 70s of the last century, we obtain little. The reader, ignorant of recent English development, would be very unclear at the end. There is little about the treatment of juvenile adults, the Borstal system, the preventative detention plan, the development of the work for discharged prisoners, and other important and almost epic-making innovations. In short, Instead of having a book that, on the basis of past penal methods, studies illuminatingly the most recent developments, we have a book of distinct value for early English penal history. OFL. Causes and Cures of Crime, Thomas Speed Mosby, C.V. Mosby Company, St. Louis, 1913, 354 pages. Because the cost of crime in the United States now amounts to 1/3 the total cost of the government, and because the burden is yearly increasing, Mr. Mosby has made a careful compendium of the statements of many authorities, including his own opinions, on the subject of the book. The reader finds the little volume a useful manual. Etiology, prophylaxis, and therapeutics are the logical divisions of the subject. The specialist will find little that is new. The student will be grateful to Mr. Mosby for getting so much together in available form. Like most writers of today, the author has little use for the traditional penitentiary system. The book is not a quick, hastily compiled potpourri of what other people happen to say. It is a carefully selected collection of material that we all want to have handy. And what Mr. Mosby himself contributes is not a small part of the product. OFL. Beating Back, Al Jennings and Will Irwin, Appletons, New York, 1914, 355 pages. A most readable narrative of the career of the famous train robber, Al Jennings, who figured in a number of holdups and subsequently in the Ohio State Prison and the federal prison at Leavenworth as inmate, and still later as candidate for county attorney in Oklahoma, and now as candidate for governor of Oklahoma. Will Irwin has edited the autobiography, and it reads many times better than the old style From Log Cabin to White House literature, besides being very human and, to penologists, more than interesting. Here is a man that, according to his story, did not start out along criminal lines, but through force of circumstances and considerable of a temper, swung into crime in woolly Western days. He was finally caught, imprisoned, underwent the pretty rigorous penitentiary discipline of Ohio and Kansas, and discovered the importance of being honest. The tale is as good as a novel of adventure, more moral than many a didactic screed, and more just to prison regimes of the older days than many a diatribe of a narrow-visioned reformer. OFL. Notes. The most innovating sheet of the umpire is that on which the schedule of baseball games to be played this season at the Eastern Penitentiary is given. The following clubs are included: Cubs, Ninth, Shed, Band. There are both home games and games on other grounds, but all within the prison yard. Total number of games to be played, 56. Contracts, protests, violations of agreements, ground rules, limitation of number of players carried by each club, limitation by ground rules, ball lodging on the roof to be counted for 2 bases only, furnishing of balls by the home club, etc., are all down in black and white. Good luck to the series. This is the institution that started by adopting solitary confinement in all its severity. Even now, the Pennsylvania system is treasured as a great historical fact in Europe, and most continental prisons are built largely on the architectural model of the old penitentiary. How long will it be before the European prisons adopt the new Pennsylvania methods? Hereafter, all executions in the state of New York must take place at Sing Sing Prison. The first monthly report of Charles H. Girardeau, who was named warden following the recent shakeup in the county convict camps of Georgia, shows that whippings under the new regime have been reduced by more than 50%. He admits the truth of the report that the food served the convicts was bad in some instances, and makes a number of recommendations for further reforms in the system. The sale of convict labor to private contractors was condemned by the investigators of the Chicago Efficiency Division of the City Service Commission, who report that labor which sold for 38 cents a day was worth 97 cents a day to the city. End of section number 15. Section number 16 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 6, June 1914, Part 1. Mental and Physical Factors in Prostitution. Read at the National Conference of Charities and Corrections, Memphis, May 1914. By Edith R. Spalding, M.D., Resident Physician, Reformatory for Women, South Farmington, Massachusetts. That a better knowledge of the mental and physical characteristics of the prostitute herself could be obtained, and the causes as well as the results of her life be understood, the following study was undertaken. 240 women who have recently been inmates at the Massachusetts Reformatory for Women have been studied. All cases were included in which at any time there had been a history of commercialized, promiscuous sex immorality. Only those cases were discarded in which the physical examination was incomplete, if the history obtained gave no evidence of disease. A study such as this does not aim to discover the fundamental physical or mental causes of prostitution as a social problem in the community. Such a problem is too involved to be considered from this limited standpoint. Recognizing, however, the fact that there is the demand in society, this aims to show the types of women from whom the supply is obtained, and the benefits which may be derived for the community by further study and treatment of such types. 205 of the cases studied have received a psychological examination. This has included the history of their educational advantages and a study of the results obtained, as well as psychological tests which estimate native ability aside from formal educational training. In all doubtful cases, or in cases in which there appeared to be mental defect, the Binet-Simon tests have also been used. As a result of these examinations, the cases have been roughly classified as follows. Mentality. Good, 43 cases, 20.9%. Mentality. Fair, 24 cases, 11.7%. Mentality dull, 30 cases, 14.6%. Mentality subnormal, 62 cases, 30.3%. Mentality moron, 45 cases, 22.5%. 5%. Mentality, imbecile, 1 case. Total, 205 cases. Total moron or subnormal mentality, 52.8%. Total fair or good mentality, 32.6%. About a third of the cases showed fair or good mentality. These cases have been studied in detail for evidence of other mental and nervous defects aside from mental deficiency. The results will be given later. Over half of the cases studied were found to be defective mentally. This corresponds to the results of the investigation of the White Slave Commission. Report of the Commission for the Investigation of the White Slave Traffic, so-called, made recently in Massachusetts, in which 51% of 300 cases studied mentally were found to be defective and represented segregable types. We should consider at least 1/4 of our own cases segregable from a standpoint of mental defect alone. And besides these, perhaps, another 20%, candidates for a defective delinquent institution, if such a classification should include those cases which show marked psychopathic tendencies associated with subnormal mentality. The cases which are considered segregable types appear to be unable to care for themselves in the community. Besides the harm that may be done to them on account of their weakened resistance, they become an active menace to others. First, through the spread of venereal disease. Second, through their immoral influence in the community. And third, through bringing into the world children who will grow up to be as much a menace to society as they themselves have been. It should be the responsibility of representative members of society to see that provision is made for the care of such individuals, and that they are not punished for offenses for which they can in no way be considered responsible. Besides the cases showing mental defect alone, there are many cases, both among the mentally defective and those showing normal mentality, which show other mental or nervous defects, such as epilepsy, hysteria, and psychopathic tendencies. In the study of criminality of all kinds, such abnormal mental and nervous conditions play an important part. This is especially true of the class of women which is arrested on account of sex offenses. In the environment of mill towns and certain sections of large cities, from which a large part of this population comes, the temptations which appeal to sex are tremendous, even to the individual who has a normal mentality and is well balanced. If through such conditions as slight mental dullness or extreme nervousness, the equilibrium is disturbed, the power of resistance is lost, and the individual is unable to cope with the temptations which are usually about her. 18 cases, or 7.5% of the 240 cases studied, have been epileptics. 16 cases, or 6.6%, have hysteria. Both conditions are very important as factors of social instability. The variability of epileptics and the extremes of which they are capable are well known to students of criminology. Many times we find cases suggesting a latent epilepsy among individuals in whose families there are other cases of the same disease. In these cases, we see only what appear to be psychic manifestations or great irregularity in tests and behavior. The cases of hysteria are also interesting on account of their extreme suggestibility. It is only necessary to watch the manifestations of this characteristic in an institution to realize what an important factor suggestibility has been in the outside world in leading to their delinquencies. Mental imagery in such cases is of immense importance. One case of hysteria, which we had under observation, would, while in her attacks of unconsciousness, often repeat, naming a woman who was living a life of prostitution outside. "Mary, I will come to you. I will give up my child. There is nothing else for me in the world, and I will come to you and do as you say." In studying her mental processes, the pictures which had been drawn for her of luxury and gaiety in such a life were continually before her, too strongly contrasted with any reasonable pictures which it was possible for us to conjure up for her. Another important class is that which includes the borderline cases, which have perhaps never been satisfactorily classified. Many of these would be in the group termed by one authority controlled affectives. The term expresses well their explosive natures, which may be seen when, without provocation, they attack any person who happens to incite their enmity, whether she be officer or other inmate, or when by unreasonableness and loss of temper they bring unruliness and the necessity for discipline into an otherwise peaceful and well-behaved group. Many of these cases come from families in which there are many cases of insanity, and although they themselves show no signs of a definite psychosis, there appears to be much inherited instability. Other cases show the results of a meningitis or an encephalitis which they have had in childhood. Occasionally, we see cases in which the instability apparently followed a head injury. Besides these cases, there are many who have previously been confined in hospitals for the insane and who represent very unstable types. They may or may not have defective mentality associated with the defect in self-control. They are one of the hardest classes of cases to deal with in institutions of any kind. The officers of penal institutions recognize their abnormality and feel that they should be confined in insane hospitals because of their dangerous character. On account of the lack of a definite psychosis, the insane hospitals naturally take them very unwillingly. Even though they show marked mental defect, institutions for the feeble-minded are unwilling to admit them because of the demoralizing effect they produce on the more amenable types, and the upsetting influence they have upon the institution routine. Many of these cases will doubtless be sent to defective delinquent institutions when those institutions shall at last be established. Whether the defect is a mental one or a nervous one matters little in their menace to society. The following case may be cited as an illustration of such a type. A woman was arrested for assault after trying to throw vitriol in her lover's eyes. At that time, she was taken from the jail to a hospital for the insane because she had marked hallucinations of sight and hearing. These at the time were thought to be of alcoholic origin and disappeared quickly. She was transferred to the reformatory where she had previously served a sentence. At various times since her confinement there, she has assaulted other inmates and matrons, often violently. Recently, after such an attack on a matron, she apparently seemed ignorant of what she had done. While she acknowledged having attacked people in the past, she felt that this time they had attacked her. A few days later, she was found in a vague, although rather savage, mental condition with marked delusions. She had had hallucinations of sight and was not oriented as to time or place. The woman is subnormal mentally, and it would have been hardly possible for her to have feigned the condition. That evening, becoming annoyed at something, she flew into a tremendous rage, which was much more characteristic of her usual self than the previous dazed condition had been. Her violent temper seemed to bring her to herself, and the next morning she could recall but faintly what she had said the day before, although she remembered vaguely being much more frightened at what she thought she had seen in her room. 2 days later she laughed at what she was told she had said, realizing the ridiculousness of it, and could hardly believe that it was true. Although the condition and its quick recovery suggested an hysterical basis, no evidence of epilepsy has been found, and alcohol was ruled out by her long stay in the institution. Nevertheless, the condition while it lasted made her wholly irresponsible, and it can easily be seen what a menace such an individual would be in a community. 37% of the 240 cases studied represent aberrational types of greater or less intensity. It can readily be understood what a factor such types would be in furnishing individuals of weakened resistance to help fill the demand of prostitution. The 67 cases showing apparently normal mentality when studied further have revealed the following characteristics. 28 cases have shown hysteria, epilepsy, or marked aberrational tendencies. Of the 39 cases remaining, 8 show innate characteristics which, combined with the unfortunate conditions of home and environment in which they were placed, were apparently responsible for their delinquency. The innate characteristics of these cases include the following: the aggressive, untamed personality with primitive passions, the woman who has gone through life with a chip on her shoulder, believing that the world owed her a living, the sensual type, which has overdeveloped physical characteristics, the immature personality, non-resisting in temperament, often called weak-willed, which is unable to appreciate and shoulder responsibility. Excessive vanity and love of pleasure in an indolent nature, or the craving for excitement and applause and the love of leadership, with only undesirable avenues open in which to exercise it. 3 cases were due largely to home environment alone. In these cases, there has been immorality between different members of the family. 5 cases were due to the environment in the community alone. With an apparently good home environment, a single bad companion or group of companions had definitely influenced them to lead immoral lives. The factors in 2 cases were unresolved. 21 cases appear to be due to the environment in the home and in the community, and were apparently normal types. The last group of 31 cases, however, represents but 15% of the 205 cases studied. Considering that those cases which show poor mental ability are perhaps not able to cope fairly with their environment on account of their slight mental defect, we find 85% of the cases studied showing some underlying defective mental or physical factor. We do not believe that this represents to any extent the cause of prostitution, for there are doubtless large numbers of individuals in the community with the same mental and physical defects who are not leading such a life. Still, we feel that this class of women, if not sufficiently protected, represents the ones who are first, on account of their weakened resistance, to offer themselves to fill the demand. It may be interesting to note in this connection that although all of these cases have been studied from a social standpoint, and their own reasons for going into such a life have always been inquired into, in only 2 cases have we been able to find a definite relation between the economic conditions and the choice of this means of livelihood. The physical aspect. As complete a clinical history as possible has been obtained from each woman, and has been supplemented in as many cases as possible by laboratory tests to determine the extent of venereal disease. If the clinical history or the laboratory findings have given evidence of venereal disease, the individual has been considered to have the disease without the verification by both methods. As has been stated before, those cases in which there was no evidence of disease, but in which it was impossible to make a complete physical examination, have been discarded. As a result of these examinations, we have found only 1 case which, after complete examination, did not show the presence of either disease. Thus, over 99.5% of the cases show the presence of one of the 2 venereal diseases. 134 cases, or 55.8%, gave no evidence of having had both. Of 238 cases which were examined for syphilis, 156, or 65.5%, gave evidence of having had the disease. The results of the examinations for syphilis are as follows. Number of cases giving evidence of the disease clinically or having a positive Wassermann reaction, 156, or 65.5%. Number of cases giving positive Wassermann reaction, 137, or 57.5%. Number of cases giving a positive history or presenting symptoms of the disease, 85, or 35.7%. Number of cases which were verified by both history and Wassermann reaction, 64, or 26.9%. Number of cases giving a negative Wassermann reaction and presenting no clinical evidence of the disease, 82, or 34.9%. Number of cases giving evidence clinically or bacteriologically of the disease, 216, or 96.8%. Number of cases which gave a clinical history of the disease, 209, or 93.7%. Number of cases verified by bacteriological examination, 159, or 71.3%. Number of cases verified by both methods, 152, or 68.17%. Number of cases examined clinically and bacteriologically which gave no evidence of the disease, 7, or 3.1%. If only the cases were selected in which it was possible to obtain complete examinations both clinically and by laboratory methods also, these percentages would undoubtedly be much higher. However, as they stand at present, they represent a great factor in the problem of prostitution. Statistics have shown that 22% of first admissions in hospitals for the insane are cases with general paresis, which is considered psychosis resulting from syphilis. This factor alone should make us realize the importance of the treatment of such a disease in the community and the necessity for hospitals, as pointed out by the report of the White Slave Commission of Massachusetts, where people could be invited to come for the treatment of this disease as well as for gonorrhea. At present, as is only too well known, there are very few hospitals where either of these diseases are treated, and it will be remembered that these are the only contagious diseases which have not been made reportable by the Board of Health. In studying the lives of these individuals for the factors which have determined their mode of life, there are several physical characteristics which should be mentioned. First, the perfectly normal condition of adolescence is always to be taken into consideration. In many cases of individuals with less than normal stability and insufficiently protected environment, it has been the adolescent tendencies which have been the dominant factor in determining their life. Again, the factor of too early development has often been seen. Puberty appears before the inhibitions which come with adolescence have had time to be correspondingly developed. This is a very noticeable factor in the study of such cases found in the juvenile court, and has been recognized in our own cases and verified by the histories obtained from the parents of the individual. Besides these factors, there is a type in which the physical characteristics predominate from birth. While it may be possible for these individuals to have their energy directed along constructive lines, it is often impossible to reach them and recognize their struggles until habits of an unfortunate nature have been irrevocably formed in their lives. Summary. In reviewing the 240 cases, which we appreciate represent the types which come to reformatories and are not necessarily characteristic of all types of prostitution in society, we find the following facts. 52% defective, 16% dull. 28 of the remaining 67 cases with normal mentality showed other mental and nervous defects. Only 15% of the whole number appeared to be normal mentally and physically. Probably 40% could be considered segregable types and should be placed permanently, or at least during the childbearing age, in custodial institutions. If these cases who are apparently unable to care for themselves could be removed from the community, we believe the supply for prostitution would be materially lessened and that such a movement would be a help in attacking the problem. As has already been said, practically 100% of the cases studied show the presence of at least one of the two venereal diseases, while over 55 show the presence of both. Of the cases studied for evidence of syphilis, over 65% had had the disease. Of those studied for gonorrhea, over 96% gave evidence of having had it. Should we not recognize the far-reaching results of such diseases in a community and use every means possible to help eliminate them? No one disputes the fact that the problem of prostitution is largely a moral one and must be solved through educational methods. However, while we believe that certain conditions can be much alleviated, we believe also that the problem will never be fully solved from the moral standpoint alone. The most crying need of the present time is in the mental and physical aspect of the situation, and we believe that the greatest possible emphasis at this time should be laid on these factors and their great menace to society. The New Hampton Farms by Philip Klein. There is plenty of room at the table, and we'll have a bunk to spare too, I guess, was the answer to my request to be taken care of at the New Hampton Farms that I was about to inspect. It would have sounded like a joke to me had I not been acquainted with the plans for the farm from the very beginning. The answer was to be taken literally. It is nothing new in this country to take prisoners outside the institution walls, to leave them unguarded at their work, for officers to talk with them as man to man, for them to live in temporary, frail quarters. But the New Hampton Farms goes beyond that. Its 30-odd young inmates and 4 of the 5 officers, including the superintendent, sleep in the same bunkhouse and eat at the same tables. The bunkhouse is as rough as can be, the eating arrangements no less primitive. The whole physical outfit of the farm is a striking demonstration of how much practical genius and invincible enthusiasm can make of the most inadequate means, of the poorest equipment. Yet even this is not the striking feature of this institution. The City Reformatory for Misdemeanants of the City of New York is situated on an island of about 100 acres, within the limits of the City of New York. Its buildings are inadequate and overcrowded, its officers insufficient, its methods largely repressive. It receives misdemeanants between the ages of 16 and 30. On the same island is situated a branch of the workhouse of New York City, where the most useless of the city's criminal population is confined. To prevent intercourse between the inmates of the 2 institutions is well nigh impossible. As a result of all this, the reformatory has hardly deserved its name. After long and painful efforts, the purchase of a 600-acre farm in Orange County, 60 miles from New York, was effected in order to remove the reformatory to the country and to make it worthy of its name. So there was the farm, but without appropriations for building the institution, and the overcrowding at the reformatory was worse than ever. It was not only a question of relieving the congestion, though that certainly was a large factor, nor was it chiefly to remove the reformatory from the vicious proximity of the branch workhouse. The plans that had been developed for the new reformatory were based on penological principles quite at variance with those necessarily carried out at the present location. The new institution would have to permit the utmost possible classification and individualization, but above all, it would have to establish the possibility of practical inspiration of its inmates by the encouragement of self-respect, by the exercise of individual responsibility, by healthful contact between officer and inmate. And in many other ways it was to strike out into new treatment of reformable young men. To this ambition for a reformatory on such lines was added the possession of a large, fertile farm, the approach of spring, and the enthusiastic propositions to Commissioner Catherine B. Davis from the present superintendent of the farm, Robert Rosenbluth. "Let us build up the spirit with the institution," was his plan in brief. What was this spirit to be? "Just what are the essentials of your experiment?" I asked Mr. Rosenbluth. "It is," I said, "a commonplace, of course, to talk of the advantages of agricultural occupation, of fresh air, hard work, and honor system, and the economic advantage of utilizing instead of wasting a good farm for a whole season surely could not have created in you the amount of enthusiasm which you are carrying into this thing. After all, even though you do produce quite as much as $10,000 worth of farm product, it will hardly cover your expenditures for the year." "You are right," he said. "Those things are all very well, but they are not fundamental. None of those things counts a heap towards reformation. The honor system is simply a more sensible, more effective method. It's a fairer method of preserving discipline, an easier method of running your institutions. It does not touch your real man. It is all a matter of habit. Now take those Denemera prison fellows with whom I worked in the forests around the prison. They were repeaters, many of them hardened evildoers. And take these fellows here, young fellows, and just hear them talk among themselves, as I had a chance to hear them talk night after night, nothing but crime. It's an obsession. Naught else has any interest for them. If it is not their own exploits, then it is the latest from the newspapers. For you don't suppose all the regulations and punishments on earth can keep the newspapers out of a prison. The only thing they are interested in is crime. Everybody talks crime. How can you reform a fellow whose mental habit is crime? My idea is this. You have got to change their topic of conversation. You've got to coax their minds to a higher level. And you can't just tug at them from above. You have to be taken into their community, into their confidence. You've got to be one of them. You must push their thoughts upward from within, instead of pulling from above. My officers are all first-class men. They are graduates of schools of agriculture or forestry, and they have all lived in close contact with men. They sleep in the same room, on the same rough bunk in our 3-decker. Go to bed with the boys, rise with them. Their food is exactly the same, neither different nor more. They do their day's work just like the boys. Their hardship is no less than that of the boys. And the boys know that and feel it. Now see, my point is this. I have a right to expect the same thing from the boys that I expect from my men, who are required to undergo the same hardships as the boys. In this way, I establish an equality which enables us to get into the community of the boys and naturally control their conversation and their thoughts. Thus they are really reformed without their knowing it. The spirit among the boys and the officers was certainly remarkable. They joked, called each other by their first names, and were kidding each other at a great rate. I was wondering what would happen when the question of authority arose. I was not disappointed. Alongside the joyous camaraderie, there was a willing recognition of unquestioned authority. "You'll be up in court, kid. You went fishing without permission," I heard one of them yell to another. And a little later, when one of the recent arrivals wanted to go to the farmhouse to see the incubators, an older member of the colony instructed him in a casual way. "You got to get permission from Bob first." Bob is Mr. Rosenbluth. How open and frank the spirit of the conduct of the court is, and how it reflects the character of the whole institution, I could only guess, for unfortunately no session of the court could be held that Sunday, as is the custom. In the midst of conversation of a group of some 10 of the boys, one of them remarked that there would be no court that day. "We ain't got many cases, Bob. Only one fight, one fishing without asking, and one fellow smoking out of time." There was no secret report or accusation, only a cooperative policing with apparently no trace of grudge. Yet the boys averaged probably more than 20 years of age. The unfortunate circumstances that prevented court session, as well as the regular baseball game and morning service that Sunday, was the lamentable drowning of one of the boys while taking a swim, the Thursday preceding. Despite the presence of several good swimmers and their desperate efforts to save him, he went down beyond aid. The river was dragged the same day, but no trace of his body was found. The next day and the day following was the real test, in my opinion, of the spirit of the farm. The officers were preoccupied. The coroner, undertaker, reporter were busy about the place. Some of the boys were taken from their regular work to search for the body. Supervision was practically naught. But the season was late, the farm behind time. Work had to be continued. And the boys did work, though with hearts heavy, with real sorrow. The next day, Saturday, the coroner dynamited the river in order to bring the body to the surface. Curiosity was added to possible desire to shirk work. Yet all but those aiding in the search were at their plows or hoes. Several acres were plowed and 5 acres of corn planted by less than 20 boys on Saturday afternoon alone. Early next morning, the body was found by one of the boys on search duty. The body was taken to Middleton, 3 miles away, by the coroner's undertaker. Morning service was postponed. The rest of the morning was given over to bathing and to visits to the boys. The visitors roamed the farm with the boys at will. The day was ideal, and with the remarkably attractive scenery, helped lift the gloom from the little colony. Even death cannot darken very long such a beautiful spring day in Orange County. Dinner came along for a hungry 20, with spirits still somewhat subdued, but no longer blackened by the shadow of death. To the regular dinner crowd, there were added now the wife and child of the officer occupying the farmhouse. There were 3 long tables with benches on either side, all constructed of boards such as were used for building the bunkhouse. The carpet of the dining room was rich green grass, and the ceiling green foliage and blue sky, all gilded with bright warm sunshine. A brisk, fresh breeze made electric fans superfluous. Roast beef, gravy, brown-baked potatoes, coffee with real milk in plenty, from the 4 cows borrowed from another institution, and the most delicious of lemon pies rapidly disappeared. Soon after dinner, a service was held. I confess I was quite curious to see this service, without minister, conducted by Bob, separated from his group by the deepest of sectarian differences. At these services, occurrences of the week and plans of the coming week are talked over, and a kind of rough-and-ready heart-to-heart moralizing is done. The subject this day was, of course, the death of their unfortunate comrade. I did not know then that the most impressive of all funeral services I have ever seen was to come that afternoon. The boys and instructors, that is what the officers are called, lay in a group on the grass under the shade of tall trees, and Bob sat on a stump. His face showed signs of the deep anxiety and sleeplessness of the last few days. The talk was brief. The boys were asked to meditate over the decease of their friend and draw their own lessons. One point only was enlarged upon. Some neighboring farmers had criticized the management for continuing to work during the 2 days following the day of the accident. If sorrow is heartfelt, it does not require that duty towards the living be sacrificed to empty form in regard to the dead. Only the words were simpler, more explicit. The afternoon was spent in gathering flowers to give to the parents of the dead comrade who were to arrive that afternoon. There was a wreath of white lilacs and bunches of lilies of the valley and white wildflowers. When the parents arrived, boys and instructors stood bareheaded in front of the old dilapidated frame house that had been patched up to serve for the various purposes of the farm and as a kind of general field headquarters. Some 20 to 30 feet from the house, each boy had planted a tree on Arbor Day. After a few words from Bob, the tree that had been planted by the dead boy was dug up and transplanted to a place of honor. Then, amid deep silence, the father spoke to the comrades of his lost son. It is impossible for me to render the simple words in their true effect. He hoped that the death of his son might teach the rest of the boys the same lesson that his life could no longer teach, namely, that the efforts of good men could not fail to save them from evil careers, if they brought but a little goodwill towards those that were willing to help them regain their true selves. Not an eye remained dry, and the instructor who offered the simple closing prayer, in the absence of any minister, could hardly choke down his tears. They had lost their son when he was all but saved from the abyss of crime, by nature and by good men. Under the stress of such an intense day, following days of hard labor under untoward conditions, I came to understand why Mr. Rosenbluth insisted so much upon the personality of his helpers, why he had spent large sums of his own private funds to persuade men to leave better paying, often more than twice as remunerative positions, to come to the farm. These men sacrificed money, comfort, even the one day in the week freedom, to spend all their time with the boys, to reform them by sheer force of personality. In labor, in fun, in sorrow, they understood and were understood by the boys. They could laugh with them and keep silence with them. I want to congratulate them all. Mr. Rosenbluth and his aides, Messrs. Blue, Buck, Ford, Wissner, for their remarkable ability to dispense with the pleasure of pleasure-seeking for the pleasure of service. The success of the New Hampton farms as an experiment in reformation lies surely not in its fertile soil, its excellent location, the unprecedented plans for the classification of its future inmates, for the erection of the future buildings. The crops of the farm in this handicapped year may prove economically profitable or disastrous. Individual inmates may escape or otherwise disgrace the little colony. Many may fall again into temptation among bad companions, filthy, immoral environments, and their own vicious inclinations. But the farm has already shown that there can be a vastly different spirit between a different type of officers and the same inmates, and that this spirit can be built up with the institution. End of section number 16. Section number 17 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 6, June 1914, Part 2. Psychological Work with Offenders for the Courts. By William Healy, M.D., Director, Psychopathic Institute of the Juvenile Court of Chicago. The main trend of our findings and the outlook now, after 5 years' study of offenders in connection with courts, is requested. It is plain that in a short paper, only a few of the more prominent points can be touched. We must leave analyses and adequate descriptions for our larger publications. However, we can here discuss some of the outcomes and limitations of applied methods. In this summary fashion, taking stock may be wise just at this time, when the practice of psychology is beginning to be exploited similarly to the practice of medicine. Also, lack of knowledge in many quarters of this new work, and perhaps the recent statement of a well-known clinical psychologist to the effect that psychology, or at least he says pseudopsychology, can render no aid in the courts, call for review of the facts. Concerning the part that psychology in its practical, applied, clinical aspects should play in the court work, we may consider the following. View it as you may, there is no escape from the basic fact that conduct, social behavior, is a product of the mental life of the individual. The most direct driving forces of misconduct, therefore, are very properly to be regarded as material for study which comes well within the province of the science of mental life. It must have been this which led the great jurist and criminalist, Gross, to state that psychological valuations must ultimately become the basis of all criminal law. An individual differential psychology is involved, which requires knowledge of the bearings which many varieties of mental conditions have upon action. At the beginning of our work, we were advised by the most eminent psychologists that the field was virgin. Everywhere we were told that the use of the standard apparatus of the laboratory, the ergograph, plethysmograph, the chronoscope, all had no bearing on our problem, for the results from none of them had been found to be correlated with any traits or conditions which were of peculiar significance in offenders. Many hopes that had been expressed by those who ardently desired the rapid practical extension of psychology had not borne fruition. We were told that methods must be worked and normal sought out. In other words, it was deliberately stated by many that neither classical nor experimental psychology had as yet anything to offer for dealing with this human problem. To introduce the usual and often complicated devices of the laboratory, which are for measuring and discriminating the simpler elements of mental life, would be, it was said, to delude ourselves and be in the position of misleading others. In accordance with our appreciation of this consideration, we have all along proceeded by methods which seem to have in them the greatest proportion of common sense, and to be most likely to show correlation between offending careers and characteristics possibly at the root of criminalistic tendencies. Moreover, as time has gone on, we have become more and more convinced that those who study offenders should seek not only for peculiarities and disabilities correlated with tendencies to offend, but also for potentialities, for special abilities which might be utilized for educational or occupational success. To grade the delinquent downwards is not sufficient. There may be the possibility of constructive work with him. As a matter of fact, some of the most encouraging results of our own efforts have come through the discovery that the offender was suited for something which he had never had the chance of doing, and that a corresponding adjustment of his affairs brought cessation of delinquencies. This has been even true with certain types of defectives. Early in working with our cosmopolitan population, and to a less extent the trouble would have shown itself among those of one language, we saw that any method of mental evaluation which was based largely upon language tests, whether or not given by such a questionnaire method as that of Binet, was quite unfair. Language, our universal method of communication, does not cover all the social graces, all the social values, nor does adeptness in the use of it mean unusual general ability. In fact, nothing has been any more striking in our findings than that some otherwise normal individuals have special defects for language, and that some general defectives have such powers in manipulating words that pass everywhere, even in courts, as normal and even bright. It was soon felt that over and beyond tests, which involve the medium of communication, it would be more profitable to observe a performance with concrete material which possibly might be arranged to measure some of the socially most valuable mental qualities. Such performance tests have had a great growth in these 5 years, as emanating from several centers, until at present they are quite widely used. For work with offenders, there is at present a wide range of tests to choose from. For practical clinical work, even more tests are desirable, and it may be that some of those now used will be gradually discarded and replaced by others. It stands out very clearly that what one would like to know particularly about offenders is how they grade, not only in general intelligence, but also on tests which may possibly evaluate the powers of apperception, of mental representation, of self-control, of the ability to learn by experience, and so on. Defects along these lines seem likely to stand in much greater correlation to delinquent tendencies than any other we could name. Special educational and industrial disabilities may make for social failure, and so may indirectly lead also to delinquency. It is usually not difficult to ascertain the nature of these defects. A few steps towards discovery of vocational aptitudes can also be made by the use of tests. We still think that the early advice to keep our testing methods simple and direct was thoroughly sound. It is evident that we can use with scientific safety the Binet scale for grouping young children and defectives up to the level of 10 years. Beyond this, by using a wide range of other tests, we can discriminate other subnormal groups who are either defective in general or in special abilities. In the present state of our knowledge concerning methods, discretion is needed in the selection of tests. Those primarily adapted to one group may not be valid for another social or age group. We have just finished an interesting comparison of the results of a certain performance test in which college young women did worse on average than younger persons. We have all too little proof that tests worked up for children are equally valid for adults. It is proposed that we render decisions upon, for instance, findings by the Binet tests, and yet it does not seem likely, by the sort of results we ourselves have been getting, that they could be as freely applied to adults as to children for the purposes of social diagnosis, of discriminating those who are bound to be unsuccessful. We must remember that no one as yet has given us the results of these tests as applied to hundreds of ditch diggers or section hands who, in their lowly spheres, form most useful members of society. When it comes to the interpretation of tests, we need to exercise much discretion. It is most dangerous to proceed to render diagnosis or prognosis without knowledge of the individual's background in heredity, developmental history, and social environment. Such items as previous illnesses, present physical condition, debilitating habits, and educational opportunities need to be noted. In our work, the question of epileptic variations alone is frequently before us. we see very clearly that grave injustice to the situation may be done without taking such possible features of the case into account. Very different phases of psychological work with offenders properly are taken up from the viewpoint of human conduct, in general being the province of the student of human life. Quite the minority of offenders show mental peculiarities which can be learned by testing and then related to their delinquencies. Let us look at some comparisons of offenders as we have grouped them by most careful study. Our court work has been, in the main, to see the problem cases. Undoubtedly, most of the suspected psychotic or defective cases have been selected and brought for study. We have made a series of 1,000 recidivists, repeated offenders, the average age of whom is about 15 years. These have been graded by mental tests most carefully, and we have found the following. Considerably above ordinary inability, 3%. Ordinary or fair inability, 55%. Poor inability, 9%. Mentally dull but suffering from defective physical conditions or disease or bad habits which may be the cause of the dullness, 8%. Subnormal mentally but not strictly feeble-minded, 8%. Feeble-minded, moron grade, 9%. Feeble-minded, imbecile grade, 1%. Psychoses, ranging from well-marked cases of insanity to temporary but well-marked mental aberrations, 7%. I have found in various parts of the country considerable doubt expressed in regard to various statements which have been made of the proportions of the feeble-minded which probably would be found by studying juvenile offenders. Teachers, judges, and probation officers have scouted the idea that there was upwards of 25% feeble-minded among the children which come before a juvenile court. Our own long investigation would certainly show otherwise. But of course, we have never seen all of the thousands of children which come into the Chicago court yearly, so we have never been able to definitely answer the question of just what proportion is mentally defective. This year, I have asked the assistant director of the Institute, Miss Bronner, to undertake at regular periods cross-section studies of the population temporarily held in the detention home. These probably would average lower than if one could see every case which was brought into court, for frequently the most normal children who have been engaged in a single offense are not brought into the home. The results which she is obtaining I shall merely hint at, but they serve to show that the psychological study of delinquency involves very much more than the discrimination of the feeble-minded. Anyone who observed the considerable proportion of 7th and 8th grade and high school girls and boys who become severely delinquent will not be surprised at our findings. At least 91% of the girls and 84% of the boys have been found so far to group normal mentally, if we take the 12-year-old tests of Binet as a standard. Now, as a matter of fact, I am not at all inclined, without further investigation, to denominate anyone as mentally defective who cannot pass the 12-year test, because of the obvious weakness of these particular 5 tests for judging such an important point. But still, we have been willing to place this criticism for the moment aside. There are several details of this given study which might be interesting to discuss, but this will be done elsewhere. The above statements are not offered so much in opposition to other estimates of the proportion of defectives among offenders, as to show the possible variation of findings in different situations where delinquents may be seen, and to show the nature of the work of the psychologist in courts. We can easily see why institutions for delinquents contain a greater proportion of mental defectives than is found in court work, for obviously the brighter ones are handled under probation, are found positions and succeed better on the outside because they have more foresight and learn better by experience. It may be that a larger percentage of the defectives will be found in studying older groups in court work. Perhaps the brighter individuals cease earlier to be offenders. I await with interest comparative findings from the newly established municipal court psychopathic institutes in Boston and in Chicago. But of course, fair general statistics can never be made without covering an unselected series of court cases, such as we have recently undertaken. We must not find reason from the above figures to underestimate the exceedingly important problem of feeble-minded offenders. From their ranks, one has to come to know some of the most frequent repeaters, some of the worst teachers of vice, and even some of the most adept in such skilled criminalistic occupations as burglary. To answer the problem of their care would be to relieve a strain on society that is not even suggested by a statement of their proportionate numbers among offenders. No one has been more surprised than we ourselves to find the extent to which morons are actively engaged in criminalistics, and are even definitely the instructors of others. The general notion that this class is merely easily led is altogether erroneous. The extent of our findings of a single disease, namely epilepsy, among our repeated offenders, we have often commented on. We need only to mention that about 7% have been found afflicted with various forms of this trouble. After all, this is only what might have been expected from similar observations of others elsewhere. The psychic manifestations of this disease make the victim a fit subject of study by the psychopathologist. Many of our interests have centered about the problems of adolescence. We all know that criminalistic tendencies, those which perhaps control the career of a lifetime, nearly always first show themselves before the 19th or 20th year. The physiological aspects of this period are the ones that have been most frequently dwelled on, but for our purposes they may be ignored except as they influence the psyche. Overgrowth and restlessness and other phenomena at this time do not directly create criminalism. They have first to effect the mental life which directs action. We have found a fair field for investigation here, and one that opens up whole vistas of possible usefulness. Various new points of departure for legal procedure are to be developed from data gathered concerning this period of life, not the least of which is criticism of that strange, arbitrary discrimination under the law, which says that boys at 17 and girls at 18 are suddenly responsible, mentally formed, able to properly care for themselves, when a few minutes or days previously they were not. Our studies show that these age limits were not based on practical observations of human beings. Not the least interesting and therapeutically important part of psychological study of offenders is ascertainment of the mental mechanisms and mental content which stand in relation to delinquency. However it may be with older persons, and such experienced men as Parker in New York suggested that with adults this is a rich field for endeavor, we have studied many cases of criminalistic tendency in young people in which the whole trouble centered about some psychically untoward experience or some mental conflict. From this was developed a definite antisocial grudge, or at least an antisocial attitude. These cases, well understood, present some of the most curable criminalistic causes. We must pass with bare mention such data as those on obsessional mental imagery and the formation of mental habits, both of which, psychical phenomena, play a considerable part in driving towards delinquency. To appreciate what sets the mental machinery turning out antisocial deeds, we have to dig deep into many human experiences and many mental activities. It was easily to be seen at the beginning of the work that there would be value in both extensive and intensive studies. The former would give a survey of the field which might lead to establishment of definite knowledge of the larger needs of the situation, would perhaps point the way to better legislation and public provision for various classes of offenders. The intensive work would furnish better understanding of types and the possibilities of their treatment. Then we soon realize that the careful and prolonged study of individual offenders was a rational preliminary to working up statistics from which general conclusions could be safely drawn. Time has justified this opinion. Nothing is rasher than to make general statements about social needs upon the basis of tests, observations, and figures that have not been proved to solve the point at issue. As an incident to the work with offenders, the psychologist in court is occasionally asked about the reliability of witnesses. We have been gathering data upon this point in hundreds of cases by some tests, and find the matter a very difficult one to generalize upon. In this we agree with various foreign students of the subject. The ability to be a good witness is a highly individual matter, and frequently involves the conditions of a given occasion, upon which tests do not throw any light. Occasionally, from psychological study, one can render a strong positive or negative opinion concerning individual capacities. But much more frequently, it seems to us that no safe opinion can be rendered. We would still maintain, as we ever have done, that the greatest hope for amelioration of the heavy burden of delinquency is in very early studies and early understandings of individual cases, not only for scientific purposes, but also for practical treatment. The young individual with delinquent tendencies is best handled. Not entirely, since some social offenses may first arise in late adolescence, but in a large share of cases, some of the most valuable criminological work can be done by specialists in child study. Even in early periods of life, intensive studies must be made, especially of children of the psychopathic type. We are more than glad to see the purpose all over the country. One word more about method. Those who early suggested to us that intensive, continued study of a dozen offenders of a dozen different types would be worth more than 1,000 short examinations spoke from a strong standpoint. Continuation studies are most valuable. They are necessary not only for giving understandings of types, but also for so understanding the individual that proper social adjustment of his case can be made. Our work shows plainly that except in the case of the grossly defective, a short cross-section study is absolutely inadequate for the work in hand, namely, scientific treatment of the offender. As we continue to see it then, the purpose of psychological work with offenders is nothing more or less than the understanding of the causes of misconduct. By no other methods will such causes be known, and those who fail to reckon with the fundamental psychical conditions and processes which underlie delinquency will never get far in developing better methods of treatment. Psychology in this field is perfectly willing to be judged by results, and that is the best self-recommendation that it can offer. The application of well-rounded and safe psychological studies in court, not the pseudo-psychology that our friends decry, offers to the law the important addition of a scientific method. It presumes to gather in all the available facts that bear on the conduct in question, to set down opinions of diagnosis and prognosis, and then to follow these up in connection with any treatment given, to see how correct they may have been, and to offer the chance of such readjustment as may be necessary. There is a direct study, then, of predictability. Now, this is exactly the method of every science that aims at self-improvement. Unfortunately, this scientific endeavor at self-improvement has heretofore not been the standpoint of the law. Nothing has been any more striking to us than our observations on this point. Now, through the opening avenue of practical studies of mental life and conduct applied to offenders in connection with court proceedings, we see every reason to believe that the outlook may be much better for dealing with the whole problem of delinquency and crime. The Eastern Penitentiary of Pennsylvania. The following article from The Umpire, a paper printed at the Eastern Penitentiary, gives a graphic description, from a prisoner's standpoint, of that century-old prison, where once the rule of perpetual solitary confinement was imposed. Today, it is noteworthy for the liberality of its rules. Sometime in the early 40s, Charles Dickens, the eminent author, visited this institution, and the result of it is found incorporated in his American Notes, published in 1842. He strongly criticized the methods in force at that time and depicted conditions well calculated to arouse the indignation of everyone with a spark of kindly feeling in their makeup. Many people believe these same conditions exist at present, for Dickens' works are read quite as freely today as they have been at any time since they first left the press. Then again, many people confound this institution with Moyamensing, which is the county prison, and somewhat different. Some of our contemporaries, and especially those in Western states, are evidently under the impression that the system in vogue 50 years ago is yet in force in this institution, and so far from giving any indication of being fully abreast of the times as they claim, one would suppose that they must have enjoyed a period of oblivion, second only to that of dear old Rip Van Winkle. More especially for their benefit, therefore, it is said that the Eastern Penitentiary of Pennsylvania, situated in the city of Philadelphia, has for at least 5 years maintained a system of humanitarian treatment of its inmates, which is the standard for this country, if not for the world. Among the benefits enjoyed by the people in this place, first is work. Every man who is able finds some occupation suited to his capacity. 35% of them are engaged in different occupations in which they share in the profits to the extent of from $5 to $15 per month. Labor unions have decreed that not more than this number shall be so employed. But all others are engaged in some labor, for which the state makes a very small allowance, sufficient to keep them in tobacco, which is permitted in every form excepting cigarettes. What these earnings amount to may be told right here, through figures taken from the last annual report. Sent to relatives, etc., $24,626.75. Drew in cash on discharge, $6,721.91. Spent for sundries, $12,036.90. On hand in savings banks, $3,795. Cash to their credit in office, $12,278.18. A per capita wealth of a trifle over $10. The average population is a little over 1,400, but at this season of the year, we hover around the 1,500 mark. Of this number, 500 are attending the schools of this place, which are under the supervision of a salaried teacher, who is assisted by inmates selected on account of their qualifications for this kind of work. In addition, there is a correspondence school for the higher branches of English, where men receive instructions in their cells from visiting teachers. We have trade schools, where men are taught carpentry, bricklaying, plumbing, plastering, and the different branches of electricity. Instructions are both theoretical and practical. We have a band of 40 pieces, with an auxiliary band of the same number under the direction of a salaried musician, who is in attendance 6 days a week. We have an orchestra of 12 pieces, wholly under the direction of the inmates, who arrange their own programs without suggestions or interference from the officials, and the Saturday night concerts they give throughout the year will compare favorably with those of any similar organization in the outside world. We have a hospital, which is maintained for the sick, and not as a loafing place for influential prisoners, which is the custom in so many penal institutions. The physician with his family resides in the institution and responds quickly to calls at any hour during the day or night. The inmates are weighed once a month, and any deviation of more than 5 pounds is called to the attention of the physician, who immediately examines the man to learn the cause. Many cases of serious disease have thus been caught in their incipient stages, and cures effected by prompt attention. The hospital patients are waited on by salaried trained nurses day and night, while the druggist is also a salaried official of the institution. In addition to the regular resident physician, there is a consulting staff made up of some of the most widely known specialists in the state, who give freely of their best services. We have a dentist who is in attendance daily from 2 p.m. until as late as necessary, and every class of dental work is executed by him. An optician is in attendance twice every week. We have fewer rules to obey than the people outside the walls, and every one of them is for the comfort of the men, and not to degrade or annoy them. The silent system was abolished so many years ago it is forgotten it ever existed. At no time is a man's hair clipped unless he so desires it, and he may wear any style of facial adornment in the way of whiskers that suits his fancy. We wear no stripes, but a uniform of blue and white mixed cloth. About 1/4 of the men are permitted to have their clothes made to measure by the prison tailor, and these are cut and finished in a style equal to any $15 suit in the open market. A VC kid dress shoe is now being issued in place of the old-time brogans. It has already proven its economy. Every man is given a complete new outfit when he enters the prison, and this is renewed from time to time as it wears out. No used clothing is given to an inmate. When a man is discharged, what clothing he had is sent to the incinerating plant and destroyed. The cells vary in size and average 8 by 12 by 12 feet high, with a skylight let into the roof and controlled by the inmate. There are double doors, but the outer one is never entirely closed, day or night. A steam radiator with individual control and portable electric light is in every cell. The men are permitted to furnish their cells at their own expense in any manner they choose, and many of them are really luxurious. Any kind of musical instrument, excepting a drum, is permitted, and some men have installed pianos and organs. Canary birds are the only pets allowed, and there are hundreds of them, caroling all over the place from early morning until dusk. Running water from the city mains is in every cell, but it is only used for domestic purposes. The drinking water is boiled and then passed through iced coils so that we have unlimited quantities of iced water, summer and winter. Every cell has a heavy white porcelain hopper, entirely free from sewer gas and odors. When they erect a monument to Warden McKenty, they will mention this hopper. The Catholic chaplain celebrates Mass every Sunday morning at 7 o'clock, and at 9 o'clock, 9 Protestant services are held simultaneously on the different blocks, by upward of 100 people. At 3 in the afternoon, visiting choirs from different denominations render a sacred concert on the center. The men are allowed all kinds of tools and material necessary to any work they may care to undertake for pleasure or profit, and the management encourages such efforts by finding a ready sale for the product. One man made $700 last year, another $400, and a dozen of them are earning more than $200 a year through work of this kind. Every man has the privilege of the yard daily for a time, during 5 days in the week. Sunday is the day when everything is closed down tight after church services. The baseball league is now in its 4th year and numbers nearly 100 men. Games attended by the inmates are played daily except Sunday during the season. Quoits and handball are in evidence at all hours. A semi-dark cell is the only form of punishment. The officer inflicting it usually apologizes for being forced to go to this extreme. We have 90 officers, and there is not a brute in the whole lot, and only 3 cranks. We are within 10 minutes' walk of the business center of one of the great cities in the world, and there are no roads upon which we may be employed in repairing. This is a matter for congratulation. Philadelphia had the road-building system in force 125 years ago, and it was the site of the humiliation and indignities suffered by the prisoners from malicious onlookers that inspired the thought resulting in the erection of this prison. Road building for prisoners in Philadelphia would mean a backward step of over 100 years, before the West, and particularly Oregon, was born. The United States government, with a full appreciation of the humanitarian methods in force here, is sending its prisoners to this institution from points as far as the Middle West. Much more could be said in favor of the Eastern Penitentiary, but let this suffice. We have every comfort and benefit accorded to prisoners in any penal institute in the United States, and then a whole lot more. At the same time, the umpire does not recommend it as a place of residence. End of section number 17. Section number 18 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 6, June 1914, Part 3. Events in brief. Under this heading will appear each month numerous paragraphs of general interest relating to the prison field and to the treatment of the delinquent. Warden Bridges. The Boston, Massachusetts Record says, Warden Bridges wishes to retire from the post at the state prison, which he has held for more than 20 years. He is past 78 years of age. If General Bridges insists upon his retirement, the state will lose the services of a man who, through a long career in a post of extreme difficulty, has maintained the dignity and efficiency of an important branch of the public service in a manner which will never be forgotten. The trials and suspense of such a position as General Bridges has held for 2 decades are hardly weighed by the average citizen, who regards them as matters of course, and expects in this state thorough efficiency. During these past 20 years, that public expectation has not been disappointed. It has been worth much to the Commonwealth to have had a man of General Bridges' sort at the head of its state prison. He assumed his present position in 1893, when he was appointed by the late Governor William E. Russell. Only one prisoner remains who has been an inmate continuously since General Bridges took control. The man is Jesse Pomeroy. Convict labor and labor unions. According to the Cedar Rapids, Iowa Times, union laborers war to prohibit state authorities to allow honor prisoners at the penitentiary at Fort Madison to work for outsiders as painters, plumbers, etc. at Fort Madison will now go into court, following the passage of an ordinance by the Fort Madison City Council, which prohibits prisoners entering the city only on official business. Police will be ordered to arrest them, and the ordinance provides for a fine of from $1 to $100 in violation of the ordinance. The war against the system has been going on for 2 years. The governor and state labor commissioners have been appealed to, but nothing was done. The State Board of Control allowed Warden Sanders to put honor prisoners outside in competition with union labor. Leaders of union labor took the matter to the City Council, which resulted in the passage of the prohibitory measure and will now be tested out in court. Says Georgia to Tennessee. The Atlanta Georgian has this to say in a recent issue. Since Governor Hooper of Tennessee and his party of prison investigators, who came to Atlanta last week to inspect convict conditions in Georgia, have returned home, they have given interviews to Tennessee papers upholding the Tennessee system of convict control as superior to that of Georgia, particularly from health and humanitarian viewpoints. To one who has spent several years in each state and has had opportunity to observe the prison systems of the 2 states, not in a 3-day cursory inspection, but at frequent intervals extending over these several years, the views of the Tennesseans seem open to question. In Georgia, all the able-bodied men convicts are worked out of doors, under the direct supervision of state and county officials and inspectors, constructing public highways. In Tennessee, about half of the able-bodied convicts are worked underground in state-owned and operated mines, having exceedingly little opportunity to enjoy the fresh air and sunlight necessary to the physical well-being of a man. The other able-bodied half are worked in factories within the penitentiary walls at Nashville, under the lease system that Georgia, 5 years ago, abolished as inhuman and unjust. A small percent, too old or too infirm for mine or factory, are worked on a farm adjacent to the Tennessee Penitentiary. Georgia has equally as good a farm at Milledgeville for its prisoners of the same class who are not fitted for work on the roads. Tennessee convicts in the mines and in the factories come in direct competition with organized free labor. Georgia's road-building convicts are worked for and not in competition with other classes of labor. It is true that the temporary road-building camps, which of necessity must be moved from place to place as construction progresses, do not possess the permanent sanitary improvements that Tennessee has installed inside the walls and at the mines, a condition to which the Tennessee party calls attention. Yet this is more than offset by the health-giving open-air life led by the Georgia prisoners. It is a matter of record that both Governor Hooper and his predecessor, Governor Patterson, pardoned hundreds of Tennessee convicts because they were victims of tuberculosis, produced by the close confinement in the mines and factories. Without comparative statistics on which to base the assertion, the writer is confident that in the last 5 years there have been at least 50% more cases of tuberculosis among Tennessee than Georgia convicts, despite the fact that Georgia, with its larger area and population, has about 50% more convicts than Tennessee, of whom 80% are Negroes against Tennessee's 60% of Negro prisoners. Governor Hooper says Georgia is making fine roads. There may not be as many prayer meetings in the Georgia road camps as in the Tennessee mines, but Georgia is not blindly killing off the bodies with tuberculosis while trying to save its convicts' souls. Georgia believes in saving both, but says to save the body first and have a better chance at saving the soul. A new warden at Sing Sing. Warden Clancy, who made a creditable record at Sing Sing, has resigned, and Superintendent of Prisons Riley has appointed Thomas T. McCormick of Yonkers as warden, which leads the New York Evening Post to say, Sing Sing prison has long been a disgrace to the state, but this fact was never so familiar to the people as it has been during the past few months. The superintendent of prisons appears, however, to think the present an auspicious moment for placing in charge of the prison a man whose only recommendation for the post, so far as known to the public, is that he has been successful in the plumbing business, and that he is one of the mainstays of the Westchester County Democratic machine. In the face of things like this, the men and women who are laboring to get our penal institutions properly conducted have need of all the faith and resolution they can command to keep on in their endeavor. But they will keep on, and the time will come when the idea of appointing the warden of a great prison for any other reason than his special fitness to conduct it wisely and well will seem too monstrous for belief. We must not forget the encouragement there is in the fact that, bad as these things are now, we have got beyond the utter shamelessness which was so often shown in former times. The New York Commission on Prison Reform. The New York State Commission on Prison Reform, which was appointed by Sulzer a year ago, has just filed the preliminary report of its findings. The commission, of which Thomas Mott Osborne is chairman, was authorized to examine and investigate the management and affairs of the several state prisons and reformatories, the prison industries, employment of convict labor, and all subjects relating to the proper maintenance and control of the state prisons of the state. The Commission has made careful study of these several matters, and the report which has been released contains many interesting and valuable suggestions. The abolition of the ill-famed Sing Sing prison is recommended, and the erection on its site of a receiving station for the observance and study of all persons sentenced to imprisonment in a state prison for medical examination and treatment of those afflicted with diseases, and for weeding out those found to be mentally defective, the latter to be sent to separate institutions devoted solely to the care of the mentally defective. The indeterminate sentence is a further recommendation of the Commission, which urges that the penal law of the state be so amended as to make it incumbent on all judges sentencing prisoners to confinement in a state prison to impose sentences without either maximum or minimum limit. While for the purpose of investigating all applications for pardon and parole, it is suggested that local advisory boards of pardon and parole be instituted in connection with each prison and reformatory of the state. The Commission places itself on record as favoring the employment of able-bodied male convicts in constructing and repairing the highways of the state and the several counties, in addition to which farms should be developed at all of the institutions, so that as many convicts as possible may be employed in the open air. All possible work to be conducted under the so-called honor system, together with a considerable and increasing measure of self-government. As a final and essential basis for permanent improvement, the Commission recommends the consolidation and reorganization of the various offices, boards and commissions, which now divide among them the administration of the prison affairs of the state into a permanent State Department of Correction, to which the entire penal administration of the state shall be committed. Will works or won't works? An examination of 2,000 inmates of the New York Municipal Lodging House showed that 63% of the 2,000 were able to do hard work. Another 10% were capable of doing lighter work, such as gardening or using a broom, and still another 9% could do extremely light work, but still enough to keep themselves in food and decent clothing. More light would have been thrown on the general subject of unemployment if the city had been able to go further and learn how many of this 2,000 would be willing to do the work they were physically capable of doing, were the chance actually offered. More privileges at Stillwater. Prisoners at the penitentiary at Stillwater demonstrate in many ways their approval of the new rules inaugurated by Warden Henry Wolfer. All the men in the 3rd grade have been advanced to the 2nd grade, and now not a stripe is worn in the new prison. All convicts will be permitted to talk to their neighbors at mealtime, Sundays and holidays. Each Tuesday and Friday at 4:30 p.m., motion picture shows will be given in the prison auditorium. The prisoners are given half-day off on Saturday. Prisoners earning money at Joliet. Warden Edmund M. Allen of the Joliet Penitentiary announces that for the first time in Illinois, prisoners employed in a penitentiary have become wage earners. Employees in the reed and rattan department, where furniture is made, have been given a share in the earnings. There has followed a marked improvement in efficiency. Each employee earned $5.69 in March. Small, but a beginning. Prisoners in this work learn a trade which can be followed profitably upon their obtaining freedom. In March 1914, with 259 working men, 6,595 pieces were made, as against 5,153 in March 1913, with 288 employees. In April, $6.32 per man was earned. In addition to the share in the profits granted to employees in the reed and rattan shop, the warden has given the prisoners the privilege of making any articles which they are capable of manufacturing in their cells during leisure hours. Materials are supplied where the supplies of the prison permit, and the articles made are sold by the prison and the money given to the convicts. Joliet convicts to the number of 500 were back at their work peacefully recently, following a night of firefighting, when flames destroyed a portion of the rattan shop of the state penitentiary. Convicts, from embezzlers to life-termers, fought side by side with the prison guards and members of the Joliet Fire Department. None tried to make their escape, and when the fire companies withdrew from the blackened ruins, the men quietly returned to their cells. Warden Allen says that he believes the introduction of the honor system during his administration had much to do with the action of the prisoners. For a long time, the big east gate leading to the prison stood opened, and he has yet to learn of any prisoner that made any attempt to get away. Harmless pirates. At the State Reformatory for Women in Massachusetts on June 6th, before an audience of 300 guests, friends of the institution, The Pirates of Penzance was given by the women inmates. About 60 of the women took part on the stage. The excellent work and good voices were a surprise and gratification, and this performance, which was heartily applauded, was undoubtedly the most elaborate and successful ever given by inmates of any penal institution in the country. The costumes, stage arrangements, and decorations were the work of the women. All winter long, the work has been an uplifting and engaging employment for all the inmates, giving them new tasks outside the daily prison routine. At the rehearsals, the 350 inmates have gathered in the large hall and watched the performance of the 50 to 60 women on the platform. The study and work has benefited every inmate and especially inspired all who took part. The work is an indication of the broad scheme of Mrs. Jessie D. Hodder and her staff in renewing the lives of the women in her charge. New prison training effective. So says the Buffalo Inquirer. Of the 1,639 convicts in the Ohio State Prison at Columbus, 1,331 are first-termers. Of the 784 discharged and the 743 received in the last year, only 14 were second-termers. Such figures indicate that the Ohio prison management is doing something to lessen the number of repeaters. Apparently, the training the prisoners receive is doing something to work up the ability and will lead to the life that saves them from being sent back again. It is related that the 500 Ohio prisoners who were allowed to work in the open last year on their promise not to run away, only 24 escaped. That is to say, 95% showed the stamina to stay on the prison job, and 5% yielded to the temptation to make a break for liberty. The 95% capable of staying in prison when they might have escaped should be capable of keeping out of prison after their release. Every statistical table showing a diminished proportion of repeaters is evidence that the new training is really accomplishing in the way of abolishing the comebacks. The situation in New Jersey. The Plainfield, New Jersey Courier outlines it as follows. It is claimed that politics interferes with the harmonious solution of the new labor system in the state prison, replacing the prison labor contract system. The interruption has created an annoyance because all the present labor contracts at the state prison expire on July 1st, and a serious condition will be presented for the majority of the 1,400 convicts will be thrown into lives of idleness. State prison keeper Thomas B. Madden regards the prospect as menacing. On July 1st, all the prison contractors will cease their work and will remove their machinery from the prison shops where so long the prisoners were kept busy manufacturing shoes, clothing, brooms, brushes, caps, handkerchiefs, overalls, etc. will be closed until the new prison labor methods can be put into operation. It will take at least 6 months to get the new system fully installed. No definite plans exist for an immediate resumption of labor in the prison. Although the act abolished the prison labor contract system and substituting the state use method under which the convicts manufactures articles for use in all the state institutions was passed in 1911, 3 years ago. The new commission is composed of Cook Conklin of Bergen County, President, Commissioner of Charities and Corrections Joseph P. Byers of Trenton, Secretary, Joseph M. Deere of Jersey City, representing the Board of State Prison Inspectors, Freeman Woodbridge of Middlesex County, representing the Board of Managers of the Rahway Reformatory, Richard H. Moore of Bridgeton, and Henry Islieb of Patterson. "The condition is a serious one," said prison keeper Madden today, "and I do not know what we are going to do after July 1st when all the prison shops must be closed. I know what it means to have a big lot of prisoners idle, for I was here back in the hard times of 1873 when one of the big prison contractors failed and the shops were closed down. We had trouble then, and there were not nearly so many prisoners as we have now." The Act of 1911, abolishing the contract labor system, created a prison labor commission composed of the Commissioner of Charities and Corrections, the warden of the state prison, the superintendent of the Rahway Reformatory, and 2 other persons to be appointed by the governor. President Wilson was then governor, and his appointments made the commission democratic. It has been claimed that if the original commission had been let alone, something would have been accomplished ere this. In 1912, the legislature was Republican. A bill was introduced changing the Prison Labor Commission so that it would be composed of 6 men, 3 Republicans and 3 Democrats. This was passed, and Governor Wilson promptly vetoed it, as also were many other bills sent to him by the Republican lawmakers. This bill was passed, over his veto, together with a lot of others, thus revolutionizing the commission. This is the commission which has just been legislated out of office. Prison keeper Madden does not think the state use will employ nearly all the convicts. For instance, less than 10 prisoners now do all the tailoring work for the 1,400 men in the prison, so that, in his opinion, all the industrial needs of the various state institutions will be met without using the labor of anything like all the convicts in the prison. It has been suggested that more convicts be employed outside the prison, and that then some of the others be employed in remodeling the old and unsanitary sections of the prison. This plan will likely be discussed by the commissioners next Tuesday. Only about 65 prisoners are now employed on the roads of the state, and it is proposed that this be increased to 300. The suggestion is that at least 150 convicts be sent to the prison farm in Cumberland County, where only 87 are now at work. There is a law permitting the state to acquire a prison to mine and crush stone for good road work, and it is urged that this would be put in operation and 100 convicts employed in this way. An average of 15% of the convicts are employed in the prison as domestics and general helpers, or are in ill health and cannot work. This leaves in round numbers 600 convicts to be utilized in the prison industrial system. It would take from 6 months to a year, however, to put all these plans into operation. Meanwhile, the pressing problem is what to do at once. An appropriation of $25,000 is available in the supplemental bill for immediate use for the establishment of the new prison labor system. But although the money has been ready since April 15th, nothing has been done about utilizing it to meet the need. Shale. Says the Boston Transcript, shale is to be no longer the outcast of the rock and soil families. It is fit to make into brick to be laid down for the best of highways. In the past, to point at a bit of land and say, shale, meant that the sale for any price above the waste lot figure was impossible. The shale land farmer never prospered. The word was good only for the novelist to write into the descriptions of places where ghosts were found. But shale is about to be respected. It may be fit punishment for that despised rock and soil derived from that rock that it should be placed under the feet of men, the hooves of horses, and the rubber of the auto tires, to be pulverized slowly into dust. But that does not matter. Shale is making a reputation. Governor Glynn of New York has announced that the tests of brick made from shale about the Elmira Reformatory have proved that the bricks are right for laying down for the surface of highways. Samples of the brick sent to the makers of clay brick machinery have been found to fill all the requirements of the experts there employed. And that means that shale almost anywhere may be made into brick with such economy that it is forthwith regarded as one of the best materials for surface highways. The advantage of the shale about the Elmira Reformatory is that the convicts there can be employed to collect the material and make the brick for state roads. The highway commissioner and a scientist are to direct the construction of buildings at the reformatory for the manufacture of brick. Convicts are to make the brick and put up the plant for permanent operations of the same materials. In many reports of industrial enterprises of late, there is used the expression, economy was the result of finding the building materials on the spot or close by. The use of shale in many sections is bound to come under that head. Brick is now made of many materials which in the past have been tabooed. Sand is considered as good as clay for making brick, and it is handier to many places. The use of different materials makes a variety in the building materials of blocks. Cities look better because of that variety. But one of the best uses for brick appears now to be the surfacing of roads for the joy machines, as well as the business motors of all kinds, and for horses. In the course of time, the country turnpikes may be generally paved like city streets, at least with hard brick, and That will have been done at reasonable cost to the country because of the employment of convict labor. In Kentucky, the New York Evening Post says editorially, "From Kentucky comes the report of a decision of its Court of Appeals which appears to be most unfortunate in its effect, but entirely justified by the facts of the case. The decision declares unconstitutional a Prison Reform Act passed by the legislature in 1910, which provided for one of the state prisons becoming a reformatory for first offenders, and the other a penitentiary for the education of prisoners, and for the assignment to them of a portion of their earnings under the prison labor contracts. The decision was not based on any objection whatever to the provisions of the bill, neither was it grounded on a technicality. The trouble was that the bill, which was in the nature of an addition of new sections to a pre-existing law, did not set forth the whole act as it would appear after amendment, as required by the state constitution. Also, the payment of prisoners was not mentioned in the title. The court disavowed any desire to interfere with the freedom of the legislature, except so far as distinctly required by the Constitution. But the opinion went on. To say that this act does not boldly violate Section 51 would be to say that the words of this section have no meaning or effect, and that a section of the Constitution has no more force than a legislative act. There is no getting away from this view of such a matter, unless we are to take the position that there should be no constitutions at all. In support of that position, there is room for valid argument. But to have a constitution, and yet set it aside when we please, is to invite the dangers that would go with the abolition of constitutions without getting its advantages. The indeterminate sentence and good time. According to the Louisville, Kentucky Courier-Journal, some of the prisoners in the Frankfort Reformatory are said to be preparing to file a suit to compel the prison commission to carry out the law which gives 84 days good time to every convict. There is no question as to the existence of such a law, but the prison commission has not seen proper to apply it to those prisoners who were convicted under the indeterminate sentence law. This seems to have been in accordance with common sense. A prisoner sent up under the indeterminate sentence law for a term of, say, 1 to 5 years is eligible to parole after he has served his minimum term of 1 year. If the good time allowance also is applied, such a prisoner, one of the commissioners has pointed out, would have to serve only about 9 months to be eligible for parole. The absurdity of making a good time allowance to those who are serving the so-called indeterminate sentence is more apparent when the case of a prisoner convicted of manslaughter is considered. This prisoner was sentenced to serve from 2 to 25 years. In the natural course of events, he would be eligible to parole after 2 years. Given the benefit of the annual good time allowance, he would have to serve only about 18 months before being eligible for parole. The Attorney General has given an opinion to the effect that the prisoners convicted under the indeterminate sentence law are entitled to the good time allowance. Evidently, there has been a good deal of legislative bungling in connection with these prison laws. With a few more amendments, it is much to be feared the state will be unable to keep anybody at all in the penitentiary longer than the time required for hearing a mandamus suit. How newspapers err. The Providence, Rhode Island News says that there was a queer mix-up over a sentence passed by the District Court of Minnesota on a youth of 20 years. 2 New York State papers had the story that the youth was sentenced to 40 years in prison for robbing a man of $1.85. One paper used the sentence as a text for a general cry-down of Wisconsin's very progressive, although what a sentence passed in St. Paul had to do with the laws of Wisconsin, progressive or otherwise, was not clear. The other paper commented on the affair under the caption, "The Crime of a Court." It appears by a letter from Judge Orr, who sentenced the youth, that he was not sentenced to 40 years in prison, but was sentenced under the indeterminate law and can, after 2 years, apply for a parole. It is true that in robbery cases the maximum sentence is 40 years, but it is up to the Board of Parole and to the youth himself, very largely to the youth, as to how long he will stay in prison. As the young man had been a waif and pleaded guilty, the story, if true, was one that could not fail to cause indignation. There was very little truth about it, fortunately, and Judge Orr, speaking for his state, says, "Minnesota is in the front rank in the matter of legislation recognizing the principles of modern penology and criminology, including the indeterminate sentence all cases, limited suspension of sentence, etc., and the administration of justice in the courts of this state is in full sympathy and accord with the statutes. Such blunders as these are apt to do courts everywhere an injury, so the truth should be known." Convicts make brick and do other work in Ohio. Shipments have been started from the brick plant established by the State Board of Administration for the employment of penitentiary prisoners at Junction City, Perry County, Ohio. Mason Chilcote of East Liverpool is the superintendent of the plant. 50 prisoners are employed at the plant, and as soon as a new dormitory is completed, another 50 will be sent there. The plant can turn out 40,000 bricks daily. State Highway Commissioner James R. Marker says that his department can use the entire output of the plant for road building. By using the convicts, the State Board of Administration saved the state more than $2,000 in tearing down old buildings and excavating for the new administration structure at the Institution for the Blind in Columbus. It required 24 convicts, 8,274 hours to do the work. They were paid 3 cents an hour by the state. The total was $248.22. The same number of hours paid for at 27.5 cents an hour, the prevailing rate of wages, would have cost the state $2,275.35. Besides saving the money to the state, the board furnished outdoor labor for the prisoners. Work on the foundation of the new structure, which is to house the Board of Administration, has been commenced. It is expected to have the building ready for occupancy by early fall. Board of City Magistrates of the City of New York, First Division. The annual report giving the work of magistrates in Manhattan and the Bronx in the City of New York is always anticipated with great interest, and is read with an increasing amount of satisfaction, both in general progress recorded and in the improvement of form and statistical method. It is a great pity, as Chief Magistrate McAdoo remarks, that the important strides toward significant criminal statistics that are being made in the magistrates' courts cannot be combined and developed, together with data from the higher criminal courts. There should be, in any event, a centralized statistical bureau covering all the courts concerned with the criminal bar in Greater New York. What was done with the man I held for keeping a gambling house, a disorderly house, or maintaining a public nuisance last month or the month before, I don't know. We might add, nor does anyone else know. The report presents the work of 8 district courts, a night court for men and a night court for women, and 2 domestic relations courts. There is no end of interesting material in it. Perhaps the most interesting facts, however, relate to the extension of the use of the fingerprints to cases of disorderly conduct, jostling and mashing with prospects of soon including automobile speeders, and the increase of the percentage of convicted among those arraigned. The former will make it difficult for real lawbreakers to escape punishment after arrest, while the latter shows that the number of arrests of innocent persons is fast diminishing. A remarkable fact is also the diminution of the number of defendants placed on probation, directly attributable to the greater frequency of preliminary investigations of such cases by probation officers. End of section number 18. Section number 19 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 7, July 1914, Part 1. The Pirates at Sherborne Reformatory. Here is a fine human interest story about the women's reformatory prison in Massachusetts and the remarkable success the inmates achieved in the Pirates of Penzance. The story is from the New York Times of June 21st. When a felon's not engaged in his employment, or maturing his felonious little plans, his capacity for innocent enjoyment, is just as great as any honest man's. This sums up pretty fairly an affair at Sherborne a few days ago. Sung by the ordinary policeman chorus of any ordinary Gilbert and Sullivan revival, the sentiment would seem trite enough. Sung by the felonious themselves, by forgers, by the enterprising burglars, it takes on a keener significance. It comes home. It was an amazed audience that sat in the chapel of the women's prison at Sherborne, Massachusetts, and listened to the Pirates of Penzance presented by 55 of the 200 women who are doing time. It was an audience which did not always get its cue as promptly as an audience should, for in several places where the Gilbert and Sullivan Company intended it should laugh, it openly dabbed its eyes with handkerchief or blew nose violently. In the first place, it had gasped over the grim humor of the Pirates of Penzance as presented by a set of offenders against property and public order, anyway. It gasped again when a lusty opening chorus of attractive pirates demanded that somebody pour the pirate sherry, for it was sherry that landed on a lot of them in Sherborne. And it could not for the life of it smile when the jolly pirates explained to it that, although our dark career sometimes involves the crime of stealing, we rather think that we're not altogether void of feeling. And a few in the audience realized that the pretty little Mabel, with her long dark curls and her clear soprano voice, was an old offender, serving her 3rd term at Sherborne. A few remembered, not without a shiver, that the pirate at the end of the row, splendid in a blue and white striped cape slung from her shoulder, a dagger stuck in her belt, had assisted at having her husband cut up in pieces, and missing the electric chair by a minute and a half, was here in Sherborne for life. It was hard to realize that one was within prison walls. These girls, most of them girls of the streets, supposedly the dregs of society, looked and acted like anything but dregs. Accustomed to the cheapest sort of music, the cheapest sort of amusement before they came here, they had nevertheless entered into the Gilbert and Sullivan spirit. They managed the difficult choruses superbly. They attacked their recitatives with understanding. They had been branded, most of them, as unmanageables, incorrigibles. Yet they had been trained to a point of almost complete cooperation. The mentally defective were not only managing difficult alto, but getting around the preposterous vocabulary of the pirates, such as the square on the hypotenuse and the crimes of Heliogabalus. And more than one in that audience leaned over to say to his neighbor, "If they can be trained to do this, they can certainly be trained to do something else." It was this realization that brought the audience, made up for the most part of prominent social workers and city officials from Boston, to its feet at the closing ensemble with all 55 on the stage. Policemen and pirates took off their hats and waved to the applauding audience that crowded around the stage, and the audience clapped and waved back. It was a recognition of a fact that both sides too often forget. The fact that criminals are not, after all, so different from non-criminals. It is largely because the criminal does not realize his relation to the rest of society that he breaks with it. And as for society, it forgot the human bond when it began clapping its offenders into dungeons and treating them as complete aberrations. Mrs. Pearl Wilkinson is the reason why Gilbert and Sullivan have invaded Sherborne. Mrs. Wilkinson's official title is chaplain, but no chaplain ever took to himself such an amazing set of duties, and Mrs. Wilkinson admits the name must be changed. Probably the girls themselves, as they rehearsed for the past 8 or 9 months under the chaplain's direction, have not realized that they were enjoying an advantage which no other amateur performers in the country could command. For Saturday's production of The Pirates of Penzance contained the original business, the business witnessed by those of us who saw the first presentation of the Gilbert and Sullivan operas in this country. Mrs. Wilkinson was one-time chorus mistress for the D'Oyly Carte troupe, her husband singing the principal baritone roles. She has for many years had experience in chorus and choir training, and in addition had charge of the House of Refuge at Randall's Island at the time when both boys and girls were admitted to that institution. It is a curious combination, and one which has brought results of the most amazing nature. The girls have been working since September on the Pirates. It should not by rights have taken so long, explained Mrs. Wilkinson, but the voices were in bad shape. Most of them were hard and inflexible, patterned on the nasal attainments of the cheap vaudeville performer. An understanding of the music had slowly to be created. Then, just as everything was within a few weeks of completion, the parole board would descend and release the chief soloist and 5 or 6 of the best voices in the chorus, and work would have to be begun all over again. This might have happened a week or so ago, for the prima donna's time had expired and she was free to go, which would have meant that Pirates would again have been postponed, probably for a much longer time, for Mabel's part is difficult and requires a real voice. Mabel sent word to her family and stayed another week. It was not only the 55 who actually took part in the opera who presented the Pirates. The whole prison, 200 women, gave it. Long ago, khaki skirts and blue prison dresses were piled up on one side of the machine room, and the most amazing materials took their place. Turkey reds and purples, tinsel of silver and gold, gauzy pinks and yellows surprised those machine needles which for 36 years have been bobbing up and down through somber colors. A visitor, looking in to see those who had been sentenced to hard labor, would have been amazed to see them putting gold braid on three-cornered hats, sewing buttons on policemen's uniforms. All the women attended rehearsals. They brought their crocheting, their bits of sewing, and sat quietly while the picked 50 tackled long words and difficult choruses. This in itself was a big concession. The women were all supposed to be in their rooms, and it was argued that they would be restless and unmanageable given so much liberty. But they weren't. They looked forward with the keenest enjoyment to the rehearsals, and it was because the company was accustomed to playing before an audience that not a member showed the slightest evidence of stage fright or even of self-consciousness at the final performance. While the performance was going on, the rest of the women were working on the prison grounds, in the kitchen, in the laundry, in the machine rooms, but they were as excited about the event as though they were to be present. Whenever a matron appeared, or Mrs. Hodder, the head of the prison, stopped to say a word to them, they asked eagerly about the guests. Were there many of them? Had the governor arrived? Did they get a sword for the major general? Upstairs in the chapel, a squad of girls worked for several hours before the performance, setting the stage. The scenery had been painted by the girls themselves and would have done credit to Granville Barker. Towering rocks, a rolling ocean in the back, a cave that looked as though it might harbor any number of murderous pirates, and real trees. Little birches had been cut down, and the girls worked long and earnestly, setting them in pails of water behind rocks. In spite of a couple of savage onslaughts, one from the pirates in full force with daggers drawn, and one from the energetic police, the trees stayed upright with only a couple of quiverings. The teamwork displayed by these outcast members of society who do not fit into our organization was something of a revelation. "Get out of this dust, Julia," cried the stagehands, dragging birch trees to their places as the pirate king appeared in the chapel doorway. "Don't you know dust will ruin your voice?" "Miss Wilkinson, don't you touch them trees. You'll get your hands so rough you can't play this afternoon. And, Mabel, I thought you was going to lay down and get rested. You'll be all worn out." "Emma, don't let Miss Wilkinson sweep the floor. Miss Wilkinson, let us have a matron up here, and you go and get some rest. We can fix everything now." What this means will be realized fully only by those who know the general temper of the women confined in our penal institutions, who have seen the sullenness, the bitter vindictiveness, the complaining spirit of the greater part of them. The girls of the old-style reformatory or prison have much time to themselves, and they put in every minute of it inspecting and piling up their grievances. Even when they are occupied, they are thinking about themselves, Naturally, they take little interest in doing kitchen or laundry work or in running machines. Sullenness and distrust, a hardened suspicion of everything that is done for them, are the biggest difficulties in the way of the woman who tries to get at the girls. Mrs. Wilkinson has shifted the emphasis. She does not think so much about getting at the girls. She tries rather to get them away from themselves. She does not bother with the girls' little sordid histories. She sees in them so many voices, so many dancers. Her mind is intent on just one thing: the operetta, the minstrel show, the Easter chorus that is in progress. Her enthusiasm is unlimited. The girls see her up at 5 o'clock in the morning, getting ready for rehearsals, trying out voices, arranging tableaux, planning costumes down to the smallest detail, as if this were the most important thing in the world. And they gradually forget to sulk and turn into work. It was Mrs. Wilkinson and the Pirates of Penzance that brought one of the most refractory inmates of the whole 200 at Sherborne up out of the punishment cell where she was confined at regular intervals. There was no question about it. The girl had a remarkable voice, and the opera had to have her, and she would simply have to keep out of the punishment cell, which she did, and on Saturday sang the part of the Pirate King with a dash and a finish that brought forth a storm of applause. She regards Mrs. Wilkinson as her especial charge, and indeed many of the girls have a maternal sort of attitude toward this little chaplain with her wide blue eyes, her earnestness, her trick of asking advice from everyone, her intentness on her work, and her way of taking it for granted that everyone else is just as absorbed and just as enthusiastic as she is. Mrs. Wilkinson has been at Sherborne a little more than a year. The Pirates of Penzance is by no means the first achievement. All the public holidays are celebrated. Last year, the Sleeping Beauty was given by the lowest grade in the prison, in which 11 nationalities were represented, many of the cast being unable to read and write. 4th of July is always a gala day, and the festivities include a minstrel show. This year, the minstrel show, given out of doors in a charming little amphitheater on the prison grounds, was a deviation from the usual half-circle endmen arrangement. There was a little darky cabin, choruses of cotton pickers, and a substantial plot. Every month there is a birthday party, given in honor of all those whose birthdays come in that month. An extra dish is provided for supper, and instead of regular chapel exercises, there is an entertainment of some sort by the girls themselves. Folk dancing has been held under the trees. The kitchen girls danced peas porridge hot, the sewing girls reap the flax, and the laundry girls a Swedish clothes washing dance. From all this, it might be gathered that we were stepping rather far across the line, and giving our offenders a better time in prison than they have out of it. The ultimate object of these entertainments, of all this work which seems at first glance rather irrelevant to correction of criminal tendencies, is something quite different from the mere pleasure to those who take part. In the first place, concerted action has been the slogan for every prison reformer. In all too many instances, however, it has been enforced concerted action, and that is of little or no benefit. In all the 30-odd years that the women of Sherborne have been working in the shop, in the laundry, on the farm, there was probably no spontaneous cooperation whatever. The best that could be said was that they were not sitting idle in their cells. The most important contribution which Sherborne's chaplain, more or less unconsciously, has brought to that curious community, is a new sort of inhibition. Up to this time, the correction of the wayward has been through the medium of morals. About the best thing that could be done while a woman was serving her term was to attempt to awaken in her a sense of her own responsibility, of her duty, of the standards by which other people lived and which were necessary for comfort and health and ultimate goodness. It was an attempt to get into working order that moral inhibition that keeps the greater part of us from forging checks when we need money, or murdering our enemies when we hate them. Mrs. Wilkinson has a new inhibition: the aesthetic. 50% of the women in Sherborne are there for acts which to the normal person would be unspeakably repulsive. The average woman is held back from filthiness by her aesthetic sense, even if she isn't by her moral sense. By giving the women who for a year or two come under the state's care an understanding of any one art, especially of music, which appeals most directly, a standard is given from which the individual never backslides. Moral standards depreciate. But the person who has been educated past ragtime and past bad pictures never really enjoys them again. And while the aesthetic inhibition has less direct bearing on conduct than the moral, while it does not always have force enough to be effective, it is one more chance for the girl who goes out from under the state's supervision to stay out. This is, of course, one of the greatest problems of the penal institution: how to hold the discharged prisoner to the standards which she has but just grasped during her term. "If we could only keep them here until we had set them squarely on their feet," said Mrs. Hodder, the head of the prison. "The great difficulty is in dovetailing life here with the life that they meet outside. People are so merciless, so cruel. They force the girl straight down again into the life she came from." The first practical step which our reform institutions must take is the creating of the indeterminate sentence, which will allow the heads of institutions to keep their charges until they are in some degree capable of taking care of themselves. For instance, in Massachusetts, a 16-year-old girl can be committed to the state industrial school for girls and be under its custody and its excellent training until she is 21. For the girl of 17, committing the same offense, there is only this institution, strictly penal in character and sentence, where she may serve a minimum of 8 months and then be released. We have made some advance in this state in that the parole board never releases a girl if we oppose her release, so that we are able to keep the girls much longer than formerly, when they served the exact sentence and then were discharged. But it is very hard for us when a girl knows that her sentence is for 1 year, and we keep her for 2. She is resentful and uneasy all through the 2nd year. Sweeping changes have been made in Sherborne since Mrs. Hodder's arrival there 3 years ago. Sherborne is called a reformatory, but it is a prison, and although Mrs. Hodder has removed many of the obsolete features of it, remnants of an old penology, she has not gone to the other extreme and turned punishment to pleasure and correction to play. "What I hope to do," she explained, "is to develop this reformatory as an industrial training institute for women. We have had the handicap of hard labor stamped on our commitments. This has tended to make of Sherborne a purely industrial plant. What I want to do before I get through is to put in commercial factory standards in speed and efficiency. Up to this time, work here, like work in many of the prisons throughout the country, is little more than a stopgap. The training which the worker gets is practically no training at all. Hours are long. Inspection is desultory. The worker who would go out from our machines into a white goods factory would not be able to measure up in speed and efficiency to any but the novice. The practical thing to do is to institute the factory standard, introducing some competitive basis. Then there must be correlation with the educational side of the institution. Before you can get up any interest from the women who sew on shirts, they have to know something about shirts. They must be taught something about fabrics, how they are made, how to buy them, the condition of the industry which they represent. Along with the shop course must go other things: domestic training, cooking, hand sewing, millinery and mending, and all of them supplemented by classroom training. In short, we must offer industrial training of a sort which would enable a girl to earn her living when she leaves us. This is the greatest difference between the policy which we are working out at Sherborne and the policy pursued by Dr. Davis at Bedford Hills in New York State. The emphasis at Bedford is, I believe, too much on the educational side. The emphasis on Sherborne has been, I know, too much on the industrial side. The two must be properly balanced. The reformatory at Bedford Hills can hardly be compared to the prison at Sherborne. The problem of the latter is much more complicated by reason of the fact that it is a prison for all mature offenders, including women of 40 and over, while Bedford is nearer the Lancaster Industrial School, which receives girls under the age of 17. The older women criminals of this state are sent to Auburn. Mrs. Hodder is energetically opposing the age grouping which our penal institutions have followed for many years. Segregation and classification, she says. This is the next practical move in our prison reform. What classification has been done has been for the most part according to chronological age, which is absurd. An examination of 427 cases from the reformatory showed that, should all women under 50 be grouped in one institution, the long sentence women, almost invariably first offenders, and of a much higher type of intelligence than short sentence women, would be classed with a large number of alcoholics and some of the worst of the sex cases, together with a number of definitely feeble-minded. In fact, almost every type of criminal would come into the under 30 class, and by no means are the young offenders the least hardened and the most reformable. Segregation, as we are fast coming to realize, must be according to degree of viciousness and according to intellectual and not chronological age, and the classification must be greater. The cottage plan is the only one by which successful reform work can be accomplished, such a plan as Dr. Davis has worked out at Bedford Hills, for example. Under such a system, which allows for very small groups, the women can be carefully graded, the downright vicious woman kept from the one whose weakness is nothing more than alcohol or vagrancy. Under such a system we can care for the extreme cases, which are always the most perplexing problem, those violent cases for which we now have to employ the punishment cell. For these women, who are often borderline cases, should be prescribed steady out-of-door work, My idea is to have a sort of movable shack and a cage where a violent case of this kind could have the opportunity for solitary confinement, which undoubtedly is the best treatment, and for working in the ground, making things grow. Of course, the prison should not have its progress clogged by these borderline cases any more than it should be hampered by care of the distinctly feeble-minded. Out of 427 women, 17% of those below 30 years of age were found to be definitely feeble-minded, 25% mentally subnormal, making nearly half of the number with some marked mental defect. These should obviously be separated from those who are mentally sound and given special instruction, which would be the case were we to classify according to intellectual age. Sherborne Prison is, because of lack of funds, a long way from the cottage system. It is still a prison, built on the dormitory plan, but its cells are fair-sized rooms, clean, and with a large window to let in the sunshine. There are colored pictures and postcards tacked on the whitewashed walls of most of them. The room of one of the lifers was unusually attractive. Potted plants at the window, a rocking chair, and a table covered with a spotless cloth, edged with a border of the finest kind of crochet made by the prisoner herself. And just before lights out time, Saturday evening, it was curious to go down the corridor and see outside of each barred door a neatly folded policeman's suit and helmet, or a pirate's gay-colored cape with dagger and cocked hat on top. And behind the barred doors could be heard, in a subdued undertone, his capacity for innocent enjoyment is just as great as any honest man's. Francis and his 5,000 acres. At Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, the state of Pennsylvania has bought what is probably the most wonderful farm prison site in the world. The editor of The Delinquent made a recent visit to Warden Francis and can enthuse over the site without any reservations. The following article from the Pittsburgh Gazette-Times tells of Francis and his farm. Prison reform is to be realized in the Western Penitentiary, now in course of erection in the Nittany Valley, Center County, about 5 miles from Bellefonte, Pennsylvania. 130 convicts with terms ranging from 2 to 15 years, too busy with their day's labor or their evening's sports to think of evil, are building the new penitentiary or tilling the soil. Only 9 hours a day, that time allotted for sleep, are the prisoners under lock and key. They go about their various duties under the direction of a guard or overseer, but the shotgun or rifle, usually accompanying such officer, is conspicuous by its absence. The prison gives promise of being the ideal penal institution of the world. The site is ideal for the work to be accomplished. It stretches from the Nittany Mountains across the valley almost to the Muncie Mountains, being more than 6 miles long at its greatest length. In width, it reaches out in some places over 3 miles and covers an area of 5,250 acres. Fertile farms in this vicinity have been combined into one magnificent estate. In a few years, it will be one of the most beautiful parks found anywhere. Aside from the building to be erected for prison purposes, Prisoners will build roads and bridges, remove unsightly objects from farms, trim out forests into sylvan retreats, and in 1,000 ways add to the work of nature. How long will it take to complete the entire plan of Warden John Francis is, even with him, a matter of much conjecture. He does not believe the plant will be ready to transfer the entire prison body from the Woods Run institution to the Center County farm for several years. While there are 130 men now employed at the work there, this number will be increased from time to time, but he believes it will be several years before the plans are worked out. Warden Francis hopes in the future to see the prisoners of the new penitentiary manufacturing such goods as are required in state institutions. He believes that it would be better for the state if furniture for use in state institutions were manufactured in the prison than to send to Michigan for such furniture, and that shoes for the state's charges could also be made by prison labor instead of the money being sent to Massachusetts, the seat of the shoe industry. Should he be able to work out his plans with the aid of the state governing bodies, he hopes to be able to pay each prisoner for labor, deduct the amount of the prisoner's keep from his earnings, and turn over to those dependent upon the prisoner the surplus, thus preventing the privation to families and saving the state and municipal governments money spent through charity departments for the maintenance of those families. Events leading up to the acquiring of the land for penitentiary purposes were by no means favorable. Even after the Board of Prison Inspectors had decided to adopt the farm idea, many obstacles were to be overcome. Warden Francis, in asking the legislature on February 14, 1911, to pass a bill which had been drawn up authorizing a purchase of land and the erection of a penitentiary and other necessary details, opened his address by declaring, "If the Western Penitentiary was not a tragedy, it would be a screaming farce." The legislature, after listening to his arguments, passed the bill without a dissenting vote, there being no semblance of party feeling. With the act signed by Governor Tanner, the matter of a location was then taken up, and in all, over 200 sites were offered. All of these had to be examined and the merits and defects of all gone into carefully. The Rockview farm territory was finally decided upon by the warden, and when he asked the governor and the prison inspectors to view that site, it was unanimously decided to accept it. Options were secured on over 5,000 acres, but some little technicality developed, and it became necessary to re-option the big tract comprising 40 parcels of ground. It was finally purchased at an average cost of less than $50 an acre. Payment was made direct to the owners by the state treasurer. The first work on the new prison was done in July 1912. At that time, Warden Francis took one prisoner from the Western Penitentiary to the farm and put him to work tearing paper from the walls of the old home on the Ishler farm. A week later, 2 more prisoners were taken up, and the next week 4, to be followed a week later by 8 prisoners. After that, the prisoners were taken up as needed. The old Ishler home was thoroughly renovated and changed to suit their needs. As the number of prisoners increased, the needs became greater, and last September, work was begun on the erection of a larger building. An annex was built to the home. It will later be known as the Merritt House. The annex is a 2-story concrete building and is regarded as one of the finest pieces of reinforced concrete construction in the state. It is practically one piece. The first floor contains a bathroom with numerous showers, a dining room, and kitchen. The second floor contains one large room which, although now occupied as sleeping quarters, will be a resting room. In the old farmhouse, now occupied as sleeping quarters, the prisoners will sleep when matters are adjusted later. 50 men will find accommodations in the Merit House. The concrete in this building will later be faced, giving it the appearance of dressed stone construction. Every bit of stone and sand in the construction of this annex was taken from the farm. In fact, stone and sand for all buildings and roads will be quarried on the farm. Only cement will be purchased. A pen and corn crib near the home was removed, and the best material saved and used in the construction of a machine shop and laundry. An old barn and other outbuildings likewise furnished lumber for a powerhouse and other temporary buildings. Timber, worth $3,500, has been taken from the woods on one tract and converted into lumber needed about the place. It is estimated that a like amount can be cut from the same tract. Although the woods on this farm comprised only a small part of the acreage, the farm cost the state only $16,000, and in addition to the lumber taken from it, thousands of dollars worth of limestone has been quarried. With the passage of the act abolishing hanging, it became necessary to prepare for the new method of execution. The erection of the electrocution house is now underway. The foundation has already been constructed and is a remarkable piece of work. This building will be complete in itself. It will be 2 stories in height, with wings of 1 story on each side, and about 230 feet long and 31 feet wide. In the basement of the main building will be the heating and ventilating system and dynamos for generating the current. The first floor will contain the office of the deputy warden and observation room. The second floor will contain cell rooms and the electrocution chamber. Such an arrangement will prevent tampering with the wires from the outside of the building. The concrete walls will be 2 feet thick with an embedded network of 1-inch iron bars. This is the first building to be erected within the acreage allotted for the prison proper. The entire group of buildings will be enclosed with a 30-foot-high concrete wall. The enclosed area will be about 50 acres, or 5 times the acreage now enclosed on the north side in Pittsburgh. Inside this enclosure will be the complete prison, including the big cell room where the prisoners will sleep, workshop, and hospital, which occupies a site on the hill, half a mile from the railroad and facing the beautiful gap in the Nittany Mountains known as McBride's Water Gap. The site presents marvelous natural advantages. Spring Creek will be harnessed, and experts declare it will flow even during the driest season at the rate of 100 million gallons during each 24 hours. The riparian right to the state of this stream has been estimated to be worth no less than $1 million, just 80% of the total cost of the entire farm. This trout-filled mountain creek will furnish the power that will turn the wheels of industry on Rockview Farm, provide the electric light, and fill other wants, and still leave a surplus in reserve power. For 3 miles up the beautiful valley, its waters will be held back in check until the time arrives for its use. A dam 55 feet high at the breast will be constructed. More than 6 miles across the farm and up in the mountain, is a stream which will furnish 1,000,000 gallons of pure mountain water. The question may be asked, in what relation does the warden of the Western Penitentiary stand with his convict farmhands? He is one of the boys. Could you but see him in the evening on the top of one of the great hills near the Merit House during the baseball game, you would be convinced of the statement. He jumps from his automobile, flings his coat on the ground, and takes a seat on the grass among the prisoner spectators, and is prepared to enjoy the game. In the working out of this undertaking, the welfare and future of the prisoner after he has served his sentence has not been lost sight of. This is best illustrated in the words of Warden Francis. Our mission is to turn out not worse men, but better men. End of section number 19. Section number 20 of The Delinquent, Volume 4, Numbers 1 through 7, by National Prisoners' Aid Association. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Issue number 7, July 1914, Part 2. The treatment of the misdemeanant. This excellent summary of the present correctional treatment of the misdemeanant was read by Amos W. Butler, Chairman of the Committee on Corrections at the National Conference of Charities and Corrections in Memphis in May 1914. Who knows how many persons are confined in local jails in the United States? Who comprehends the magnitude of the problem involved? How many appreciate its relation to the individual, to his family, to society? The Bureau of the Census tells us that 452,055 persons were committed to county and municipal prisons in 1910, under sentence or for non-payment of fine. We call them misdemeanants. It is the name ordinarily given one whose offense the law does not deem sufficiently serious to warrant a state prison sentence. If the ratio of commitments to the whole number received is the same throughout the United States as in Indiana, it is probable that 1.5 million people annually come under the influence of these local prisons. We know that jails are the spoil of partisan politics. They are maintained largely on the fee basis. Most of them were built without any proper idea of the purpose they were intended to serve. As a rule, they are insanitary. They lack proper provision for separating the sexes, and there is no means of employment. Often they are crowded beyond their capacity. There is little attempt to classify the prisoners. They congregate in the corridors, and the older and more experienced in criminal ways instruct the others in vice, immorality, and crime. In how many such institutions are women not only waited upon, but searched by men? The late Samuel J. Barrows once remarked, back in 1876, a committee of the New York legislature said, "There is no one source of crime more operative in the multiplication of thieves and burglars than the common jail." And that statement still remains true of a large number of jails throughout the country. Many of you have heard Dr. F. H. Wines's scathing denunciation of these institutions. Delegates to the International Prison Congress who visited this country in 1910 declared our local jail system as bad as it was centuries ago in Europe. Every jail I saw ought to be wiped off the face of the earth, said Thomas Holmes, secretary of the Howard Association of London, and this was the general verdict of these distinguished prison officials and penologists. It was the idleness of the prisoners, the lack of fresh air, the indiscriminate mingling, the long-delayed trials that impressed them so unfavorably. I asked 2 colored men how long they would be in, and they said they did not know, that they had waited 11 days for a trial, said Dr. Eugene Borel, professor of law in the University of Geneva, Switzerland. That is a shocking travesty of justice. In Europe, a prisoner gets a hearing within 24 hours. Yet, under such conditions as these, we detain hundreds of thousands of persons. The vagrant, the drunkard, the witness, the runaway boy, the first offender, the hardened criminal, the man awaiting trial, the convicted lawbreaker. What can we expect but that they will degenerate in body, mind, and morals? Even where work is provided, as is done in some larger jails and workhouses, it is under the old contract system, which we should like to see abolished. In some states, misdemeanants are employed on the public highways. However successful this may be in some parts of the country, it would probably not be in conformity with the public sense in the more thickly settled communities, or practicable to any great extent in the more northern latitudes. The whole question of the apprehension, treatment, and release of the misdemeanant is of tremendous importance. While prison reforms are coming with surprising rapidity, they have been confined largely to the felon. The misdemeanant has been neglected. In the first place, what are the qualifications of the average policeman? Ordinarily, he is without training or experience. His politics have usually had more to do with his appointment than any other consideration. What part can such a policeman play in an enlightened system of penology? In a number of states, the Constitution proclaims that the penal code shall be founded on principles of reformation and not of vindictive justice. How far has that been interpreted in the statute laws? The provision of most of our state constitutions that justice shall be administered speedily and without delay is wholly forgotten. We generally think that the day of imprisonment for debt is past, yet many jail prisoners are held for debt, the fine assessed against them. The man of means pays his fine and goes free. The man without money suffers imprisonment under conditions which menace health and morals. It frequently becomes necessary for his family to ask for help. Sometimes he loses his job. If he becomes embittered or vindictive, need we wonder at it? The picture is not all dark. Here and there, light is breaking through. We are coming to understand that the policeman can be a social agent, a next friend, an instructor in obedience to the law. We are beginning to regard as the best officer the one who makes the fewest, not the most arrests. In some cities, women are being added to the police force, and there are police matrons and jail matrons and even women judges. Humanizing the courts is an expression coming more and more into use. Instead of sending to jail men who are unable to pay their fines, judges are releasing them conditionally and giving them a chance to earn the money. The plan works admirably. judges are finding that their confidence is seldom misplaced. This principle has been enacted into law in Massachusetts and other states. Elsewhere, it has been practiced without special authority of law. In New York State, the probation law provides for the collection of fines on probation and also restitution on probation. We are further coming to believe that too many persons are sent to prison. Some states have adopted a system of probation under which many lawbreakers are reclaimed to society without the stigma of a prison sentence. Probation has been successfully tried in Massachusetts, New York, and other states. We have learned, too, the value of the farm colony for the open-air employment of almost all classes of public wards. This has been applied to the insane in Wisconsin, Massachusetts, and Indiana, to epileptics in New York, New Jersey, and Indiana, to feeble-minded in Massachusetts, New Jersey, and Indiana, to both dependent and delinquent children in many states, and more recently, to certain classes of prisoners, including all kinds of misdemeanants of both sexes. What is being done at Cleveland, at Occoquan, and at Guelph is well known. The most recent development of this movement is the New York State Farm for Women Misdemeanants, the simple, inexpensive yet substantial form of buildings, the freer life, and the opportunity to contribute in part at least to their own support, make it far better for the inmates and cheaper to the taxpayer. In Indiana, the first step in this direction came about through the establishment in 1907 of a state workhouse for women misdemeanants as a branch of the women's prison at Indianapolis. The institution is entirely in control of women. Then the Board of State Charities began a vigorous campaign for a state farm for male misdemeanants. Conditions in the county jails were shown forth in the following paragraph. How prisoners live and learn in Indiana county jails. They live in idleness at the expense of the taxpayer. They learn vice, immorality, and crime. They become educated in criminal ways. They degenerate both physically and morally. In 1913, an appropriation was secured. The land has now been purchased, and work on the buildings will soon begin. The law contemplates that the construction work shall be done largely by state prison and reformatory men. The new institution is for men who have a jail sentence of 60 days or more, and prisoners may be transferred from the state institutions whenever room for them exists at the farm. Eventually, there will probably be several such farms in the state, and this movement, with proper amendments to existing laws, should in time do away with the use of county jails for the confinement of convicted offenders, and leave them only as places of detention. We now look forward to the time when we shall have a form of indeterminate sentence for misdemeanants. The success of this form of sentence for felons in Indiana, as in many other states, justifies our belief that it will prove valuable in the treatment of misdemeanants. Certainly, some improvement can be made over the present illogical short sentence, which benefits neither the individual nor the public in whose name he is held. New York has already taken an important step in this direction. Misdemeanants between the ages of 16 and 21 are to be committed under an indeterminate sentence to the reformatory for this class of offenders, authorized by the legislature of 1912. The site for this new institution has not yet been located. It is the purpose of those interested to place it on a farm and to make it one of the most complete and modern of reformatories. Another needed reform, state control of county jails, is receiving some attention. J.S. Gibbons, chairman of the Prison Board of Ireland, said, "I tell you what I think you lose sight of in this country, that all these splendid reformatories deal with merely a drop in the ocean compared with the county and city jails to which your thousands of prisoners go, and where many are manufactured. We were in exactly the same condition up to 1877, when we brought county and city jails out from under local authorities in the United Kingdom. We found the antecedent to all reform was state centralization. In 1877, every prison and jail was put under central administrative authority, and the expenses paid out of the imperial funds. 3 acts were passed simultaneously for the 3 kingdoms. We then began at the bottom, closing all the superfluous ones, and in that way we were able to close about half." I have the following statement from Sir Evelyn Ruggles-Bryce of England. "The Prison Act, 1877, transferred the local prisons of this country, i.e., prisons for the confinement of all classes of prisoners other than those sentenced to penal servitude, from the control of local visiting magistrates to that of the state. The act came into effect on the 1st of April, 1878, 113 local prisons being so transferred. Since that date, their number has been reduced to 56. At the time of their transfer, the local prison population stood at 21,030, the highest known. From that date, a continuous fall was recorded until 1885, when the numbers reached slightly over 15,000. After a series of fluctuations below and above this number, the population stands at 15,000 at the present time. Relatively to the total population of the country, the figure for 1878 represented 686 committals per 100,000, while that for the year ended 31st March 1912 was the lowest on record, viz. 439 per 100,000. Massachusetts, perhaps, has led the agitation in this country for state control of county jails. In other states, there has been some publicity in favor of such action. An offender against the federal law becomes a prisoner of the United States and is under the direction of the federal judge. Why should one who violates a state law not be a prisoner of the state? That is the theory that underlies the new law for jail supervision in Indiana. Offenders against the state law have been placed under the oversight and authority of the judge of the circuit or criminal court, who is a state official. This judge may say where and how the prisoner shall be detained, and if the jail is unsatisfactory, he may condemn it. He is authorized to prescribe rules formulated by the Board of State Charities, which has supervision of all jails and other public, charitable, and correctional institutions. A violation of these rules, once entered in his order book, is in effect a contempt of court. While these advanced steps have been taken, the reform is by no means general. Most of the states continue to use, unchanged, the system long since discarded in Europe whence it came. The results are not reformatory. On the contrary, they are destructive alike to the individual and those with whom he later comes in contact. Local jails are recruiting stations for our larger state correctional institutions. We should make greater progress in reformation if we did not first pollute the stream we are going to treat. The outlook is not bright, but it is by no means hopeless. The evils which exist are the natural result of the system we adopted. Let us change the system. Let us begin at the bottom and study all the steps in the treatment of the offender, his apprehension, detention, trial, conviction, probation, confinement, treatment, employment, conditional release, final discharge. Let us set as our goal 1. A system of police recognizing character, merit, and efficiency in the personnel and a proper social view for its operations. 2. A prompt hearing for every person arrested. 3. The establishment of juvenile courts for all children's cases. 4. Provision for the care and detention of delinquent children outside the jail. 5. A probation system for adults similar to that of juvenile courts. 6. Separate trials for women offenders. 7. A modification of the present system of fines in order not to discriminate against the poor. 8. Classification of prisoners, confinement of individuals apart from each other, and absolute sex separation in county jails. 9. The prohibition of the use of the jail for any other purpose than that of temporary detention. 10. The abolition of the fee system. 11. State control of all minor prisons. 12. The establishment of industrial farms for the convicted misdemeanants. 13. A form of indeterminate sentence for misdemeanants. 14. Their release on parole under supervision. 15. The abolition of contract labor. The following members of the Committee on Corrections approve and sign the report: Major R. W. McClory, Julian W. Mack, Arthur W. Town, Frank E. Wade, Joseph P. Byers, John J. Sonstaby, Quincy A. Myers, W. H. Moyer, A. J. G. Wells, J. A. McCullough, John H. Dewitt, Archdeacon B. M. Spur. Mr. E. Stagg Witten disagrees with what is said about the employment of convict labor on public highways in the more thickly settled northern states. Aidinge by Charles Wheatley. In the state prison of Arizona is a life prisoner who has made a remarkable record. The Delinquent has followed with great interest Mr. Aidinge's business career while inside the prison, and now, through an article from the Ohio State Journal, presents Mr. Aidinge's story in part. Down in Florence, Arizona, in the state prison, they have penned up a Daytonian for life on a charge of murder. This man went into prison an outcast ready to die, or rather about to be killed by tuberculosis. He had been a con man, forger, and all-around crook, and today, 7 years after his conviction, he occupies a prominent place in the business world. The man in question is Louis Victor Aidinge, born in Dayton in 1878. At the age of 3, his parents separated. His mother was a talented musician, while his father had been actor, broker, and gambler. Sometime after the separation, young Atinge went to live with an uncle. He was educated in the 1st District School, Central High School, spent 2 years at St. Mary's Institute, and 1 year at the University of Notre Dame. At the age of 16, Atinge started on his life of crime by forging a check. He went from bad to worse, and was soon known from east to west and north to south by the list of bad paper he had left behind. Many times his relatives kept him out of jail by straightening out difficulties into which the young man drifted, but finally they became tired of this and refused to have anything further to do with him. Cut off from home's ties, Atinge became even more desperate and finally ended up in the Ohio State Penitentiary following his arrest and a daring attempt at a big jail delivery. While in the penitentiary, Atinge was known as a bad one, and when released, it was found that he was suffering from the advanced stages of tuberculosis. This was at the age of 27. When relatives learned of his physical condition, they weakened in their determination to do no more for him. They sent him to Arizona with an allowance of $100 per month. He was to remain away from Dayton and live within the law. Atinge had not been in Arizona very long, however, until he was under suspicion of murder. A man with whom he had become quite friendly, and whom he had taken care of in a financial way, was found dead in the desert one day after Atinge had been seen to leave the city with him for a buggy ride. When the body was found, Atinge had disappeared. He was found later in California, and in his pockets were some of the belongings of the dead man. Atinge was brought back to Arizona and placed on trial for his life. He was convicted on circumstantial evidence after William A. Pinkerton, one of the greatest detectives of the time, had declared that it was improbable that Atinge had killed the man, as his criminal bend did not gallop in that direction. Judge A.C. Wright of Phoenix, who defended Atinge, was so sure of the prisoner's innocence that he went into his own pocket to pay for the appeal of the case. Atinge was convicted and sentenced to life in prison. How long can he live in prison? That was the question asked by all who had seen him on the witness stand. Atinge was near death's door at the time. His allowance had been cut off, and he did not have the funds with which to purchase fresh milk and eggs, two delicacies almost absolutely necessary for the tubercular patient. The state prison was then at Yuma, Arizona. It was a hellhole, with its mosquitoes which swarmed into the cells that looked out on the Colorado River. The quarters were damp, dark, and dirty, and afforded excellent means of killing a man who at the time was ready to die. But right there is the story. Atinge was not ready to die. He was not 30 years old. He clung to the hope that something would bring about his release. He wanted to live, wanted to breathe again the fresh air of freedom and hobnob again with the pals, association with whom had placed him behind steel bars. Atinge was still a crook. Enough of the crook. Let us get to Atinge the business builder and man. It is a great, broad jump, we admit, but the telling of how Atinge accomplished it is 1,000 times easier to do than the battle which Atinge himself had to go through in bringing about that end. 7 years ago, Atinge was a crook of the first water. 7 years, mind you. And today, Atinge is a man. He is looked up to by professional advertising writers the country over. His business letters are the best that are being written today. Aidenge is the star of them all. The strange part of this great accomplishment is the manner in which it was brought about. Aidenge made the road light for himself. He started out with weak hands to carry the torch that showed him the way. Today, Aidenge is his own light. He has thrown away the torch and walks alone. Honesty is his greatest asset. And it was through the writing of business letters that Aidenge found his way. When Aidenge entered the state prison, he realized that he must find some means of making money. One could not forge checks in prison. Aidenge was placed in the chronic ward. Around him were Indians, Mexicans, and others who in their spare moments made hatbands, watch fobs, and other articles out of horsehair. They decorated these with rosettes hammered out of Mexican dollars. These articles were sold whenever possible to chance visitors at the prison, but it was a slow way of making money. And then one day the big idea came to Aidenge. Opportunity knocked on the steel bars, and Aidenge was there to talk to her. The crude handiwork of the prisoners was the vehicle by which Aidenge began to make his way. He began by writing letters to retail dealers on the outside, asking them to take the agency for the hatbands, belts, watch fobs, and other articles. It was not long until the money began to pour in. There was a big demand for the articles, but it was the letters that Aidenge had written that opened up the field. In these letters, Aidenge had given the dealers a straightforward account of what the articles really were. He told the truth absolutely and unvarnished, and one day he discovered that he had been doing this. Does honesty pay? This was the question that Aidenge asked himself. He did not have to ask others. He had the proof before him. He had discovered that honesty did pay, and that it paid well. But just at that time, this new business received a severe setback. Prison officials became suspicious that many of the letters going out from the prison were not what they purported to be. Some of the salesmen were suspected of filling their letters with fake statements which were little short of appeals for help. Word went out from the warden's office that each prisoner could write but 2 letters a week. Aidenge had been dealing with 40 retail merchants. Many a man would have thrown up the sponge and quit. To have 38 customers taken away in that manner would have proved a shock that few concerns would have been able to withstand. But Aidenge did not admit defeat. He soon recovered from the shock and saw that something must be done. 2 letters must be made to do what 40 had been doing before. The wholesale field was the only thing left. Aidenge began again through that channel, and the letters he wrote, they were full of business, from the dear sirs to the yours very truly. These letters did not whine. Aidenge did not have the time nor space for that. He had to talk business, and he talked it so well that it was not long until the 2 letters were doing all that the 40 had ever done. In the meantime, a new administration had taken hold of affairs in Arizona. The state prison was removed from the banks of the Colorado up the Gila Valley to Florence, and with this change came a change for the better in Aidenge's health. When he entered the penitentiary at Yuma, he weighed 119 pounds, and now he weighs 190 pounds, is the picture of health, and physicians declare that he is cured of tuberculosis. Finding himself had given Aidenge 2 things. It gave him a new self, one of which he was as ignorant of as you or I, and it also gave him health. The necessity for money with which to fight off death had done this, and it had been his desire for money that had placed him in a position where he had to get it by some other means than by placing someone else's name on a check. By this time, Aidinge's letters had begun to attract the attention of people other than those with whom he was dealing. He had become a student of criminology also, and when Governor George P. Hunt, the first statehood governor of Arizona, began his fight for better penal laws after his inauguration in February 1912, Aidinge had published a booklet of which he was the author, dealing with this question. A noted sociologist has pronounced this to be the cleverest thing ever published on the question. Magazines soon began to find Aidinge a man worth telling their readers about. Advertising booklets such as Letters, published in Chicago, Printers' Ink, and others sent men to Arizona to write Aidinge up. In this way, he became well known to men who held high positions in the advertising field. His advice was sought by business houses whose sales forces needed bolstering up, and he has also been offered numerous positions as business manager and business counsel. Aidinge has made thousands of dollars out of his business since in prison, but in an article a fellow prisoner has written about him, it is said that Aidinge is in debt. Why? Well, principally because he is a man and goes out of his way to help others. These laws of ours give a discharged prisoner a $5 bill and a cast-off suit of clothing when he starts out to face the world. Aidinge says this is not enough, and thousands agree with him. So when he sees a man leaving prison who is deserving and in need, he is the first to come forward with financial aid. He has helped hundreds of men fight through the courts for their freedom, and the families of hundreds of prisoners can thank Aidinge for money that has tided them over the prison term of the head of their house. Don't forget that Aidinge, now before you, is the man who 7 years ago entered the penitentiary, many thought, to die. Yes, the old Aidinge is dead. Aidinge the crook has passed away, but it has left an Aidinge whom the world will be glad to greet. Peter Clark McFarlane, a Collier's writer, says this of Aidinge. They had penned him up to die. They sent him to jail, a crook, and lo, his voice was a power for honesty. That is the way Aidinge is spoken of by hundreds who have become acquainted with him through correspondence, and the few who have taken the trouble to visit him in his workshop. Among Aidinge's first really influential friends after he got on the right track were McCrary, the old parole clerk at the prison, and J.J. Sanders, the new parole clerk, who was appointed when Governor Hunt made Robert B. Sims warden of the institution. Sims had never had any dealings with prisoners or penitentiaries before, but he had some ideas as to how they should be run. One thing that he remembered, which the wardens of many states seem to have forgotten, is that prisoners are human beings. These 3 men helped Aidinge to pull himself up out of the rut. He was made a trustee and given a clerkship in the parole clerk's office. These were about the first honest men Aidinge had ever associated with. Honest men to him up until that time were rubes and dubs whose money he looked upon as his own. But in his efforts to help the parole clerks guide the footsteps of the prisoners who had been given a chance through the parole law, Aidinge found that happiness can come to a man by doing something for someone besides himself. Lecturing did not bring these things about. It was the man's ability to see for himself, and his horizon was the prison walls. Here he saw before him hundreds of men who had violated the laws of society, and he saw also that the happy ones were those who had violated no laws but were trying to help those who had. Step by step, Aidinge was bringing himself up out of the mud. He declares today that the happiest moments of his life were those in which he found that he was regaining the confidence of those who had lost all faith in him. One of the best indications of the regard in which advertising men of the country hold this prisoner is the fact that a paper written by him was read during the convention of the Associated Advertising Clubs of America, which was held at Toronto, Canada, June 21st through 25th. This paper received greater applause than any other read before the convention, and the delegates were so enthusiastic over it that they voted to send Aidinge a vote of thanks. The paper was read on Thursday at the close of the sessions, when many of the visitors were anxious to get away for their homes. But 300 men remained in the hall in rapt attention while the paper was being read. A storm of applause swept through the hall as the reader concluded the message from the man who puts his brains in an envelope. It has been a long, hard struggle for Aidinge. Will it win him his freedom? That is the question many are asking. No one can tell. Perhaps the law will unbend and open the gates to him sometime. Those who know him are hoping that such will be the case, and many are already doing what they can to bring about this result. That Aidinge has hopes that such a thing will come about goes without saying. He has served the average length of time that a lifter serves in Ohio, and he is a better man than many of those who are now released from prisons through pardons or influence. End of section number 20.